Yes. Oorp. Stream starty. Stream starty. Okay. Wait. Don't move. The music will cut. Ip. Ip. Resident Evil. This is our first game of the night. Hello, how are you? Well, I'll count on my fingers. You, and you. How are you, and you? 5 U's. How are you? I am okay. I'm doing okay. Yes. And I start with... Oh. Uh-oh. Blind spots. Okay. You load the save. I will do a short story recap. I am here as this character, and an old man said, we gotta go, whoosh! And then we went, and then the old man died, and so it went, and now I'm at the tavern. Finding friends. And so the adventure continues. I'm also a ranger. Hello, Vex. Hello.
It's in the bag.
It's in the bag. Oh, I've slept all day, gigglers. I've regenerated fully. Hello, Kitteny. Oh my goodness, it has been a while. Look. We're trying to meet my friends.
Hi, friend.
Hello. Hi, friend. I've not seen you here before today. What brings you to the friendly arm? Nothing much. Really just thread-worn travelers looking for a place to rest. Hello, Lenitas. I am here to meet some friends. I'm not your friend and my business is my own. Jesus. Nothing much, really. I'm here to meet some friends. Oh, you must be whom I am to meet then. I will take you to your friends, but first I should be sure you're the correct person. Is your name Lucy Hazeh? Why, yes it is. Sorry, but no, I don't think you're the person I'm supposed to meet. Perfect, you're indeed the person I seek. Hold still a moment, won't you? Oh my god. What was that? Oh gosh. Wow. Okay. Let me read this. Wait. Bounty notice. Be it known to all those of evil intent. Evil intent? Come on. Be it known to all those of evil intent that a bounty has been placed upon the head of Lucy Hazeh, the foster child of Gorion. Last seen in the area of Candlekeep. This person is to be killed in quick order. Those returning with proof of the deed shall receive no less than 200 coins of gold. That is such a low amount. I swear, that is such a low amount. I swear. Speaking of evil intent, what's on the docket for today? Docket, I get it. I'm gonna be playing games, and between games, I'm gonna be throwing out some topics, surprise topics, okay? Surprise topics such as violence in protests or something like that. I'm gonna be giving takes. I'm going to be throwing names, and I'm going to be eating dinner, which is going to be the attraction of the night. Eating dinner, maybe, I hope. Worst case scenario, I'll order McDonald's, which is also dinner in a way. Okay. Where is my character? Where's the party? Oh my god. This game, I swear. So covering a debate. Probably. Well, we've covered a debate lately, but maybe I'll...
Me?
Yes.
Sleep lightly. This better be good.
So... Oh god, is this endless? Okay.
It's in the bag.
Finally. The anti-violence folks should have at least taken the step to bleed of hers. The regard them hard. True. Listen.
You're a queer fellow. What you want?
You're a queer fellow, that's true. That is actually true. I am.
Uh-huh.
I am that indeed.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
Gee. That's mean. How do I trade in this game?
What need ye dead?
How do I trade? The game has not taught me how to trade items. Which is, you know, kind of important.
I'll do your toil.
Now what? I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
Let's go to the inn. Let's talk to them one by one.
Friend, good to meet a fine sod such as yourself.
Fine sod. Yuppie. I can't stand the way the roads are cut off these days. My uncle's in Baldur's Gate, and I can't get there to see him. How come the roads are cut off? What does your uncle do? It's a mage and a cruddy little all that. Goes by the name of Ragefast. Those kids, we always call him Grumperskin. Her, if he were ever cut as it in the has barkins on a whirl, the wander around, brown skin, the green hair, and funny looking for your hour. True.
It's in the bag.
Where are you going? Come on there.
Long-tongued lout, ain't ya?
Yee. Yarn crisis is taking everybody off guard. Why plan for shortage when the resource is nearly unlimited? I guess we're paying for it now. I guarantee that if we survive through it, this will never happen again. People will be hoarding metal for months. Dorn.
It's about time. Bring me another flagon of ale.
I think you've mistaken me for someone else.
Then why do you bother me? Be gone.
Can I assist you?
Wait, journal? I think this is it. Khalid.
Calm yourself, dear. We must proceed carefully.
Something about this familiar child. Your manner reminds me of a sage. I know by the name of Gorian. It is almost a slight on him, but I see it too. Hello, fine black ENC. Oh my gosh, I have not seen you here before, which means that I should give you a link to the page. What brings you to the stream? I always ask people that, don't worry. Do not be alarmed by my questioning. I always ask people how they found the stream in order to be able to facilitate new tactics. Demon Mama, nice. Nice, thank you. I've had a talk recently with Demon Mama, but it was a private talk. It's almost a slight on him. Continue. Yahaira, mind your manners. This must be the child Gordon wrote so often about. There is no about here. There's wrote off so often. Demon Mama is on vacation right now, by the way. Did you know that? You must know this. Because they actually post things on... I almost said facial media. Social media about their travels. They're traveling in camper, I think. Yes. All of them. As a family, which is so cool. I want to travel soon as well. To Krakow and to Czechoslovakia. I would show you all the beautiful Jewish quarters. And the synagogues. I should talk to you about the nature of the synagogues at some point. Because it's different than the nature of a Catholic church. We are all friends of your adopted father. He is not with you. I must assume the worst. He would not permit his only child to wander without his accompaniment. If he has passed, we share your loss. Gorion often said that he worried for your safety, even at the expense of his own. He also wished that Khalid and I would become your guardians, if he should ever meet an untimely end. However, you are much older now, and the choice of your companions should be your own. Become my parents. True. We could travel with you until you get settled, help you find your lot in life. It will be fitting last service to Gorion, though we should first go to Nakshel. Khalid and I look into local concerns, and there are rumors of strange things happening at the mines. No doubt you have heard of the iron shortage. You would do well to help us. It affects everyone, including you. We are to meet the mayor of the town, Baron Gatskill. Your company will be welcome. Your company will be welcome. I would rather choose my own future and leave Gordon's past behind me. I'll find my own way, on my own. I'm already going to Naxil. My current companions wish me to visit there as well. Very good. We'll leave as soon as you're ready. Flight should be soon.
You need something? I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
I have so many characters now. Overpowered team. Although if I remember correctly, some of the teammates will hate each other, so I will, like... I have to dismiss some at some point. Wait. I already have over 200 gold. You know that technically speaking, I could just offer a counter letter and say, don't kill me and I'll pay you, and I will pay you. Don't kill me and I'll pay you 270 golden coins. And suddenly everybody would be off my back because I can just afford it. I can afford outpay any assassins. My god. In fact, kill the person that have my own counter bounty letter. Kill the person who wants to kill me for 270 golden coins. Wait, maybe I should stay the night here. Sounds like a cool idea. Where's the innkeeper or whatever? Also, I need more arrows, I think. Let me see. I'm betting that the...
Yep.
Yeah, we need more arrows. We do need more arrows.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
It's been dreadful, Slowby.
Iron is the lifeblood of this whole region, and it's sure painful when it gets scarce. So what can I do for you? Noble. Oh damn. I will need to look up how to trade in this game. How do you...
You need something?
Okay, so how do I...
In the bag.
History of the Faithful Coin. Old tales tell that luck plays a crucial role in each person's life. When each newborn baby enters into the realms, Timora flips a coin formed from the remnants of the original goddess of luck. Tekei Beshaba calls in the air the moon heads of the cloak tails. If Beshaba is right, that person is cursed with misfortune for the rest of his or her days, or their days. If she's wrong, Lady Luck smiles on that child for the rest of their life. For some rare beings, the coin lands on edge, and these luckless few can forge their own fates, for they have more freedom over their destinies than the powers themselves. That's me. History of the Unicorn Run. Bards and sages pass down the tale that the headwaters of the Unicorn Run are, in truth, the fount of life and a cradle of... Oh, that's it? That's a long book. And the cradle of fecundity. What's a cradle of fecundity? Can anyone explain? Each natural race is said to have emerged from the womb of Chauntea onto Toril at the river's source and then travel down the Unicorn Rune to the outside world. Some say that a daughter of Chauntea resides at the river's source to usher the newborns into the world, while others claim that Shiala midwives the process. Regardless of the truth, the elves, Koreids, and halflings all agree that the Unicorn Rune is sacred to life and a site of incredible purity. As a result, all three races have strong taboos about extended trips up the Rune. For if the river is ever fouled, then no new races will ever be born on Toril again. I see.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
See, it was worth waiting for till morning. In my opinion, at least. I paused the game. We're doing the story. Wait, where's the map? That's not the map. I think we have to go south. Fecundity means fertility. Thank you, Maya Mayor. Of all people, I knew you would know it. After all, you're a Mayor. We have to go here. have to go. I'm surprised.
Sure that's what you want?
Maybe that's why I always were so slow in this game, because I tried taking all the items everywhere and I ended up stealing stuff and ending bad rap. This game can be quite difficult at times.
I care not.
Now what?
You spoke at me?
Yeah.
Nature's servant awaits.
That's okay.
As good as done.
Can I help you?
That was easy.
It's in the bag.
Also, how do I check my experience? Wait.
You need something?
Never like the sunlight. It's just too bright.
Okay. Where's the experience? Oh. Uh-oh. Guess it'll take some time. How much experience have we got? Okay. 35 out of 1,000. Okay, it'll take some time before we level, I'm afraid. Hello, Shakespeare. We're playing games today. Oh yes, since you're here. That's right. If you're a fan of reading books, then you should consider helping in this throne room. It's true.
To enjoy the out of doors.
It's more true than I could have ever anticipated. And I anticipate. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh, gosh.
This better be
Okay.
good.
We're gonna... What?
You need something?
How did you call me? Okay, let's see.
You're a queer fellow.
I am, yes.
Trumping you.
That's actually correct. Okay,
Have need of me?
I think this should do.
Oh, I thought really not in this.
Uh-oh.
None of better.
Oh, nice!
If you're sure that's what you want.
Nice! How much XP? Oh, God.
Uh-huh.
I'm telling you, this game can be quite
I'm gone.
involved.
My
Now you're going
blade
to
will
be
cut
sorry.
you down to size.
Your voice is ambrosia.
I think this...
It was my time.
You need something?
Yep.
Now what?
I care not. I've done had enough of this.
3 coins.
Hardly worth my time.
Uh-huh.
You're a queer fellow.
True.
I've done had enough of this.
Is this spell gonna run out at any time soon? Oh my god.
You need something? If you're sure that's what you want.
For real.
What you want? I've
What you want from me? Oh my god.
Something trumping you. I must.
Why can't the spell end when the spellcaster is dead? Old games, am I right? Old games, oh my god. Is this spell eternal?
I care not. I've
It's not, I
had
guess.
enough of
8 golden coins. There we go. I'm rich. I'm actually pretty rich right now. I've got more money than the bounty on my head.
Now what?
Which means that I can out-bounty my opponents.
Hey,
Adon! Must dash to Bergos, I must cover it. Keldat must be told of the exact troops being sent his way. Bergos is to the garrison in case of Amnian attack, though Amn has denied such intent, of course they would deny it. The snakes make way for the messenger. I don't care. It is my pleasure. It is my pleasure. Although it's not the full extent of my plan. We will get your book one way or the other. I have a plan. Languages must be learned. We will get you the book. It's basically guaranteed. I have a plan. I have a plan. I might... There's a challenge that I need to do. And the challenge... Okay. It would take... Okay, it would not be complicated to discuss, but... Okay, let's go. Let's go here. Wait, hold on. That's not where I'm supposed to go. Nakshell. How do I go to Nakshell? Which way is Nakshell?
It's in the bag.
Wait, hold on. Where's Nakshell? Oh, here! Oh my gosh, that's so far away. The map is not very big. Is this Baldur's Gate? Is this Baldur's Gate? This game is smaller than I thought. Huh. Okay. Let's save the game. Save. Game. Set. And match. There you go. Let's go.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
True. You racist.
If you're sure that's what you want.
Need directions? You seem a friendly sort, so I thought I'd offer my services as a guide. What do you need for the town, from the town of Bergos? Certainly, if you could direct me to a affordable inn, I would be much appreciated. I'm looking for a bit of luxury. What's the nicest inn in town? I need some well-made weapons and armor. Do you have a good smithy? Just a place to set spell and drown my worries. Where is a good tavern? Okay, smithy. We have the best smithy in all the realms. Kiram Thunderhammer. Pyrain runs the Thunderhammer smithy and the eastern side of town. He has a few exceptional items as well. Though you could also check Fralden's Post Inn. They carry trophy items, though you had best be rich as King's Frel Post Inn is the west, closer to the south of the town. Interesting.
Now what?
At least you didn't attack me, which is nice that you did not attack me. Okay, east side of town, so we're gonna go east. This is east. Okay, it's the night, so we'll probably have to go to an inn. We don't need a luxurious inn because everybody's like healthy and stuff. We're gonna go rest at the closest inn. Is anybody gonna attack me here? Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I'm at work. I'm going to have to talk to you, fake Alec Kyle Parker, about the Monday's challenge, if that's okay. Maybe I'll DM you or something. Yes. We're going to help a friend. I mean, that challenge stays the same. I just want to talk to you about the, you know.
On an orc. If you're sure that's what you want.
You'll understand. You'll understand when I... yes. You'll understand everything. And more. Well, there is no more, but you know what I mean. Okay, where do I go? Everything's locked. What a place. What a city. And nothing's labeled. So the map... Oh. Okay. Something's... Okay. Let's go sleep somewhere, but I don't know where. The city's so complicated. I'm getting sleepy. As in game, not in real life. In real life, I slept all day. It is. It's an RPG. It's a very old game called Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 3 had its premiere right now, so of course I decided to stream Baldur's Gate 1. The old RPG that I never actually finished. I've played it when it was new, but I've never finished. Okay, let's go. Where's the entrance? It's so dark. Talk to me, whoever you are. Cards.
Are you interested in some thrills, darling?
And what? I certainly avoid temptation unless I can't resist it. I see. I see how it is. I understand now. Oh, we can get in. This is that. I bet this is that. I think this might be okay, how do I get in?
It's in the bag.
Why can't I get in? Okay.
No, get out.
What?
I don't like your type in here.
Marl, no, what?
You tell him, Marl.
What? Is this a tavern?
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
Hey, told you to get lost. Ain't no room here for you troublemaking strangers. No need to get all bent out of shape. There's plenty of bar for us all. Sorry, I don't want any trouble. Just go on my way. I'll go where I like, pal. You got a problem with that? You say one more word and I'll swear I'll run you through. Back off. Oh my goodness. Hey, I take whatever shape I want. I'm sick of your freakish adventures going out, consorting with gods. Know what? And dragging your trouble back into my hometown. What do you say to that? I just do what I think is right. We solve a lot more trouble than we cause. Well, very nearly anyways. Hehe. Whoa, go easy. Let's keep it friendly. How about I buy you and the rest of the bar around? Oh, that seems like the best choice, actually. I say that I've had about enough of your tone, Mr. Shop. Stop pushing or I push back. Like in a debate. I'm gonna push back on your lies and I'm gonna defeat you with my takes and arguments and gotchas. How about that? You wanna debate me, Marl? You really wanna debate me? You lose and be embarrassed in front of the whole bar. Unfortunately, the debate is not a choice, so I'm gonna just buy them around. I ain't your friend, you ain't mine. It'll be a cold day on the 9th plane before I drink with the likes of you. Bessie, keep your filthy dungeon money to yourself. Better yet, how about I put you and your dead money back in the ground where it belongs? Jesus.
I am become death.
Wait,
Fire of worlds. Your voice is ambrosia.
actually,
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
Yes?
What need ye dead?
I forgot about this.
What you want?
I have to switch to fists to not actually kill him.
You need something? Now what?
Can I help?
I actually have to switch to fists not to kill him. Hello, Palm Dad. Okay, it's... Oh my gosh, I'm not touching you.
You need something?
You have need of me?
Is everybody using fists? No!
You're a queer fellow.
Something troubling you? Ye spoke at me.
Someone was still using a bow.
Now what?
Yes?
Uh-huh.
Don't use the bow!
You need something? I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
Did I kill him? Did I kill Marl? Jesus. I'm not sure anymore. I should sell items.
Now what? It's in the bag.
Hey, don't click me!
You murdering bastard, the flaming fist will deal with you. I didn't want to kill him! I switched to fist, but my companion kept using the bow. I didn't want to... Oh, forget it.
Uh-huh. It's
It was self-defense, whatever. It was self-defense, it's all good.
I got some cheap beer for ya.
Keep a low profile. Well, too late for that. Thank you for the advice. Jesus. Tempers are short for strangers right now, so what do you want? Well, I tried to keep a low profile, but it seems like it didn't work out that well. I even tried not to kill him. I guess I'm just gonna have a royal bed thanks to the gold that the dead man has given me. Oh yeah, I have to sell. Western Ruby Wine. Emmer Beard. Bye. It's been really weird these past few months. Iron's been going bad, falling apart almost if it were rusting, for no particular reason. From what I hear, most of this bad iron comes from the mines of Nashkel. Can't trust those Amnian miners, probably some scheme they've come up with. Okay, we're gonna sleep. We've drank and now we're gonna sleep. Can we sleep?
Some whiskey.
Oh, I have to rent. Right. I was like, what's happening? I had to rent. from the landlord. Done. We're still rich.
I'm on it like ugly.
Who are you?
Do you mind?
I...
I'm off to go shopping.
Oh, hello. You must join me for a while. I insist. But you said... Oh, God. Let me see. Do you have a version without a background? Can you make a version without a background? Backgroundless version. Without the white square. When a lady offers me a drink, how can I refuse? You are the life of the party, you are. This all reminds me of time when Betsy and I were still... Oh, I'm so silly. I don't know a Betsy. Tee hee hee. Woo! Oh my god.
I'm on it like
Okay, I'm out of here.
it's in the bag.
Okay, so... Tagging shop. Let's go to the shop, actually. Oh, should be. I think it's just the link. Let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna download it. Open in browser. Let's see how this works. Duck. All right, I'm gonna do a thing now. One moment. I'm about to do a thing. Because I'm famous for doing things, if you are aware. Okay. Because I didn't make it, it's gonna be a free one because I cannot demand that people subscribe to use a thing that I've gotten from someone for free. It's called Super Duck. Oh, Cyber Duck. I called it a Super Duck. It should be uploading soon. Updating soon. It should work. Hello, let us be free. I'm trying to... Yes, it worked, I think. Yeah, it worked. Super Duck. But it's so jumpy. Oh my god. I should slow it down. Somniostatic will slow it down. But it's okay. Maybe it's super... Maybe it's nice that it's fidgety like this. Maybe it's nice that it's fidgety like this, you know? Ah, Baldur's Gate is my childhood. Welcome to your childhood. Welcome, welcome, lettuce. I am here to bring people's childhoods back. This is why you like watching Lucy so much, because Lucy brings back your childhood. Okay, we're gonna fix it, don't worry. No, that's my fault. That's because I made the setting of the emote weird. Actually, it works fine in the settings. I don't know. Somniostatic will fix it. Somniostatics knows what to do. Oh. Oh. Now I get it. Okay. Let's try this. I fixed it. I didn't even need some static. Okay, I'm gonna use it now. It should change in a few moments. Let's use it again. Super duck. Okay, it's fixed. There you go. There you go. It's fixed. Amazing. What's your build? It's the start of the game. I don't have a build. Come on, Giggler. What's my build? My build is... I'm gonna show you, actually.
I care not.
This is me. No, that's me.
Uh-huh.
My build is that I'm a... elf, beastmaster, chaotic good. I use a bow. Skills. Racial enemy ghoul. So this is my build. Could you change the name to power level duck? Cause this it's... Can it be P level duck? Yeah, I'll change it. It's a long name, but it's okay. Save to chat. Okay, it's saved. Now it should work. Power level duck. It worked! Power level duck. Nice. Okay. We've done it. How do I...
If you're sure that's what you want.
That is what I want.
If you're sure that's what you want.
That is what I want. Are you? You don't sound shy. How do I enter the...
If you're sure that's what you want.
It is what I want.
Greetings.
I have to have Discord on in case somebody scolds me. What kind of shop is this anyhow? A ranger, that's right. It's over 9,000. True, even though in Japanese it was 8,000. I run an escort business. I hire mercenaries to escort caravans en route to Baldur's Gate. Right now I'm looking for some strong sword arms, and I'm willing to pay high. It seems like one of the caravans under my protection never arrived at Baldur's Gate, and I need to know what happened. You look like a strong group of warriors. Interested in a job? Sure, we always need more money. Tell us more. True, it did. But it became a meme, so it's all good. That's good. I've been having a lot of problems with bandit activity lately, but they've always only taken the cargo and let the caravan go afterward. I've been catching flack from the family of some of the passengers of this caravan. After all, it was the job of my mercenaries to make sure everyone got safely to Baldur's Gate. Normally, I wouldn't give one damn about some stupid whiner, but one of the passengers was the son of Antar Silvershield, and in this part of the world, his word is law. So, do you want the job or not? I'll pay 15 gold per head, as well as an equal opportunity to loot any of the dead bodies of the bandits may have. So, 6 times 15. That's pretty good. Per head. What? What? Why do I have to remove anyone? I remove you. Yes.
I don't want to talk. Go pester someone else.
Now what? If you're sure that's what you want.
Damn.
If you're sure that's
Okay, where is the actual store? You have a pool party. 6 is full, huh? What's here?
This better be good.
It's in the bag. You need. I'm on it. Like.
Oh my gosh.
It's in the bag.
Life's been getting prickly on me arse.
I all that prove you have actually take this hat. We have what?
I wish I had my old tobacco pipe.
Oh. Okay. 100 gold. Hold on. Badlands, south of the city. Boots. That's true. We should save. Save often. You're right. Oh, what's this? You don't need an inn. What I need is a blacksmith to get me some gear. Oh, I think that's it. Or is it? Huh. Oh! Item store. Finally. Let's get in.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
True.
Speak up. Speak.
Hello. Gee. Hello, friend. What can I do for you this day? That's so not nice. No need to trouble yourself. I'm just browsing about your smithy. I have heard about it. You can get out of my face. This is what you can do. I'll summon you when I need you. You can do nothing. I'll buy armor from a shop in a backwater village. Gee. Damn. So rude.
Kiss me, blarmy. What you wish done?
Could you show us what you have for sale? Shortbow +1. What? 2,000. Ah. Oh no. I don't think I'm any close to... Oh no. And now I suddenly feel very poor. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my. Oh my. Oh boy. Everything's so expensive.
It's in the bag.
Thought I was rich, but I guess I was mistaken. It was a mistake of me to think that I was rich. In fact, it was rich of me to think that I was rich. I'm poor. Okay, let's do the quest. Do quests give you experience? I'm actually getting closer to that level up. How do I exit the city? Maybe I can get a nice quest in. What? Okay.
You're a queer fellow.
I did not see this coming.
I'm gone.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
What?
What need he dead?
Now what?
Your voice is ambrosia. Can I help you?
Yes, you can. Yes, quests give XP. To leave, you have to left click the edge of the map.
I feel so cold.
No sorrow for those lost in righteous battle.
I'm loading the game. What the hell?
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
What? Did I just die? Why were there spiders here? How random. You know what? I should.
You're a queer fellow. This way.
Something troubling you?
Ye spoke at me?
Can I help you?
Nature's servant awaits.
Uh-huh. I'm on it like ugly.
My God. Okay, let's try again. Wait, maybe there's a quest.
Hello, mate. You look a friendly face.
Wow, okay.
If you're sure that's what you want.
What you want?
Now what?
This better be good.
Your voice is ambrosia. You have need of me?
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
Stop touching
You've attacked.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Servant awaits.
I died.
I'm on it like ugly.
Let's.
on an orc.
Oh my gosh. It's fine. We're gonna do it someday. Some way.
Now what? It's in the bag.
Why does the game ever screen you getting set on Snap? Because it's Baldur's Gate. I don't know, actually. Where's the lady quest giver? You should tell me. Let's get into the end. Oh, it's locked. Wait, it's locked? What? The inn is locked? Oh no, it's here.
You're at the end of your rope, I'll wager.
You're at the end of your rope, I'll wager. Not that it's anything personal, you understand, but I'm afraid your time on this here ball of mud is just about done. Why are you doing this? I've done nothing to you. Whatever you're paying paid, I'll double it. I hope you'll to back up these words. You've done nothing to anyone, as far as I know. Don't marry one with me. A price is a price, and a head is a head, and whatever the two meet, there's an old Carlet making his slaving, and I said it's nothing personal. I guess we have to kill you now.
My blade will cut you down to size.
I got the world's biggest ouchie.
Uh-oh.
Can I help
You're a queer fellow.
Nature's servant awaits.
You need something? I'm on it like ugly on an orc. Not like this.
Death be in me if I no get help.
I am weak!
If you're sure that's what you want.
I am so weak. Oh my god.
You're at the end of your rope, I'll wager.
What do you know? Somehow I doubt it, but then I don't meet a lot of people this business.
I feel so cold.
Another friend fallen. Does it never end?
Oh god.
Can I help you?
Something troubling you?
It seems like I'm starting to have trouble.
Now what?
Ye spoke at me?
Yes.
Nature's servant awaits.
I'm gonna save now again. Boo. True.
I'm on it like ugly on
Let's
an
try to do it now.
You're at the end of your rope, I'll wager.
What you want?
You need something? I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
Your voice is ambrosia. This better be good. I'll do your toil.
You have need of me?
Yes.
Omnipresent authority figure.
Ow! Death be in me if I don't get help.
Okay. One last try.
Now what? It's in the bag.
That was the right save, right? Okay.
Now what? It's in the bag. Uh-huh. It's in the bag.
Hey, that's terrible.
You need, if you're sure that's what you want.
Okay, that's better. And actually,
You spoke at me?
Nature's servant awaits.
Now what? I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
you know what? That's better. I think. I think I had a really bad formation. Okay, let's try. One last try with the new formation.
You're at the end of your rope, I'll wait.
Yeah, that's right.
Uh-huh.
I think it should go better now.
Oh, my heart's really not in this.
You need something?
You're a queer fellow.
Oh, I should select the portrait instead of the...
Omnipresent authority figure.
I'm too weak for this.
You'll never hear the end of it.
No, I'm too weak for this. It seems that I'm too weak. So let's just go to the store for now. Oh my goodness. Maybe if I got a better armor for the...
Uh-huh. It's in the bag.
Okay, what are you wearing?
Can I help you?
Long sword. Splint mail. Maybe I'll get a better mail for you.
You need some, if you're sure that's what you
If
want.
I can afford it.
Kiss me, blarmy. What you wish done?
Oh, you're actually wearing the best thing that you can wear now. Wait.
You have need of me?
Yes, I do have need of you. Okay, I cannot get you anything better than what you're wearing now.
Now what? It's in
So
the
we'll just continue.
if you're sure that's what you want.
I'm afraid I'm too weak for now. Need to get gold from...
It's in the bag.
Mother said not to talk with strangers.
Hey, maybe I'm picking fruit for mommy. Every little bit helps. She says I'm gonna help. Yeah, I suppose. I'm fast though. I'm loving its little ways. I was chased by a gibberling once, but Bunky's dad is a guard and he smacked that cross monkey like it had ever been hit before. They're keep clear of town now. Bandits don't go for kids much either. They only hit if you're picking art to town. Okay, end of dialogue. I guess that's not a quest giver.
On an orc.
Uh-oh.
You need something?
Yes?
Nature's servant awaits.
You're a queer fellow.
True.
You spoke at me?
Something troubling.
If I must.
No, you're gonna do this. Everything's murdering me.
For the group. You've a task?
Damn.
Now what? Now you're going to be sorry. Uh-huh. If you're sure that's what you want.
Oh. My dearest Miriam, the road has been difficult, but I have arrived safely here in I think this would be wisest if I returned by sea. However, perhaps sometime after the first snows have fallen, I'll trust this letter reaches you. Uh-oh. Well, I guess not. I guess not. Does this do anything?
You need something? It's in the bag.
I serve the flaming fist.
You hear it. You're under arrest for banditry and highway robbery. We know you're part of that bandit group who's been terrorizing the coastway. Give yourselves up and there will be no trouble. What? Give yourselves up or there will be trouble. You got the wrong guys. You're not part of any bandit group. But we're not all guys, first of all. Really now, why should we believe you? Well, because of my warm smile and honest demeanor. Take 50 gold and leave us be. If we were bandits, why were we walking out in the open? Come on, just let us go. We're not the people you're looking for. Look, sir, we don't want any trouble like you. We're hunting down bandits in the region. Okay, I'm gonna leave it up to the chat. 1, 2, 3, or 4. And let's see. What is your vote, chat? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Type it in the chat. Type 1, 2, 3, or 4. Also, where's my phone? That's weird. Oh, it's here. Two. Okay. 2. Okay. One person says 3. What about you, Lettuce? What is your... Get some... Oh my gosh. Okay. There are 9 people here. You should all vote. Let us. Everybody, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Because it's the duty of a voter. I'm gonna give you like 10 seconds. 10 seconds is enough. And then I'm gonna... Remember, I can't even read it. Oh, I'll read it for you. Well, 1. Well, because of my warm smile and honest demeanor. 2. Take 50 gold and leave us be. 3. If we were bandits, why were we walking out in the open? Come on, just let us go. We're not the people you're looking for. Look, sir, we don't want any trouble, like you were hunting down. Okay, take 50 gold and leave us be. Time to bribe me, huh? Slamyuki doesn't deserve the comfort of a jail cell. Well, uh-oh.
Now what?
It's not the safest option.
Nature's servant awaits.
What you want?
This better be good.
Your voice is ambrosia.
And the rivers run! And the mad wizard flows!
We could. I'll need a healer as soon as possible.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
If I don't get it,
I swear you'll never hear the end of it.
Now what? Uh-huh.
Okay, thank God we've saved the game.
You need something?
Oh my goodness.
Now what? If you're sure that's what you want. I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
See, evil does not pay. We must pray the righteous path of being good. Or something.
My blade will cut you down to size.
Now you're going to be
My
sorry.
blade will cut you down to size.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
If you're sure that's what you want. You need
Okay, now we're gonna...
something like ugly on an orc.
Okay, I'm gonna save here. I think it's safe to save. Oh my God.
I serve the flaming fist.
You got the wrong guys. If we were bandits, why were we walking out in the open? Alright, maybe I was wrong about the bunch of you. You're free to go. What? See, honesty is the way to go. Just be honest. My goodness. This is a lesson. This is a learning moment. Just be honest. Okay?
Now what?
Here we go. This game has taught us that honesty is the road to victory. Bribery is bad, honesty is good. It's the way of love and solidarity. What is this place?
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
True honesty is the... Oh, damn.
Uh-huh.
Can I help you?
Yes.
Nature's servant awaits.
You're a queer fellow.
Okay, now we just
It's
all
not bad.
attack this.
Now what?
My blade will cut you down to size.
Uh-huh.
Become death, destroyer of worlds.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
You need something?
Oh, my heart's really not in this.
What you want?
You've a task.
Yes.
Uh-huh. If you're sure that's what you want. You need something? I'm on it, like ugly on an orc.
You spoke at me? This better be good.
Now you're going to be sorry. Now what?
Have
Now
become
you're going to be
death,
sorry.
destroyer of worlds.
Okay, I think we can do this.
You need some? I'm on it.
Okay, I'm gonna loot them all now.
If you're sure that's what you want.
You have need of me?
Yes.
I can, but try.
Bastard sword, yes! A better sword, it seems. I hope the bastard sword is a better sword. Okay, long sword. How do I check the stats of weapons? No, it's actually worse. The bastard sword is worse. Whatever. Oh, so slow. Okay.
Yep.
Nature's is good as done. Yes, oh, as good as done.
I care not. I've done had enough of this.
Your voice is I could do no other. What need you? Sleep lightly, Taskmaster.
Uh-huh. You need
Okay,
something?
I guess I'll just save for now. Bleh. And we'll move forward to the next city.
Now what? I'm on it, like ugly on an orc.
What's this?
You're a queer. I've done had enough.
Quest item.
Uh-huh. If you're sure that's what you want.
The most important is someone is specialized in weapon. Without specializing, you get penalties to attack. True. I specialize. What is this voice? It sounds like the planet here of fire, but I specialize in bows, basically. What is this weird voice? My God.
What you want? I'm gone.
That was so random. Gee.
I'd be much preferring the cover of night or this blasted daylight.
My God. Oh, gee.
You sleep lightly, darling.
Stop touching me!
What?
Something troubling you? Hardly worth my time.
What's...
You need something?
You've a task? As you direct.
I do direct.
Now what? If you're sure that's what you want.
I don't want to backtrack. I want to go to the new city. Also...
Uh-huh.
Still a long way to the level up.
On an orc.
I'm gonna need an inn. A luxurious inn.
Don't touch me. I might catch something.
Well, don't you just add to the local color. Quite the smashing bit of dress you wear there. I'll have to look into such sundries when I next attend one of Lord Rubal's full dress costume affairs. I'd be talk of the Neverwinter, I would. Am I to understand that you're from the faraway city? But I've heard of such a city, but I have no doubts as to whether it even exists. I am unconcerned with such things. Do you have any information about the area? Okay. Oh, I actually hail from Waterdeep. The great city of splendors has much more in matter of social luxuries suited towards my particular tastes. I do, however, make a point of keeping in touch with Neverwinter, though I have only visited once previously. It was quite popular in those nights. If I recall correctly, I'm going to make a second trip in the coming year, and I wager it will be as popular again.
Now what? If you're sure that's what you want.
Okay.
With your hurried flight from Candlekeep barely behind you, the troubles facing the Sword Coast seem an unfamiliar blur to your fractured nerves. Gorion would not have you sit idle, however, and perhaps investigating local concerns will shed some light on your own predicament. How the iron shortage or the trouble in the Nashkel mines could possibly be linked to you have no idea.
Alright, but first I'm gonna go to the toilet. If you're enjoying yourself, consider subscribing or doing a donation or giggling. Everything is on the table and everything is nice. You know what they say, giggling is the power of wisdom. I doubt they say this, but you know what I mean. I'll be right back. Book and a banana. Aren't you excited to be here? Done! Speak to Mario of Naxxal.
It's in the bag.
I think we should go to the inn first. There's an inn here. A banana I'm eating. How is everybody right now? How are you feeling? Don't worry, we'll be playing a whole collection of games tonight. You will be pleased. You will be so pleased that I will giggle. What does that do? Huh. I have no idea what that does. I guess it selects walkable areas.
Uh-huh. You need... I'm on it, like ugly on an orc.
Stand away, citizen.
Identify yourselves! We are the party of Lucy Hazeh, seeking a place to rest between adventures. I am Lucy Hazeh, and this is my band of fellow adventurers. I hear this is a troubled region of late. Allow me to put ourselves at your disposal during our stay here. We will choose the second option. If you're seeking to resolve troubles, welcome. If you're seeking to cause them, kindly take it elsewhere. Things are not good here, Lucy Hazeh. You'll have no trouble from us, I assure you. But things aren't good. All I have heard are rumors and vague suspicions. I should hope not, for your sake and mine. Giggling. You can be a pretty evil character in this game, I heard. Okay, an inn. I don't want to travel at night. That's not nice.
Oh, you haven't seen a man about this tall and this wide, have you? That lout.
I'm sorry, I cannot help you.
Uh-huh. If you're sure that's what you want.
What? Who are you? You want to fight? Wait. You might actually want to fight. I'm gonna save game. You might actually want to fight, so... just in case.
See?
Oh.
Such feats are easy when you learn to focus their energies through the light of Selune. Thank you for asking. My name is Rasad. I am merely demonstrating some of the ways in which we Sun Soul monks reflect our spiritual light through physical activity.
Oh, is this fully voiced?
May I tell you more about the Order of the Sun Soul?
Yes, you're fully voiced, so yeah.
The Order of the Sun Soul was founded during the time of...
Hey, what are you supposed to be then? Some sort of kick puncher? Come on, take a poke at me. I dares you.
British.
I have come not to fight, but to demonstrate a few...
Oh, so that's how it is, eh? You prance about, pretending to be some sort of hard man, but you're just a coward, right?
I am not afraid to defend myself, but I do not seek out conflict without purpose. Instead, I wish to share the light of the Moon Maiden.
He's one of the DLC guys. He sucks real bad. Good to know.
Oh, I get it. You're some kind of simpering priest, just pretending you knows how to fight, but really just begging for coins, yeah?
A Sun Soul monk uses mind, body, and spirit in equal portions, but not to prove his martial superiority. Rather, he seeks to better the lives of those around him.
Yeah, save it for temple school, boy. If you're not gonna fight nobody, I won't waste any more time on you.
Oh my god. So early in the game and already we've encountered Chud Logic. Look, Chud Logic is in this game. Seeking out drama. Good for you, Razat. I admire a man who stands up for his principles even in the face of ignorance. I guess enlightenment doesn't bring in as many coins as a good fist fight, Razat. Are you going to take that from him, Baldy? Or are you all talk? My god, we can choose the drama option as well. Okay, chat. I'm gonna test the principles of the chat. 1, 2, or 3. Choose. Choose, chat. Choose. What are your principles? Are you a principled chat? Are you gigglers? What would a giggler say? What will a giggler do? Test yourselves. Very nice. Maya Mayor is a giggler. Who else? Okay. I guess only Maya Mayor answered the call. So we'll choose one.
I thank you. It is not always easy. In truth, I enjoy a good fight if it is to improve my skills or to defend a just cause. Fighting that man would have enlightened no one. You seem like someone who would appreciate the tenets of my order. May I tell you more about Selune and the Sun Soul monks?
Not now.
Farewell. Until we meet again, may you walk in moonlight.
True.
You need something?
Let's go to the end.
It may be a touch unladylike, but I'm gonna slit your throat, I am.
Oh no! Oh my god. Just fancy my luck seeing you strolling here bold this day. I expected a hunt and a chase from the description, but who am I to argue? The easy coin in the purse. May the Lord of Shadows guide you swiftly to your death. I would first know my attacker. Why are you doing this? I will defend myself if I must. If you wish to die, then attack me as you will. Is there no compassion in your heart? Will you not reconsider? If money be your motivation, surely we can make a deal. How about this? What do you think will get me out of this trouble? Also, I have an interesting book quote for you in just a moment. From the book of Isaac Bashevis Singer. Isaac Bashevis Singer. Choose, and I will reward you with a quote from a book. I will actually have to give you some context for the quote, but it's okay. I know how to talk about books. Nobody? Nobody's eager to win the quote? The options are 1. I would first know my attacker. Why are you doing this? 2. I will defend myself if I must. If you wish to die, then attack as you will. 3. Is there no compassion in your heart? Will you not reconsider? 4. If money be your motivation, surely we can make a deal. Three. Okay. What about all the others? What about all the other watching gigglers? Choose your destinies. And if you choose right, I will reward you with a quote. I will reward you handsomely with a quote from a book that I will explain the context of course. You will not regret the book quote. I do 1, then 3. Damn. Okay, 2 people say 3. To put it as succinctly as possible, no. Oh my god. This we're fighting.
Now what? Now you're going to be sorry!
I guess we will win. Well, since we're winning, nobody seems to be dying yet. Oh my.
And the mad wizard falls! Saves me the trouble.
What the hell?
If you're sure that's what you want.
Oh my god.
Touch unladylike, but I'm gonna slit your throat, I am.
Why am I isn't important? Though my name is Naira, what I'm 100 bounties. And your hat is lovely little sum. Not that great of a sum, actually.
Uh-huh.
Nature's servant awaits.
You're a queer fellow.
True.
Poke at me? Something troubling you?
For the sun!
This better be good.
What you want?
Oh no. There we go. It's better.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
I think this is a mistake. Oh, what an annoying thing. Okay, let me see. Oh! It's actually pretty easy and very... okay, let me see. Oh, cannot use. Cannot use. Wait! What? She was wearing nothing? She cannot wear anything. Okay.
Now what?
Now we save.
If you're sure that's what you want.
It may be a touch unladylike, but I'm gonna slit your throat, I am.
Yes.
You're a queer fellow.
True. No! Oh my god, this game's so annoying. Oh my god.
Now what? I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
Oh, Jesus.
It might be a touch unladylike, but I'm gonna slit your throat.
Also, just...
Queer fellow.
There we go. By all means. Oh, guy. Yes.
Nature's as good as done.
You spoke at me?
What you want? Uh-huh. I'm on it like ugly on an orc. Now you're going to be sorry.
Wait! What the hell? Why am I using this? Oh my god. This explains so much.
Now you're going to be sorry.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure, you've attacked. Nature's servant awaits. Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure. Blasted Khalid! You die. I swear you'll never hear the end of it.
Oh, for...
Now what?
This game is... Okay, let me have arrows from the beginning. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Okay, what can I do?
Something troubles you?
Oh my goodness. Wait, what about you? Who is Exar? I have no idea who Edwin is. Is this Edwin?
Always so intimidating. So many people.
Now what?
I will show you justice.
O.
Uh-huh.
Mogę.
It's in the bag.
It may be a touch unladylike, but I'm gonna slit your throat, I am.
Okay.
You need something?
Can I help you? I can, but try.
What you want?
Nature's servant awaits.
You spoke at me?
Your voice is ambrosia.
For the fun!
Argue with my soul.
This better be good.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority
Now what?
figure.
It's in the bag.
Something hardly worth my time.
Uh-huh.
Your voice could do no other.
Can you die, please?
I could do no something trouble.
Oh my god.
I must.
Actually. We did it! We've done it! Oh my gosh. Now we need to save the game. What? What?
Now what? If you're sure that's what you want. Uh-huh. You need something?
You have need of me? I'll do my
Now
best.
what?
What? We did it! Thank you. Thank you for the congrats.
It's in the bag.
Now we'll take your valuables. Good armor! Splint mail. Well, it's not a great armor. Helmet. Letter. Club. I will take that.
Yes, I can. but
Jesus.
Try.
Okay. Oh. Same thing. Okay, so... Wait, is it the same? How do you check stats of items? Is there a way? Okay, I'm gonna Google this because this is ridiculous. I just cannot believe this. Baldur's Gate. How to check stats of equipment. What? How do I know which... helmet is better. Oh god. How do I know which one's better? That's just okay.
It's in the bag.
Never had rats.
Should do yourself a favor and stay indoors tonight. I've heard all sorts of weird things happening at night. That's true. They're the same. Okay. What can you give to me today? Oh, you're not selling anything. Blood wine. What are the rumors? No rumor? I hear relations haven't been going too good between the two powers in this region. The Grand Duke supposedly accused Am of all the raiding that's been happening along the roads. Not a good thing to go accusing the most powerful country in the Western world. The Western world. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna... Oh, there is no royal. Okay. Noble it is then.
You do not dream often, but tonight the visions are vivid indeed. Long have you walked, but now you find yourself back amidst the stones of Candlekeep. Your former home looms before you, but the gate is closed and barred. Over the walls there is a candle in your old room, but as the light goes out, the brick surrounding the window closes together. The very walls conspire to keep you at bay. A familiar voice startles you, though it is calm and caring. You cannot go back this way, child. You must go on. Gorion forms before you. Though his image should be comforting, it seems but a shade of his living self. He is dead in your dreams, as in life. The phantom of your foster father gestures toward the blackness of the wood, as though it should be inviting. Perhaps it is, in a way, but the traveling will be hard. As you think this, a smooth and obvious path becomes clear out of the corner of your eye. It seems meant for you, pulls at your very being, and promises to quickly lead you away from the life you once led. Perhaps this would be for the best, but it is a bit too convenient for your liking. You do not wish to dwell upon the loss you have endured, but neither should it be forgotten. Gorion smiles and fades away. The pull becomes a push, but you turn away, steadfast in your new direction. The way is not quite as clear, but it is sure to be interesting nonetheless. A whisper follows as you stride away, something vestigial and sinister that you recognize, but yet have never heard. You will learn. You don't look back.
Also, we always dream. Even if we don't remember our dreams, we always dream. Armor class is based on the physical armor you wear, dexterity, and often magic effects like rings, cloaks, some spell function as armor. Very nice. We should find a store and sell some items, actually.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc. It's in the bag.
What? What happened? Oh, I thought they were heading for me. I don't need any trouble. Let's get in. Hello, booby.
Welcome to my humble...
Interesting little business on the side, Fran. I've a man who swears by his grandmother he glimpsed a white wolf up in the cloud peak in the fields, but it was a short way south, and she'd be easy picking for a smaller sword. I'd pay you good money for its pelt, so it's a guaranteed sale if you go. Keep in mind on your travels. Can I interest you with anything here in my humble shop? Orc racism. I know Arkael. It's horrible. What is this? Identify. I don't really have anything to identify. Okay. I've got some good items to sell. Okay, do I have anybody who can use this actually? Sort of, I guess. Screw this. I'm selling all of the spells.
This has been poor, what with the iron shortage and all.
Yep, I'm selling all of the spells. Screw this. This is so annoying. Sold. 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 Thank you, sold. What have you got? Sold. Sold. Bastard sold, sold, sold. What have you got for sale? Sold. Keep spells. Oh, I sold them. Too late. Who is Montar? Wait, one moment.
Stop touching me!
What need ye dead?
Something troubling you? Your voice is
You
ambrosia.
spoke at me?
Oh, okay. I might as well load the game. If you want me not to get rid of spells.
If you're sure that's what you want, it's in the bag.
If I shouldn't get rid of spells.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
Welcome to my humble establishment.
I'm just gonna sell some stuff. Splint mail, I'm selling. Dagger. Longsword. Gem. How much gold have I got now? Okay, what can I get here? Wait, I cannot use this? But I'm good at longbows. It's my specialty. Wait, why can't I use this? Why is it in red? Like, I have speciality in the longbow. I don't get it. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. If you're sure that's what you want, it's in the bag.
Okay, what else can I get here?
For the glory of arms!
Hello there, I recognize Yahaira in your group, so you must be adventurers. I was expecting. I am Baron Gatskill, Mayor of Nashville. I am happy to welcome you. I am sorry we had to meet under these circumstances. Alright, quest. Save your pleasantries and answer my questions. How did you know of my plans to come to Nashville? What exactly is the trouble here? I can't believe you haven't guessed. Have you heard of the iron shortage? Well, Nakshil is in the thick of it. Our mines are, but shut down because the workers continue to go missing. And what ore we do get is tainted somehow. I would send in the town guards, but we need them to protect our citizens from the bandits that raid our caverns. We need you to find out what was wrong in the mine southeast of town. I'll do what I can. Thank you.
You need something? It's in the bag.
I'll guess I'll save the world or something.
You spoke at me?
Now what? It's in the bag. I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
Ah, intrepid adventurers at our door.
Helm guards over all the realm, and his servants are all at your disposal. The vigilant one stands ready to melt thy ailments, and to the very unyielding gaze of the great guide, for a syllable donation, of course. Oh. Huh. Why can't I buy anything? Oh. Why can't I buy anything? Oh.
Uh-huh. If you're sure that's what you want.
Gather your party before venturing forth.
If you're sure that's what you want.
Oh, it's been a while since I heard that.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
It's been a while since I heard that. Of course, I heard it in Polish because I always played this game in Polish. There was no really language option, and
Now what? If you're sure that's what you want.
Stand away, citizen.
przed wyruszeniem w drogę zbierz Yes, that's right. Hey there, who told you you could come in here? This place is only for members of the Amnian soldiery. Little snot noses like you are not welcome here. Come on, get out of here, for I have to kick your butts. Hey, I'm sorry, we didn't know this was the barracks. We'll get her right now, okay? Good, run with your tail between your legs. Now if you'll excuse me, I have important business. Get out of my way.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
Jesus. What a wild place.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
me be, or the guard will have you.
What the hell? That's so mean. One moment. Wait, where am I? Damn. Who are you? Edwin.
Go no further. I require the services of your group.
Yes, they will do nicely.
Is this what I have to work with? Pathetic, but I will have to do. I'm Edwin, and I will have you work for me. It is but the simple chore of killing the witch, the Nahir. Do you accept this task? It sounds but a simple task. I'll do as you ask. I would know the price you offer before I take the job. Of course, you told me to take this person in, so... Of course you will, as I expected. I will lead them to her and she cannot hope to prevail. I will travel with you until the deed is done. Last I hear of her, she was traveling in the west. Okay, I guess we're gonna get rid of this character. Remove. There we go. Done.
Something troubling you?
You're letting me go, but we have shared so much good times. This is truly a sad day indeed. Goodbye. So sad, blah blah blah, and the rot. Come along, Montaran. You are my counterpart, and we shall not be separated. What is he doing?
Can you disturb me?
Oh.
Can I help you?
Okay, so... Finally, someone competent. Okay.
You are so irritating.
It's okay. There we go! Someone competent. No, I don't think so. But it's okay. He didn't have anything valuable anyway. Although I'm not sure now that I think about it. I'm gonna save, new save. Why can't I save?
Hey.
Okay. We'll load the game and see.
Something troubling you?
Yes, a lot. Oh, they actually have a lot of stuff. Okay. Okay, now I can...
Now what? I'm on it like it's in the bag.
That was a good call, but... I think we'll sell some items first. Nice! We're gonna change game soon. Tonight's a gaming night, gigglers. And we're not satisfied with just one game. Also, I want to discuss the... I actually want to discuss quite a few things. Okay, where is my character? Why can't I enter?
You need something? If you're sure that's what... Now what?
Oh, God.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
Oh, my God. What is with this game? Wait, where's my character?
You're a queer fellow.
Oh, God. She cannot move.
If you're sure that's what you want.
Oh, boy. Well, that is...
Servant away.
What you want?
Well, that's annoying. Too far away. Oh, my God.
Yep.
No. Nope. Okay, can we move now?
If you're sure that's what you want.
Oh, my God. It's this game, I swear.
I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
So racist. My racial enemy is supposed to be the ghouls.
Shortage and all.
That's nice. That's nice indeed. Okay, done.
Now what? I'm on it like ugly on an orc. If you're sure that's what you want.
There we go. Our new best friend.
Go no further. I require the services of your group. Yes, they will do nicely.
Your voice is amnesia.
Uh-huh.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Excellent. All right.
You need something? I'm on it like ugly on an orc.
We can save. We could actually... Now that I think about it, we could recruit that person from before. The one that...
No.
Nice.
If you're sure that's what you want.
Hey,
No, no, don't. Don't talk to me. No, don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you.
hey,
No! Oh my God. What is this place? What is this place so nameless?
Uh-huh. It's in the bag.
Excellent. Give me your stuff. Okay. That's not very good. I'm looking for the white wolf.
You funny looking.
He will, doggy. Oh, why don't you come home? Excuse me, I ever saw to bother you, but could you help me? I've lost my little dog and I can't find him. He's probably ever so scared right now. Certainly, little one. I would be glad to aid you. How will I recognize him? You will? Oh, thank you so very much. Just know he'll be alright. Poor Ruffy is used to strange places and people. You sure know him when you see him, cause he just cutest little thing. Here, take this as well. His favorite chew toy it is. He'll know you're a friend if you'll have it in your hand. Thank you so much.
You need something?
It feels like a trap, to be honest.
Now what? It's in the bag.
Feels like a trap? Is that a trap? Oh. The game never told me this. Still think it's a trap, to be honest. I have a very interesting topic for you all. Oh.
Worthless lives end here.
Skeleton. 65 experience? Hey, how good is a buckler? Should probably always pause game before doing this. Okay, what's the difference here? Just don't understand. What's the difference between a buckler and a medium shield? Chew toy. Just don't get it. Should I get it? Should I understand it?
You need something? Now what? It's in the bag.
Your worthless lives end here.
Melted. Game passes are melted in the inventory. Bucklers give less AC, but more people can use them.
Uh-huh. It's in the bag.
The what necklace?
Can I help you?
Yes.
None better.
You need something?
Okay, I've got... What does this do? I have no idea what this does. Agni Mani necklace. No clue what this does whatsoever.
I'm on it. Like,
Is there no way of knowing what stuff does in this game? Who are you? What? Hi, I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl. This is my older brother. Really pleased to meet you. Why would a Zivard, a Kobold, and a Tassoi be wandering around calling themselves Larry, Daryl, and Daryl? Larry, Daryl, and Daryl? Can I get your autographs? Hey Daryl, come quick. These folks want us to sign an electronic autograph for Scribble Scribble. I have no clue what just happened. You're probably the creators of this game or something.
Oh, I thought...
I care not.
Yes, oh,
You're a queer
omnipresent
fellow.
authority figure. You've a task?
uh-huh. I'm on it, like ugly on an orc. You need something? It's in the bag.
You have need of me? If none
Yes.
are better.
Now what? If you're sure that's what you want.
Yes?
Damn.
Uh-huh.
And if you right click items, you get info on them. There is damage and there is... Wait, what? Really? Come on. Okay, let's see. Oh! Someone should have told me this before. Okay. Okay, that's better. Alright.
You need something?
I did not know that. The game never told me that. My goodness. I feel all powerful now. Nice! We've hacked the game. Why are you both so slow? Who are these? Oh. Okay. I have to unload our load to others. I have to unload our loads onto other people. There you go.
You need some? I'm on it, like ugly on an orc.
Okay, we're just gonna sell all of this anyway. Oh, I can't go here.
Can I help you?
Yes.
Now what? I'm on it, like ugly on an orc.
Of course.
It's in the bag. If you're sure that's what you want.
Hey.
No! Leave me alone! I'm gonna kill you! Oh.
Hey.
No!
Hey.
No! I hate you. Oh my god. We're gonna sell some items, and then we're gonna move on to the next game because we have things to discuss. We have things to discuss, gigglers. In this stream, we're gonna discuss the most important thing of all.
I'm on it, like ugly on an orc.
Business is
Noober jump scare.
original.
Okay, go. We have you all one on A. Have you all one on A? Got a few topics for today, gigglers. Short bow. Okay, we're gonna sell a bunch of stuff. Oh! That's so interesting. I'm gonna leave it for now.
You need something? If you're sure that's what you want. If you're sure that's what you want. Now what? I'm on it.
Okay, we're gonna save now. We're gonna change the game. Quit. Okay. GOG. We're gonna go to GOG. I'm gonna change the title. There you go. So, as I set things up, I'm gonna ask you, are you familiar with the newest Jessie gender thing? Are you familiar with the Jessie gender thing? The newest one? That is my question to you. The cat, yes. I'm referring to the cat, actually, yeah. I am talking about the cat, yeah. I see that you're a person of culture. That's right, I am referring to the cat thing. I saw the fragment on Twitter, or should we call it X now? And I decided to talk about it. Especially since I feel like it has quite a lot of misinformation baked into it. I think the whole male... I think the whole male socialization thing has been misused, you know? And this is gonna be my opportunity to talk about it. But because I think that this is not... I think we're gonna look at it through the lens of someone else. Who do you like to listen to more? Kaffels or Xander Hall? Whose voice do you want to hear now? Choose Xander Hall versus Kaffels. Kaffels versus Xander Hall. Kaffels, said Maya Major. Maya Mayor has chosen Kaffels.
So this is something...
True, this is something. I can certainly oblige, but I have to find it. Let me see.
Hey.
Hey. YouTube. Oh, Chad Logic. Oh my god. It's Chad Logic. Why I bought Baldur's Gate even though I'm not going to play it. I might watch this actually. Later. The Jessie gender incident. Kaffels. Jessie gender. What a title from Ico Rules. Will and his channel is my favorite lol cow. Cat. Jessie put the cat down. Why did Jessie gender throw her cat? 8 minutes long video.
A couple days ago.
Because I have a few thoughts on this on my own, so we're gonna bloat the segment by making by making this a react. I will bloat the segment. What was Jessie's opinion on male socialization? Well, Jessie's opinion on male socialization is that it made her throw her cat, apparently, which is a bit silly. I'm gonna be quite honest. The thing has not begun in earnest, but I've known cis women that, unfortunately, I've known cis women that had these sort of fits of anger and violence. So excusing having fits of rage on your quote-unquote male socialization feels, I'm gonna be honest, it feels weak to me. It feels like a very weak excuse. You know, it feels just like a way to say, oh, you know, I had anger issues, but it's you know, it had nothing to do with me. It had to do with my male socialization or something. When quite literally there are cis women who experience the same thing. Like, this is basically like saying that cis women can't, you know, can't get uncontrollably angry, which is totally not true. Let's see what Caffles has to see. Like, not an excuse. Yeah. It's just very strange to me to go that route with when speaking about something bad that you've done in the past. I've done something bad, but you know, it's just like my male socialization. Little known fact, but guys always think about throwing cats. Just say you didn't care about the cat's feelings or thought it wasn't harmful. Like, come on. Like, cis women do also can get angry. Anger is not a product of male socialization. Oh, God. Okay, let's listen to Capples.
A couple days ago, me and some of my friends were...
By the way, the fact that you've chosen to listen about this from Capples is very telling. Instead of listening to Xander Hall, who's a male who underwent a male socialization, you choose to listen to the opinion of Capples, a cis woman. For shame. For shame. She blames the outburst on the male socialization, but the video is about how male socialization isn't real or that influential. What? If she's saying what? Wait, if she's saying that male socialization isn't real or that influential, then why is she blaming her outburst on male socialization? What? Now I'm confused. Really confused. Me and my homies throw cats left and right. Oh boy. Oh boy. I need a new kitty. Gosh. I miss having a pet. Like, I don't know. Donate to my pet fund. Okay, let's go. Let's do the segment, Gigglers.
Watching Jessie Gender's video essay.
Oh boy.
I guess no one found this clip in it, but holy sh**.
What do you mean nobody found this clip in it? Everybody's found this clip in it.
I once threw a cat in anger. Again, no real reason. I don't even remember what the argument was. I was just pissed off. So I picked up the nearest thing near me. Didn't see it as a living being. Just picked up my cat and threw it across the room. That cat was scared of me for the rest of its life.
Jesus Christ. I've got so many questions about this, by the way. How hard did you throw your cat that the cat was afraid of you for the rest of its life? Jesus. Okay, I just think that blaming this sort of thing on male socialization is pretty interesting.
I cannot overstate the fact that this isn't out of context. The missing context is literally her using this as an example to describe toxic masculinity.
But women do this sort of thing as well. Like what? If a cis woman does something like this, then is it toxic masculinity? There's a limit to blaming things on toxic masculinity and male. Ugh. Also, the way she has this story in the video, she just moves on after dropping it. Not much of reflection. It's crazy. If she's not blaming it on male socialization, then is she blaming it on biology? Come on, Jack. Come on, man. People of all genders can get angry like this. Come on, man.
However, I don't think that
Toxic masculinity, as I understand it, okay? Correct me if I'm wrong. But toxic masculinity is not about getting mad. It's not about being like, I don't know, having problems with controlling your emotions. It's about attitudes. It's about certain toxic attitudes towards life, other people, towards genders, etc. That is how I understand toxic masculinity. Not as having a short fuse or something like that. Right? Am I missing something? Am I misunderstanding what toxic masculinity is? Like the whole idea that women are just made to be less violent is also kind of shameful. I thought like crimes committed by women are more rare but also underreported and not taken as seriously. That's actually correct. Like women get just as angry as men do. And women also throw cats, I guess. At least the socialization argument has some merit because men are statistically more prone to violence, but it doesn't give men an excuse to be violent and lack personal responsibility. True. Oh, Jessie gender is a woman. A woman that underwent the male socialization. I don't know about anything to be H. I just got off work and I just feel like a blob. Okay. Very nice.
That getting into an argument
blob's
and then deciding to pick up and throw an animal. I don't think that's an example of toxic masculinity. I think that's an example of emotional dysregulation.
True.
The patriarchy did not...
True. And ironically, true. Yeah. I agree with this assessment, actually. It means you have problems controlling your emotions, and that's the thing that affects both men and women. Cis man and cis woman. Let me see. Should we watch the here's the video it's from. It's a two-parter. The clip is, this one is at 46:45. She's gonna play it probably. Oh, she played it. It's long. Oh, we'll see. We'll see if we'll see this video and then maybe we'll see the, you know, the original.
Socialize you into throwing animals across the room. It's crazy that she thought that she just put this in here. I gotta see what some of the people are saying. Oh my god. All of them are collected. Shane Dawson, Alinity, and Jessie Gender.
Oh my god.
One thing that really pisses me off about this entire thing, can you imagine if I did this? Like if I were to be like, by the way guys, I got really mad. My mom came back from a grocery trip and I asked her if she got the dino chicken nuggies. And she said that she didn't get it.
I don't even know what dino chicken nuggies are. I don't live life, I guess. I don't even know what those are.
Regular chicken nuggies. So I picked up our pet cat and I threw it out the window.
Oh my god.
Mad people would get. Whereas like the ooh small bean bread tube crowd can literally just say, oh yeah, I got into an argument. I picked up a living creature, like over my head, just fucking threw it across the room. It was terrified of me for the rest of its life. And they can get away with that because they're like really calm about it. I don't understand how people don't get mad about this shit. Jessie, why? Jessie, why would you do that, Jessie? See, I don't actually think that people really watch Jessie's content, at least like not all the way through. That was an old video and no one talked about that. And then she tried to pin throwing her cat on toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
You know, like I grew up as a little faggoty boy, just like her. However,
Like, that's so strange to do, in my opinion. It does sound like some sort of... What am I doing? Oh, I have this.
There's never a point where I got into an argument and my reaction was to pick up a living creature and whip it across the room.
Jesus.
I don't think that's actually a part of masculinity to abuse animals. You know? That's just not normal. That's very weird. I think that instead of doing like these systemic critiques, she should sit down and see a therapist, to be honest.
Yeah.
This is not a normal experience. The thing that toxic masculinity excuses aggression for are like defending your honor, defending women's honor, not throwing cats. Yeah, it's crazy. And she also said she used the fact that she punched a hole in a wall
What?
as a kid because the cafeteria was closed and I guess she wanted chicken nuggets.
What?
As an example.
Wait, that's a real thing? The chicken nuggets thing is a real thing? That's not just a joke from Keffels? Keep getting more excuses for bad behavior from the same people, and those excuses only justify more bad behavior, sexually reinforcing the toxic behavior, ironically enough. I'm addicted to nuggets. I mean, I do get nuggets, but they're not dinosaur shaped. Picking up an animal and throwing it sounds not cultural. I thought toxic masculinity was an issue of culture and socialization. Bro, what? Don't say bro.
Full of toxic masculinity, and I'm just like, that's just not right. That's not right.
Yeah.
That's not what toxic masculinity is. I got into fights with my siblings. I hit my little brother. My bigger brother hit me. We were little pieces of shit to each other, but I never took it out on an animal. Yeah, I know cis girls who...
I was never a piece of shit. When I fought for righteous justice. You believe me, right? It's true. You believe me. You better believe me, or I'll throw you across the room. Sorry, it wasn't directed at you. It was directed at this statement about... okay. You better behave, or I will throw you across the room. So help me, the great duck mother. We should move this unit.
Scrappy as fuck growing up. I know cis girls who stabbed people in high school.
Okay, I don't know cis girls that stabbed people, but I do know cis girls that were quite aggressive, okay?
School. And who fucking like got into fights in the hallways. Just like went up to another girls like, you're a fucking bitch, whipped them to the floor, and then just started punching each other. I do think it is funny that the day that this clip leaked, Jessie Gender, I don't know if it's related, but she posted a picture of her cat hiding in a box. Literally.
Jesus.
And I want to believe that it was related.
Jesus Christ.
Literally the same.
My little guy being a weirdo self today, and no, I'm not talking about Steven though. He's also my little... Oh my god. Why? Why? Oh no. That's a pretty looking can, by the way. But...
same day, and I want to believe that it was related. My headcanon is that the cat was hiding in the box because it didn't want to get thrown across the room. Let's see this shitpost.
I once threw a cat in anger. Again, no real reason. I don't even remember what the argument was. I was just pissed off.
That's the weird part. Okay, like all jokes aside, that's what's so weird about this situation to me. Because usually when kids get into fights, it's directly related to whatever situation they're in. But in
that's true.
Jessie is in an unrelated
Pro tip, gigglers, don't throw animals. Right. Unless you throw them to help them get somewhere. Although usually you just hold the cat up and the cat will jump from your, you know, from your hands or something. Jesus Christ! That is so... I used to break pencils and self-harm, but that was because of undiagnosed bipolar and not being taught how to regulate my emotions. Not because of how I was so... Yeah, exactly. That doesn't seem like a problem of socialization. It seems like a... Exactly, emotion regulation problem. And Keffels said the same thing that I really wanted to say. Maybe it was good that we're listening to Keffels. Because I also knew cis girls that were quite violent. I guess they were all male socialized or something.
Argument, and then decides to pick up the cat and throw the cat.
So I picked up the nearest thing near me. Didn't see it as a living being.
Nearest thing near me. Shh.
Just picked up my cat and threw it across the room. That cat was scared of me for the rest of its life.
I think it's weird because cats usually don't have that great of a memory.
Yeah, I know. That's also what really makes me think. Usually when, like, it happens, bad things happen. For example, 1 in a million years, it will happen, for example, that you'll be in a hurry, you won't pay attention, and you'll, for example, I don't know, step on your cat's tail a bit or something, and the cat will go like, wow, you know, and you'll be like, oh no. But the cat will forget about it after some time. It won't, like, be scared of you for the rest of its life. For a cat to be scared of you for the rest of its life, that, like, what sort of a throw was it? Was it like, like, I don't... Okay. Jessie never said how long the cat lived after that. Oh, that got a bit dark. Like, what sort of a throw was it? Like, Keffels is actually correct. Cats actually usually forgive and forget stuff like that. It's not like some sort of lifelong fear.
Repeatedly, they'll start avoiding you. But if it's a one-off, they usually don't remember. It doesn't bother them.
Yeah.
It's either this is a repeated pattern of behavior.
Yeah, if it's a one-off, they will forgive you. Especially if you're really, really nice to them and try to make it up to them. They will forgive you. Yeah.
Or she fucking, like, whipped that cat so fucking far and so fast that it went into orbit.
Grown up is hard. There's all sorts of problems.
What was that?
It went into orbit.
Made a great video the other day about drama in the YouTube leftist space, and while I have some criticism, I think overall he's absolutely correct. Sadly, it's proved all too true to me recently, and I've seen some folks be more interested in fueling division and drama rather than solidarity and coming together, especially in the face of ongoing hatred. I'll be on FD's live stream on Thursday to talk about some of it in a way that I hope will be at least forward thinking as possible and not antagonistic. But regardless, I also know FD's video got hit with the monetization issues and it hurt the video, so if you can give it a watch, I think it's worth the time. I'm not sure how this is related.
Up is hard. There's all sorts of problems.
Here's the thing. I like Hassan overall, but this is the wrong take with his platform. He doesn't need to use and give attention to a game that supports an economy of hate to do so. What he should do is play a game by trans creator no one knows. That's unrelated. That's not related. One of my old roommates' cats was super skittish and afraid of men, which is the reason they gave me for the cat hiding all the time.
Really embarrassing that people decided to bully Hasanabi into not streaming the Wizard game for charity when the material harm from playing the game is practically nil. There's now no money being raised for trans people who desperately need it. So
I actually did a charity. Who here was here for the charity that I did by playing the Hogwarts Legacy game? We've actually gathered $1,000, if I remember correctly, for a trans charity. A creator of my modest size managed to get $1,000 for the charity. You were here. Very nice, Maya Mayor. It's true. It was a good day. Did you know that I have not played this game since? I haven't played Hogwarts Legacy ever since that fundraiser, which is pretty interesting. Oh, it's a dark joke, sorry.
Jesse's response to me saying that is, here's the thing, I like Hassan overall, but this is the wrong take. With his platform, he doesn't need to use and give attention to a game that supports an economy of hate to do so. What he should do is play a game by a trans creator no one knows and do a charity stream. Full disclosure, I was on a lot of drugs in that period. Like in February, that was like the peak of active addiction before I had to go to daycare for drug addicts. The way that my take has changed on this is I still think Jessie was in the wrong because Jessie suggested that Hassan should stream The Last of Us. So The Last of Us Part 2, the thing about that is the studio is notorious for crunch. To the
Since when is The Last of Us 2 a game made by trans creators? No, that's... what? Some guy must have done something horrible to her at some point while their sister was very super cuddly and loved being pet by me. Not the skittish cat would just hide in my roommate's closet all the time. Damn.
Point where one of the people working at that studio had to be hospitalized because they were crunching so much. Crunch is a term for when they have a deadline to release a product.
Had this weird police raid in the past, which I've mentioned one. Yes, I was police raided. It's a long story. And my cat just hid, and the police searched through the apartment where I lived. And at some point, I think my mom mentioned the cat, or I mentioned the cat, and the police said, "We didn't find any cats. There are no cats in this apartment. There's no cat here." And they supposedly did a search. And then, when they left, it was actually not police, it was the border guard or something. And then when they left, my cat just went out of hiding. My goodness.
Product, and they are rushing in order to release that product. So people end up working way more hours than they should, and it ends up affecting the physical and the mental health of everyone at the studio. The gaming industry has a lot of problems, but also recommending to the socialist live streamer that they should stream the game from the studio notorious for violating workers' rights. That's a pretty bad thing to do or expect from him. But I also think that Hassan was incredibly whiny. He never did the stream to support the trans community. He literally punished the trans community.
True.
Because people got mad about him wanting to play Hogwarts Legacy. Which, come on, dude. You are like 33 years old. Act like an adult. To be frank, he did do $1 million stream for Turkey, which I'll give him credit for. But yeah, I can see how it feels.
True, act like an adult. I will never act like an adult. Don't expect me to act like an adult. Never. I will never. Putting Hazan a socialist live streamer is a stretch, LMAO. Okay. I will never act like an adult. Don't
the trans community
at me.
Burner for that. Like, I'm glad that he did that for charity, for Turkey, but that was not the plan So he basically just said, fuck the trans community. A handful of you are bullying me on Twitter because of Hogwarts Legacy, so I am going to back out entirely.
What?
I don't understand how this turned into...
Childhood calls for America's favorite pasta sauce.
What? That's... Thank you. That's true.
Okay. So that was Keffel's take on the thing. I'm not satisfied yet. I want to hear Xander Hall's take next. Are you ready for more? You ready for more? Is Keffel's noodle posting again? Cancel her. No, it's not about noodles this time. This time it's not about noodles. This time it's about throwing cats. We're discussing throwing cats this time. It's not about noodles. Okay, now it's Xander Hall's turn. Now it's your turn, Xander Hall. What is your... Oh! There we go. Your turn, Xander Hall. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I unfortunately heard about it again. So I want to talk about it. I am going to talk about it through the mouth of Xander Hall. We'll see if Xander Hall agrees with me, okay? Not agreeing with me makes you a bigot. Hello, Xander Hall.
Well, everybody, recently there's been a massive schism within the left between Cornbread Tube, or the woke scold, tanky adjacent, or outright tanky part of left tube.
Damn.
And the debate bro sphere. Basically people who are not insane and for some reason happen to mostly do live stream content. Anyway, Jessie Gender is one of the premier figures with...
That sounds so biased, Xander Hall. So there's been a schism within the left, and, you know, one side is just crazy tankies and weirdos, and one is people who are not insane. I mean, it's not entirely incorrect, but I find the framing very funny. Like, I never heard people talk about that Harry Potter game anymore. I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why indeed. I've never played it ever since that fundraiser I did. As someone with lady socialization, I can confirm that pet throwing was instilled as a core value during my upbringing. True. True and real. True and base.
She's recently said that her goal right now is to create an online left that rejects us, like debate bros, who quote-unquote only care about preserving hierarchy.
Okay, I'm gonna make an announcement of my own. I can see that my core audience is here. If you are here, you are part of the core audience, gigglers. I'm gonna create a left space that is going to reject all duck haters. All people that are anti-duck are going to be thrown out of this space. We do not accept or support anyone who is anti-duck. And God help you if you eat that French dish, that cursed French dish that is made by force-feeding ducks. God help you if you do. That is my statement. That is my mission statement.
And basically, like, excise us from the online left and make a whole new, like, space. And they call it Cornbread Tube. Which is, yes, a reference to the fact that within the South, the cornbread...
It is very corny, but get it? Very corny. I have a great sense of humor. No duck haters or people who throw ducks. Oh, I mean, a duck would probably just fly if it got thrown. But yes. But yes. Unless it's one of those really big domestic ducks that cannot fly, in which case, don't do it. I, for one, prefer my leftist spheres as exclusive as possible. True. Truer words were never spoken. True. My characters are dying. And it's okay.
Is a very popular food, and a lot of people attribute that, like, as like a stereotype about black people, but I
Wait.
don't really know how true it is if I'm being honest,
Really?
like in 2023. But it's literally like a race reference.
Wait, is that true? Was corn really associated with black people? I've never heard about this before. Which maybe makes sense that I've never heard about this before because I'm from Poland, but is that true? Corn with black people? I've never heard of that before. This is the goat, and no debate is necessary, probably. Cornbread definitely is. Yeah? Cornbread is associated with black people? What does cornbread look like while we're at it? Have I even ever eaten cornbread? How's it hanging, friends? We're doing the Jessie gender thing. Actually looks pretty good. I don't think I've ever eaten cornbread. It doesn't look like bread. It looks like cake. You know, carrot cake. It tastes bad. It bothers me how America-centric cornbread is. It does look good. It looks like cake. It looks like carrot cake. It has the consistency of carrot cake, which I think would be tasty. I like corn. I think corn is good. I've eaten corn. Boiled corn with dinner. As a side dish, I've eaten corn. I like corn. It's very good, says Ultimate Lotad. Which, hello, welcome. And I'm gonna ask you what brings you to this stream. And I'm gonna welcome you to the page. But yes. By the way, I always ask people, if I don't recognize their names, what brings them to the stream so I can build strategies to attract more viewers. Like, it's honestly kind of telling about their perspective that they named themselves Cornbread Tube. Blasphemy, it's great. Like, my grandmother used to make fried corn. Oh, nice, yeah. I usually ate it in boiled form. It's good as a side dish when you have some meat and something like that. The only acceptable form of corn is syrup, and only if it's sweetening and soda pop. Any other forms of corn are waste of sunlight. But I love corn as a side dish for my dinner. Cornbread, while sweet, if more of a dinner side item, no dessert. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that because I've eaten boiled corn as a side thing for dinner many times. Corn crisps are great. Oh, I wanna... Corn is kukurydza in... Corn is kukurydza in Polish. Let me see. Chleb kukurydziane. You can buy it in Poland? Where? I want to buy it and eat it. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it on stream and tell you how it tastes. If I can find cornbread in Warsaw somewhere, I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it on stream. I have to find a store. Oh? Okay, I'm gonna buy it. This is my announcement for the stream. I'm gonna buy some cornbread and I'm gonna eat it. It honestly sounds good. I forgot how exactly it ties into black stereotypes, but it's food associated with them. I always assumed they meant it for reference to the fact they're black and content creators. It's just bread, Lucy, but I love bread. I'm Polish. I love bread. And my family, before Second World War, owned the biggest bakery in Warsaw, or one of the biggest bakeries in Warsaw. So I feel a special spiritual connection to bread. I feel a special connection to bread, okay? I come from a family of people that run a huge bakery. In fact, my family created a very popular type of bread in Poland. They created the recipe, supposedly. So of course I'm gonna be, trying new types of bread. I do have the incomprehensible sake of an eldritch abomination, so I probably will enjoy it. No, don't buy it pre-made. You have to make it at home. There's usually pre-made mix, or you can make it from scratch. That's actually a really good idea. Oh my god, Palm Dad. That is content. I'm gonna bake it and eat it on stream. Oh my god. In Poland, it's not. You have very separate... In Poland, there are very separate things. Someone learning German, I can confirm that half of the food related we learn is some form of bread. True. True. Also, all of the foods that I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna speak from the perspective of a Polish person now, okay? There are these foods that are sort of racially, I don't know, that are sort of, what's the term? That are, someone used the word above. That is stereotyped as food that black people eat. And it's all delicious food. So is the stereotype that black people love delicious food? Yeah. Like, I heard that there's a stereotype of black people eating fried chicken. Fried chicken is delicious. I heard the stereotype that black people like watermelon. Watermelon is delicious. So what's the stereotype that... Like, what? I eat fried chicken almost every second day. Fried chicken is really good. It's not. It's good. I love watermelon as a dessert. Like, damn. And I love fried chicken. In fact, I'm gonna have fried chicken tomorrow. That is my promise to all of you. fried chicken. In fact, my brother bought some chicken today. It's in the fridge. And we're gonna fry it. So, stereotype comes from black people being watermelon farmers, I think, if I remember correctly. Huh. That's interesting. I also like regular melons. It's a dumb stereotype, but nevertheless a harmful one. Right-wingers will use such things as insult. It's so weird to use liking delicious food as an insult. It's so weird. And it is in fact associated with the southern US, which is in turn associated with black people. Right. Because of certain polygonal cheddars trade. Like, I remember my best friend, who's Vietnamese, talked to me about this stereotype, you know? I remember he talked to me about this stereotype, and he said like that it's obvious that people would eat fried chicken because chicken is basically among the cheapest of foods. Like, tons of people who are not super wealthy eat chicken because chicken is just cheap to buy. You know? Okay, let us move on. We've entered the discussion of food. And we're actually here to discuss cat throwing.
For the name of this like section of LeftTube. It's very bizarre and I don't think it's going to get very far, but Jessie Gender is one of the headliners despite the fact she is white and riddled with white guilt. Now, recently she dropped the video that's got a whole fucking lot of people. Whole lot of people on Twitter talking about her. Now, I
think chicken is more expensive than pork here. It's not in Poland. In Poland it's definitely not more expensive. It's cheap in Poland.
I can't access the tweets talking about this because I'm rate limited on Twitter and I'm banned.
Watermelon is native originally to Africa and was domesticated there. That might partially be where the stereotypes comes from. I mean, but coffee comes from Africa. I don't think there's a stereotype that black people are heavy coffee drinkers, right? Unless there's something I'm missing.
But there is a clip that my lovely editor Cherry has gathered, and oh, there have been many memes made about this. The memes are a spicy, okay?
Spicy
now,
meatball.
Hypers in chat, if you still have a shred of respect for Jessie Gender. Oh yeah, Pillow made a good meme.
Hypers, you do the hypers, gigglers. Duck hyper if you have any respect for Jessie Gender left. Where's the duck hyper? Lucy hyper, sorry. Hypers in chat. Hypers in chat if you have any shred of respect for Jessie Gender. And if you don't, then use the Doomer duck. Hypers if you do, Doomer duck if you don't. Is my choice. Thankfully, I haven't seen anyone throw cats. Maybe I was lucky with that. I would have been in actual fights if I did. Yeah, heavy coffee drinking stereotyping is one normally associated with like white women and workaholics. Alright. Nobody here has any shred.
I heard, yeah.
No shreds
One
given.
Person. Okay. Well, prepare to have whatever semblance of respect you have for Jessie.
Oh boy.
Evaporate.
Oh boy.
I was angry a lot.
I like
I
iced coffee.
got suspended for punching through a door in school. And the reason that I punched through the door was because I was told to walk around the cafeteria and not walk through it because they were cleaning it. It's stupid.
Excuse me? I'm not sure what's worse, the cat thing or this. I honestly don't know what's You had anger issues. Excuse me? Punch through a door because you were asked not to walk in when the floor is being... Oh my goodness. Okay. That's actually... Also, it might just be me, but Jessie Gender is such a weird name. I can't put my finger on it, but it sounds like a conservative insult or something. Well, I think that's just subjective. I think the name is fine, but... I listed over the Sharik the Django tweet. I can't judge someone only one thing, which they admitted, whether they blame it on things that don't make sense. Call her Jessie Gender because she talks so much about her gender. She's just gender for the same reason people used to get called James Smith or whatever. She's a professional gender. Well, arguably there's more than just one thing with Jessie Gender, but I'm not actually here to judge Jessie Gender on the thing. I'm here to discuss blaming bad behavior or lack of emotional control on things like male socialization or toxic masculinity. So we can even divorce the thing from Jessie Gender. Jessie Gender just happens to be the conduit of the discussion, okay? Forget Jessie Gender. Forget that, like, Jessie Gender is just... It's not here. She's not here anymore. We're talking about the fact that it's not good to blame your lack of emotional regulation on things like toxic masculinity or socialization. Okay? And I think we can have this discussion divorced from Jessie Gender as a person. Here's an article about watermelon thing if you're still interested. We will look at it later. I like Jess because of the non-Star Trek stuff, but then she turned into the plot of the average Thomas the Tank Engine episode, and oof, yikes. Oh no. I can't say I'm a big fan of Thomas the Tank Engine. Toponymic surnames are so much cooler than profession-related surnames. Like, we want people not to judge others based on gender, etc., but let's keep talking about gender or something. Okay. So yes, I've addressed the chat. I've scalded the chat.
But I was just angry that day. I didn't really know why, and being told what to do, being told that I had to walk somewhere else just pissed me off. So I punched the door in front of my cafeteria lady. And still to this day, I still kind of feel pain in my hand because of it. Yet it doesn't just stop at self-harm or harm at inanimate objects. I once...
Here's the part that went viral.
And I will tell you this first, the cat was absolutely okay.
Like... This is lack of emotional control. It makes sense. Look like a way to bring up interesting topics. I know we're not really discussing one person. Yeah, like it's actually a waste of time to just discuss one person. Like if she's saying she did it, she obviously wants to move past it. So I don't think it's really much worth. I only saw Thomas the Tank Engine when I would go to work with my grandma. I don't remember much of it. I don't remember much either. I saw it on Cartoon Network or something. They sometimes did play it on Cartoon Network, I believe.
I'm gonna say doubt, and you'll understand why after I elaborate.
But I once threw a cat in anger. Again, no real reason. I don't even remember what the argument was. I was just pissed off. So I picked up the nearest thing near me. Didn't see it as a living being. Just picked up my cat and threw it across the room. That cat was scared of me for the rest of its life, which was very long.
That's... That part worries me a bit, but... The plot is always the one of the train gets too big for his britches and ends up off the rails. Yeah, this sounds like a behavioral issue that could have been solved with therapy. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. But it's like Keffel said, cats usually forget a one-off behavior.
And very happy, to be clear. But I almost deeply harmed another living being because of how angry I was. I also hurt myself because of how angry I was, permanently.
Okay. Cat owners in chat, no. That is bullshit. Every cat owner in chat knows that's bullshit because cats like to roughhouse. They love to get rough. They love to get, like, tossed around a little bit, like a little bit of like, play fighting in the bed. They can handle a little bit of roughhousing, right?
To be fair, Sanderhold, there's a bit of a difference between a little bit of play and being thrown across the whole room. Okay, that's a bit of a difference. I owned 10 cats. I know what sort of roughhousing you mean. And it's nothing resembling throwing your cat across the room. I've roughhoused with 10 cats. I'm a cat, then, you know, whisperer.
If they can even handle a little bit of slight injury as an accident. Some people accidentally step on their cat's tail because they don't know it was there.
Yeah, see? I even gave this example earlier. Yeah, it happens, especially if you have 10 cats. It will happen from time to time that you will step on your cat's tail or something. And they will forget it. They will forget it if they live in a loving home, etc. They will just, you know, it was an accident. They will understand it. For it to be scared for life, though, it makes me think it happened more than once. Same, yeah. Like, I'm pretty good at understanding cats, I think, since I've had them for like over 10 years, and I've had 10 of them.
Like I accidentally stepped on my cat's tail once and was like, "Oh my god, my baby! Oh, I'm so sorry,
That's
and like
true.
for half a second, the cat's like a little freaked out and confused. But then the second you show that you're sorry and you care about it, the cat like immediately goes back to normal, right?
Yeah,
the idea that the cat would be scared of her for the rest of its life is insane.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the cat, sure. But I think
It does depend on the cat, but you'd have to deal with a pretty traumatized cat for that to happen. 10 cats person here too, since 2017. Smiled when you mentioned some things I know very well. Nice. I spoiled it though, that's hyper specific. Imagine somebody being called Matt from... What? What are you talking... What? Zanarkal here is calling doubt that the cat wasn't harmed. I think he's about to say that exact thing. He's not disagreeing with you what you're saying here. Yeah, true. For her to be scared to life, they'll make it... Yeah. Yes. Don't worry. I actually contractually cannot disobey Zanderhold because I'm a member of his guild in World of Warcraft Classic, so... If I disobey Zanderhold too much, I might get fired. Okay, Moose.
vast majority of people who've had cats before in chat are gonna be like, nah, dude. Nah, dude. Cats can take a lot of shit and still, like, not be.
I'm not gonna say, dude.
Like a toss across the room, like say onto the couch or a bed or even the ground where the cat like landed and stuck the landing and just kind of like was freaked out and ran off. That would not make the cat forever afraid of her.
True.
In the vast majority of cases with the vast majority of cats.
True.
It had to have been like thrown against a wall and like hurt.
Yeah.
And it might have been multiple times, like repeated behavior, because cats are assholes, but they're forgiving.
True.
Like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to...
Also, no. Cats being called assholes is a very hurtful stereotype. None of the cats that I've owned, and I've owned plenty, were assholes, okay? Cats are not assholes. If cats are assholes, then they're just mature energy, okay? That's my hot take. If you think cats are assholes, then they're just matching your energy. There you go.
Just like any crimes here, it's just like...
I just threw shade on people.
My knowledge of cats is like you'd have to do more than just like toss it once to make it afraid of you for life. Like it just doesn't vibe with me, I guess. She punted it, bet. I don't know about that. It's just, we'll assume she threw it, but it's like, I don't know. Zen, are we drama farming, or do we have a moral obligation to say, hey, that's not normal, Lamau? Yeah, I genuinely, I'm not trying to drama farm. I've had a cat. I have so many friends with cats, and their cats love to fucking fight. Like, their cats love a little roughhousing. Like, I've got multiple friends who have cats that will literally run to them to get picked up and thrown into a pile of pillows and blankets on the bed, like 4 or 5 feet away.
I mean, come on, that's a difference. That's a difference. I haven't had much difference with cats. My family has only had dogs because my mom is super allergic to cats.
And then run back to get thrown back again, then run back to get thrown back.
Okay, that's a difference, though.
Like, they'll literally run back to keep doing it again because they love it so much. Cats love a little bit of roughhousing. Sometimes they're moody cats that just want to lay around, but they can handle that generally unless they're...
Throwing a kitty into a bunch of pillows is not roughhousing, though.
Already hurt or something, but, like, I don't know, it just feels weird.
There's nothing rough about it.
Comment shows a pattern of abuse, not a one-time thing, but Zan is right. Without solid proof, it's just speculation. But geez, keep the pussy away from Jessie, man. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Speculating here. It's just like, in all my experience with cats, it would take so much more.
But I'm more worried about the topic of...
than just one toss.
Blaming it on
the cat was all right,
socialization.
According to her words, to make it afraid of someone for life.
You know?
I felt like an empty shell, a person wearing a mask. And as a result, angry at the world. Feeling like it was pointless and meaningless. And wishing I could just shove that violence onto others and other things around.
Yeah, this was from the video she did on Vosh, yeah. For the context, Frogs, you should clarify this was when she was a kid, I think in high school by the sound of it. Listen, okay? Especially as a teenager, I had problems with my anger. I had problems with my temper. I think it's very common with teenage boys, but I think I had it a little bit more than others. I never once hurt a living thing. Like, I might have damaged a couple objects once or twice, but a living thing, an animal, a pet, a dog, or a cat? Are you fucking kidding me? Never in a million goddamn years.
That's
a
usually...
high schooler damn well knows.
Hurting animals is actually usually considered a red flag.
No matter how angry, that what they are hurting, what they are picking up and throwing is a living thing. The idea that she did not, like, understand that what she was picking up and throwing was a living thing is bullshit. She didn't care. She was so angry, she didn't care.
To be fair, she didn't say she didn't understand it. She did basically say she didn't care. She said, I picked the closest thing, treating it as not a living thing. So she didn't say she didn't understand it. She said she, in her rage, didn't care.
This is not the kind of thing you would ever
to be
want
accurate.
to admit. And the fact that the way she worded what happened afterwards really, yeah. It really doesn't sit right with me. Clearly, there is more to this story.
I'm gonna be honest. I disagree with Xanderhall here. I think it's okay to admit to doing bad things. What I find not good is following up on it with saying, and it was all caused by toxic masculinity / my socialization. You know? Because would it make it better if people did bad things and just didn't admit to it and bottled it up? I don't think that would be better. I don't think it's better to just do a bad thing and bottle it up and never admit to it. I don't think the admitting to it is not wrong or bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely more, but that was where she ends the story. Yeah, for those that don't know, Jessie Gender kind of got into the ire of a lot of this part of the left after she signaled...
I gotta say, I disagree with what Xanderhall is saying, that you shouldn't admit to stuff. You should admit to the bad things you do. You know?
A content creator in Cornbread Tube by the name of Soul Bunny, who started this big push of calling Shark 300 the C slur, C-O-O-N, which is a slur oftentimes used to refer to black people who are seen as like race traitors, and it's a slur used by other black people for black people who are determined to be like a race traitor. The term itself is extremely racist. I also think the term Uncle Tom is racist if you look at its background and like the history behind it. But I don't know. Yeah, it's really sus.
It's also unrelated to the topic.
Desire or felt valid coming out to get behind that hate brigade.
Yeah, but that's unrelated to the topic at hand, to be honest. Like, the whole shark thing, that's, sure, yeah, that is part of her portfolio to be, like, so to speak, but it's unrelated to the topic. It doesn't really matter in the discussion we're having now.
As, like, a harassment grade against Shark, but that was when a lot of people...
Blaming her anger on male socialization rather than the mental health issue is pretty bad, yeah.
...in the space stopped liking Jessie Gender. And her defense of Bad Bunny...
Because it sort of implies that all people that are male socialized will punch doors and throw cats, which is not true. We don't have a societal problem of people punching through doors when asked to be mildly inconvenienced or throw cats. I don't think.
Now known as Kira Chats too. Yeah, that was also something that kind of got her under a fair amount of people's shit list. Shark hasn't even done anything worth calling him a race traitor for either. Like, dude, Shark just vibes, dude. Like, Shark just has, like, some of the chillest streams out there. He keeps his nose clean. He keeps to himself for the most part. He doesn't start shit.
Listen.
They're literally just mad that Shark's existence is kind of inconvenient for the narrative, that this section of, like, the streamer left is only white people.
I also try to be wholesome.
Narrative where Shark is actually, like, literally Candace Owens tier or something. And it's, like, such a... fantasy, but they...
Am I wholesome? Am I a wholesome streamer? I see we're doing Warcraft stuff today. I'm not complaining, although I've been watching some lately again. We're not just doing Warcraft. We've been doing Baldur's Gate before. And we're gonna do more different games still. Socialize to disregard the well-being of others, I assume, is what she was talking about in the vid in that portion. Yeah, but it does not work as an excuse for throwing a cat. Thank you, Mood Watcher. Alright, let's go. Also join the page. Become a pager. She's the most coherent with her video essays, so I assume it draws into the point. I don't know, I haven't watched it, but yeah. It might draw into a wider point, but I think this part is falsely drawing into the point, if that makes sense. You know? Yeah, come hang in the side chat, y'all. Join us, true.
They need people to believe it. The core premise of what they're building this new era of LeftTube they want to make on is the idea that, like, lefty live streamer debate bros are racist, awful people, and you should never, ever listen to anything they have to say. Shark laughs at the darkest and is super positive and chill. Yeah, no, Shark's sense of humor is, like, very, like he has, like, a sense of humor that doesn't rely on edginess. Like, he's just very funny on his own. Like, on screen,
True.
He doesn't rely on, like, slurs or super over-the-top,
True.
like, mean-spirited jokes to be...
Shark300 has the best humor from all streamers. Hands down. There's no funnier streamer than Shark.
Funny. And he can also be edgy. He can also go hard and be edgy. So it's just, you know, it's a nice combo. Oh wow, they aren't even friends? Christ, so these people are just insane? Yeah. Why are all of our enemies the worst people alive? I don't know. I don't know. It just keeps happening. It just keeps on happening, doesn't it? Who could guess?
I don't think they're worst people alive. I think they're worst people than the woke skulled cornbread tubers. I do think they're worse people. Just so you know. Hello, Ultimate Lodad. Consider subscribing, by the way, while you're on the page, because anything you donate or subscribe, it all goes to me. Should we watch Jessie's original video? You know what? Let's watch the original video. Can you link it again? Can you link it again? We're gonna watch the whole video. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think it's fair to watch the whole video and not just discuss a small fragment of it. And while you link it, do you know if Jessie was socialized as a boy named... What? What are you trying to say? Is this some South Park reference? Okay, we will watch it on a speed up. Link it. I'm going to go to the toilet. The toilet. The toilet. I'm gonna get cereal. Link me up. I'm gonna go to the toilet. Also consider supporting your favorite streamer, which hopefully it's me. Uh-oh. HRT time. Before I go to the toilet, I have to take my HRT, hormone replacement therapy. Is it therapy? I think it's therapy. Gotta eat dinner. What? I don't know what's with the current video essays, but their videos just seem like rambling with a point. They try to but don't substantiate. Jessie's like of the better end of the spectrum, but she makes her videos too long. Hello, like Alec Carl Parker. I'm going to the toilet. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the toilet. Don't run away. I apologize for going to the toilet on your break. Fake Calico Parker. Hello. I think basically describe me like what? What? What do you mean? It's like you're back in Hassan's chat. Oh my goodness. Maybe one day I will be as big as Hassan. It was very satisfying, as always. When I do something, it is satisfying and very fulfilling. Who? Andrew Tate is on the thumbnail. The basic structure of an essay is claim, evidence, explaining, reasoning. They without a doubt make the claim, not always show evidence, never explain their evidence, and rarely ever do the reasoning part. Alright. Technically speaking, the basic structure of an essay should be opening, middle, conclusion, but and rarely ever do we see the reasoning. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. And rarely ever do we see the singing part. I just think it's such a waste of time to be making video essays about other creators. I want to do video essays, but I want to do video essays about, I don't know, history topics, you know? Things that actually require an essay, not I don't like creator X, so I have to make an essay about it. Let's see, do you think my video essay was... I think your video essay was pretty good, actually. I actually think your video essay was pretty good. I actually don't think it was bad at all. But yeah. Because it was... Okay. I'm going to say something really harsh now. Oh really? What was the main topic? Jesus. It was something Transformers related. I'm pretty sure I remembered it when I was watching it. My critiques. I will remember the topic once I recall my critiques of the thing. Militarism is bad. That's true. Do you want me to watch your video essay on stream? I mean, I can review it on stream if you want. I'm just gonna say one thing. Fake Alec Kyle Parker's essay about Transformers and militarism will age far, far better than an essay about some other creator. Okay? Militarism being bad is a topic that basically will not age for a long time, okay? I will guarantee you that the topic of Creator X is bad will age like sour milk. I guarantee you that all of those essays that just trash other creators are gonna age extremely bad. Mr. Beast, you mean? Mr. Big. I'm not sure if that's the video with the cat stuff in it. That's the video with her. Well, we'll watch the thing. If you're gonna make an essay, in my opinion, make it about a topic that will last for years. Make it an essay that people will watch for years to come. Okay? Make it about something really big, really important. Not about, I don't know, debate bros. Or Andrew Tate. I just think it's a waste of time to dedicate...
I've been thinking a lot about masculinity lately. I think I always have been, in some ways. I guess we all have. Recently, I went back home for Christmas, back to the house I grew up in small little Buffalo, New York, and my mother told me that I needed to clean out the last vestiges of my stuff that I had left in her home, or else she would throw it out.
Interestingly enough, I wonder... Isn't gossipy stuff timeless? No. I hate to be the bringer of bad news. Gossipy stuff is not timeless. Because what the topic of gossip is changes a lot and very quickly. Let's go.
You know, that mom thing of, you're an adult with a home now, deal with it. So, I'm almost 30 now, so I guess it is probably...
Maybe that's the... I hate to be mean, but maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem isn't... Maybe the problem isn't the male socialization. Maybe the problem is, I don't know, this sort of thing. What did you think of the several manosphere videos people were doing? Okay, I have not seen any of them, so I think that works as my opinion on them, right? I think that works as my opinion on the videos if I have not seen any of them. Gossiping is timeless. Gossip is only as relevant as its subject. Well, I mean, gossiping is timeless. But the topic of the gossip is definitely not. Okay? You can make a video essay on gossiping and it will be timeless. But if you make a video essay on a very specific gossip topic, it will not be timeless. I have not watched any of the Manosphere videos. I just have zero interest. Like, I have zero interest in watching the Manosphere videos. I don't know. Maybe if I get a big dono, we can watch it on stream, but I don't know.
About time. Jesus, I'm 30. So, I went to the basement's darkest corner and found 4 boxes. After finishing college...
Oh, stop your whining. 30 is very young.
And moving to Los Angeles, I had put everything that I had wanted to say from that childhood and couldn't take with me in these 4 boxes. So as a result, everything that was already in these boxes was chosen by me. Things that I had wanted to ensure stuck around for later. And so when I opened them, I got lost in memory. I found...
Is it horrible of me? Is it really bad of me that my first thought when she started saying I got lost, that I expected her to say I got lost in the sauce? Is that bad of me? Am I a bad person? I expected to hear when I opened the box, I got lost in the sauce.
A lot of toys and weird stuff like this guy. It's a whole Fisher-Price castle that I played with as a kid, and it's freaking great. Like, look, it has a little trapdoor and a little dungeon that you can torture people in. It's got a little cave. It's got a little cave over here. Like, this thing was the absolute best, and I adored the crap out of it as a kid. But
I got lost in the wash. Oh my goodness. You are doing it right. I should show you some of my childhood toys one day. I bet this is what people come here to watch. My childhood toys. And maybe, just maybe, I will show them to you. I think of stuff like that all the time. It's fine. That's good.
As this very much shows, these things in these boxes weren't just objects, but connections to my past. Threads and tethers to moments of emotion. and to the life that I had lived. Tokens along the path that I had walked that marked the way for me. You can see where I am now as a person and draw a direct line back to these objects, tracing them like paths on a map. I had things like my old Animorph books, or Bionicles, or
God, sometimes I forget people like Jessie are adults. Do you forget I'm an adult? I stupidly gave away or lost of all my good old toys, but we got ever better ones. I mean, I think a lot of my stuff got lost because of because of many circumstances, but it's okay.
My Mystic Knights of Tir na Nog action figures, and all of these things are still the shit. Obviously, you can see how they can.
No, because you act like one. Well, I don't know. I often think that I don't really act like an adult, but I guess it depends on the situation, on the topic, etc. Warcraft 2 is, I guess, my childhood toy. I've got to... Okay, that's for later. I still have to give you the book quote. I'm 36 and a man, and when it comes to that manosphere stuff, I roll my eyes and tell two nephews that they are how you shouldn't be. Nobody worth a damn thing thinks that is cool. Be like your grandpas and me and your dad. These sad men are to be derided. They make parenting interesting in the most idiotic ways. I get with you wouldn't want to deal with them. Yeah, I don't find it interesting. I'm, you know. Lucy, you've seen my Transformers figure. I have seen it. I should start over my Transformers collection or something.
Connect to me now. They're incredibly dorky and nerdy.
Collecting Transformers is very
I think
addicting.
Even deeper, they're all items about transformation and change. They all feature masks and armor or stories of attempts to be strong. But in reality, if you break all these things down, they're about transformation into a new self.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Did I like Transformers the most as a kid because I'm trans? I cannot believe. Being an adult are sure depends on the topic, but it's a matter of understanding what's truly serious and what isn't. That's true, actually. Yeah.
I didn't really know how to express that or articulate it, but...
And while we're at it, I treat the manosphere thing as deeply unserious, even though it's actually deeply harmful.
Something about
the whole manosphere thing
spoke to me as a kid. As a young child struggling with gender and many other things, magic and fantasy felt like they were the only way I could ever be the real me. Yet, not all magical worlds contained in those boxes still hold that prominence in my heart today. Some things were hard to see in those boxes. Like merchandise from a specific wizarding franchise that I had to let go of.
Well, then why did you keep it? Why did you keep this? For this bit in the video? I liked Transformers most as a kid because they were cars that fought bad guys. I actually like Decepticons more than the Autobots, but maybe that's my canceling moment, that I like the Decepticons more than the Autobots. My goodness. My brother actually collected the Autobots, and I collected the Decepticons. Believe it or not.
Such is the pain of growing older and seeing context change, and also seeing the darkness that can exist in the world. Yet, of course, there are
True.
plenty of other wonderful things that I still really love. Plenty of Star Trek things, for example. That was their...
I mean, I'm just gonna let you hear the audio. This is basically why I loved the Decepticons, okay? This quote from Megatron says it all. Listen carefully for this quote.
I've got morons on my team.
There you go. I should change it into some audio trigger for some things. That's the best Transformers quote ever. It doesn't get any better than this in the Transformers, okay? Never will you hear a better line in a Transformers franchise thing. I know. I need it. I need it for the soundboard. I'm gonna clip it. I'm gonna clip it and I'm gonna put it on a soundboard. You know what? That's actually a pretty apropos audio thing for the schism within the left. Whenever someone on the left does something really, really strange, or, you know, but then again, there's the fact that they're not really on my team, but I'll still play this. Even though they're not technically on my team, I will still play this glorious clip of...
I've got morons on my team.
I gotta utilize this somehow. I have to. It's my mission now. Especially since people in the chat seem to like it as well. I know! And it comes from Megatron. In the Megatron voice. It's so perfect. Raid? What do you mean, raid? Has somebody raided me? No, that would be so mean. If Megatron said, I've got morons on my team whenever somebody raided me. That would be so bad. It would be so bad for someone raiding me.
Beginning and has never left me. That belief, the promise...
That would be funny, though.
For everyone, regardless of who they are. And yet all of these pop culture items and pain and journeys and hopes shape me and who I am today in some form. Hence why I kept them in those boxes the last time that I was at my mom's.
But Oh Barry is the classic. Oh Barry is the classic dono sound. Oh Barry is the classic. You better not make that your new sub sound. True. That would be so bad as well. That would be bad. Really bad.
And I looked at every single one of those things with a swell of emotion and could easily link them with an aspect of myself. My transness, my optimism, my traumas, my dorkiness. Yet also within these boxes, I found 2 more items. And they're on the wall behind me. Posters of these 2 men. Rorschach from Watchmen and Heath Ledger's Joker from the...
Interesting enough, I live now in the house that my parents created for the family, and it all fell apart. My father sort of threw me out when I was in primary school. So I went to live with my mom. Interesting being thrown out of your home when you're in primary school. And my father, being the hoarder that he is, actually kept all of the posters in my room intact. He never took them off. That's very...
The Dark Knight. And yet, when I sat there...
Wait. Okay, the internet feels like the internet is still being... Wait, oh no. Oh my god, it was very temporary. Are we still on? Can you see me? Can you hear me? It seems like we had a disconnect. Is it all still on? Yes. Okay, let's continue. Thank goodness.
This past Christmas, looking at these two posters that I discovered, I tried to remember why I had kept them. What had they meant to me back then? So much so that I decided to keep them in this box of all these important tokens of my life. Because frankly,
No, Lucy, I cannot see or hear you.
I couldn't identify
What a
the
prankster.
feeling that I had associated with them. Yet, while I may not have remembered the feeling, I did remember their prominence. For my entire high school life, these were two of only 3 prominent posters on the wall in my room at my father's house. They were the images that I looked at every night as I went to bed. The photos of 2 men who felt lost in the world and had no real identity, but who put on an ever-shifting mask and backstory to express their anger and hate at the world. 2 nihilistic men who had no more real identity beyond the motivation to continue moving simply on the fumes of a sense of directionless anger and pain.
And all the whores and politicians will look up and shout, "Save us."
Damn.
I'll whisper, "No."
But underneath that anger and pain, they were nothing. Empty. Kind of like what I felt as I looked at these posters a few months ago. It's hard to escape thinking about masculinity in our society today. Every conversation seems to orbit around it as an ever-present topic, as if it's a gravity well at the center of our endless cultural discourse that we must move elliptically around, sometimes finding ourselves far away from it, and sometimes much closer, but always, always in its gravitational pull.
Interestingly enough, I actually don't really think about masculinity all that much. I genuinely don't. Oh, are we watching the Jessie gender video, cat video? Yeah. We've watched 2 segments from. I'm gonna do a recap just for you, Naomi Chan, since you're here. So I had my own takes on the cat thing. We've watched a couples video on it. We've watched a Xander Hall video on it. In my personal opinion, the problem is not Jessie Gender admitting to the cat thing, but I've got a pretty big problem with blaming a clearly behavioral, emotional, problem with emotions, controlling emotions, blaming it on socialization or toxic masculinity. I have a bit of a problem with that, especially since I know cis women who've had real problems with regulating their emotions as well, and who sort of express their emotions through violence, if that makes sense. And they sure as hell could not say, "Oh yeah, I was this violent because of my male socialization." They're cis women. They were never male socialized, and yet they had the exact same problems that Jessie Gender expressed in these fragments of the video. You can say this about any topic. Everything orbits around anything and is relevant to some degree to another topic, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't think about masculinity a lot in my life. In fact, my dream last night revolved around femininity a lot. I had such a nice dream last night. Oh my goodness. It was such a nice dream. If only. I mean, technically speaking, I could make it reality. It would not be probably as near as good as the dream, but you know. This is why dreams exist sometimes, to make us feel really good.
We recognize masculinity as this force in all of our lives and its intrinsic appeal and sometimes repulsion to all of us. We hear it so
Such
much
a
in our
warm, fuzzy
discussions.
dream.
Things like Andrew Tate's drawing of young men into his manosphere world, or we hear things like gender-critical TERFs yelling about the male socialization of trans people and the dangerous men, aka trans women, they see entering into their spaces. We also hear feminists discussing patriarchy and how it harms them. So many conversations relate to the idea of manhood and masculinity, always in acquiescence to or repulsion of. And within that, there has been a recent discourse in YouTube spaces that I frequent as a leftist.
Is the left failing man? Why the left doesn't appeal to man?
Surrounding what the left can give to men. After the arrest of Andrew Tate, the discourse became, well, Tate, as horrible as he was offering young men seeking validation as men an answer. Whereas the...
I mean, the US has its Andrew Tate, Poland has its Confederacy Party, which is a bit more dangerous because the Confederacy Party wants to get in power. And the Confederacy Party, apart from promising things to young men, also says we don't want Jews, we don't want the European Union, we don't want taxes, we don't want the LGBT, and I always forget the fifth thing that they don't want.
The left often talks about manhood in terms of being something awful, vitriolic, toxic, and how the left isn't doing enough for men in terms of marketing itself in a way that appeals to those who get pulled into right-wing ideology or fascistic or authoritarian or just plain sexist manosphere energies that takes...
I mean, that is a conversation to be had, since young men want to vote for the Confederacy. It does become a pretty pressing... It does become actually very seriously a pressing matter to discuss. How can we make a big group of young men not to vote for fascists?
Or fascistic or authoritarian in a way that appeals to those who get pulled into right-wing ideology or...
Because it's apparently a two-parter. This video is apparently a two-parter. Naomi Chance. I'm not even sure if the cat thing is gonna be in this. But yeah. Yeah, it is actually a pretty important thing to ask. How can we make young men not vote for fascists? Yeah. It's a pretty pressing thing. Although I can speak for Poland, okay? In Poland, there's also you have two problems in Poland, okay? You actually don't just have problems with young men. You actually have a separate big problem with young women. Young men vote for fascists, the Confederacy Party. Young women don't vote at all. And that's a problem. That's a problem to tackle, at least for the for anyone that doesn't want the fascists to win.
Fascistic or authoritarian or just plain sexist manosphere energies,
you know,
that takes their angers in darker directions. And I've seen many men in my space make stunning, excellent videos pushing back against that very idea. Men like Fantastic Mr. Fox, or That Dang Dad, or FD Signifier, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, or Turb have all made great...
Foreign Man in a Foreign Land? I don't trust this creator with making groundbreaking content. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to be this person, but I don't trust. I don't know Swolsome at all. I don't know That Dang Dad at all. Terb, I don't know. FD Signifier, I only know through weird arguments. Ferreros for our snakes. I don't know about Swolesome. Who are the snakes? FD? Foreign Man? And who? Who's the third one? Hello, Jessie. Hello. Who's the third snake? Who's the solid snake of this thing? Turb. I have no clue. I have no clue who Turb is. I've never heard of them.
Fantastic analyses of masculinity. Find ways to move that masculine center, that gravitational pull, to something new around things like caring and protection. Yet, within these discussions,
Wait!
I see trans women like myself or other trans femmes.
Wait, hold on. I have to listen to this again because I'm really... What? Do I have to push back against the video already?
In these discussions, I don't often see around things like that masculine center, that gravitational pull, to something new around things like caring and protection.
But... What?
Yet pull to something new.
I'm sorry that I have to listen to this for the third time because I want to make sure I understand this correctly.
Find ways to move that masculine center, that fantastic analyses of masculinity. Find ways to move that masculine center, that gravitational pull, to something new around things like caring and protection.
Okay, I get it now. Yeah, okay.
Within these...
I misunderstood. But yeah, Vars, Xanderhall do that. Yeah, they do that. But they're the bad ones, so they're not gonna be, you know, they're not gonna be listed here because they're the bad ones. But yeah, masculinity can absolutely involve things like caring and protection. Yeah.
See trans women like myself or other trans femme folks brought in to these conversations. And it's understandable on the surface, right? You'd think as a trans woman I'd be running as far away from masculinity as a concept as possible. I am, after all, the soy boy feminized man that the left turns you into if you start listening to socialism. And admittedly, there was a point in my life right after I came out as trans that I did try to run as far away from the idea of manhood as possible. I would wear over-the-top dresses and heavy...
I just don't think about masculinity all that much. Like, thinking about it just does not come... I don't know what to say.
Heavy makeup because I thought the only
way... Wait, is this you?
...be me was to distance myself from the man that I knew I wasn't. But since then, since initially coming out over the years and now, I guess, decades, I found myself drawn back to thinking about masculinity more and more and what it means for my life today. And as I look at these discourses that my fellow creators, primarily men, are having, I find myself often relating to these discussions, sometimes even find myself watching a 2-hour video by FD Signifier and saying, yeah, I understand a lot of what you're talking about. Because...
Can I be blunt? References like this date essays. Just say you watch videos. You don't have to name creators. Okay, that automatically dates your essay. If somebody watches the essay 5 years from now and doesn't know you, they're gonna be like, whose videos? You watch who? What? What does that mean?
The things
you
that
know?
he's discussing were things that I struggled with too. So I want to talk to you today about my journey with manhood, both within it and outside of it, both in appeal to it and repulsion of it, and how in a weird way I've come back to incorporating it as a part of myself, but in an aspect you wouldn't expect. And as I tell this story, I want you to
because it's double true
that this is the story of a trans woman, because I know some of you out there will instantly dismiss this video if you haven't already when hearing this story in relationship to masculinity. After all, that is where you see this ending, a trans woman saying masculinity bad and horrible and toxic and awful and we need to destroy it, and thereby you can just toss away this video because that's not something you agree with. But that's not where I'm going with this. Because I think as a trans woman, in my perspective on this, I have an interesting journey through all of this. And it's not just a journey that I've had. And I've included interviews with fellow trans femme creators throughout this video to help discuss it. So let's jump into a journey about...
I guess I'm too small of a creator to be ever asked for an opinion from anyone. I guess my transness is directly proportional to my size as a creator. See, I'm being sarcastic and mean here. I went there and I'm bam, bam, wham. See what I'm implying? This little jab? You know what I'm implying. You understand my sarcasm. That's why you love watching me. Okay, let's continue.
Masculinity and how it relates to trans femme folks.
That looks like a person from the circus.
We speak in our society today about things like male and female.
Well, yeah, it was sarcasm. I was being sarcastic. What do you mean that was sarcasm? Yeah, it was. I was making an implication that my transness does not matter because I'm not big enough to make it worth someone's time. You know, that's my special brand of sarcasm.
You hear this phrase mostly today in places like gender-critical TERF rhetoric. This line of thought in those spaces can be found in one of the foundational texts for the modern TERF movement, Janice Raymond's 1970 book, The Transsexual Empire.
We know that we are women who are born with female chromosomes and anatomy, and that whether or not we are socialized to be so-called normal women, patriarchy has treated and will treat us like women. Transsexuals have not had this same history. No man can have the history of being born and located in this culture as a woman. He can have a history of wishing to be a woman and of acting like a woman, but this gender experience is that of a transsexual, not of a woman. Surgery may confer the artifacts of outward and inward female organs, but it cannot confer the history of being born a woman in this society.
I mean, I can just reverse this argument on its head and point out that trans people, along with many other people, have the experience of being treated as abominations, which is not necessarily the experience that cis people have, right? Right? I'm reading a very interesting book right now on the experience of the LGBT during World War II. And at first I thought it would 100% only focus on the experience of gay people, but it already did mention trans people. So it's going to be an interesting read, and we will be discussing this book by a Polish author very soon. I can promise you that.
The argument that Raymond is making here is that there is some innate experience, often rooted in oppression, mistreatment, and their body, that all assigned female at birth people have. Even trans men and non-binary folks who are also assigned female at birth. And that trans women and non-binary people who are assigned male at birth, like myself, cannot access this experience of female socialization. And this idea has evolved further into today with the idea that trans women showcase innate manly traits that stem from our male socialization. You hear this rhetoric pop up a lot, that when a trans woman yells or gets angry or is vocal or takes up a significant amount of space in a discussion or, physically, that this is all evidence of our male socialization.
It's the male socialization. Hard to undo by just changing pronouns. He's a man.
It's funny because you're exhibiting a common pattern of male socialization, mansplaining. You're poorly trying to pitch my own beliefs back at me, assuming you know better than I do.
Yet while TERFs and anti-trans bigots often wield this concept to say that trans women are actually just men, it's not just TERFs and anti-trans bigots who use it. We even sometimes hear this idea of male socialization even within trans-affirming and even trans-specific spaces. The idea is that a trans woman like myself are more likely to speak loudly or take up more physical space because of this. Or that trans men cannot perpetuate patriarchy and—
What about cis women who are allowed and take up a lot of space? Many people treat non-binary people like we're aliens or mentally ill. Yeah, that's just... Oh boy, that's a topic for its own segment. How non-binary people are just erased from the discourse oftentimes, which is pretty ridiculous.
Sexism because they've experienced female socialization or feel like they should take up less space. But this concept, as an idea, presses a male and female experience into singular identities and versions of socialization. There's kind of a baked-in assumption that there's this universal male and female experience that is still innate in what genitals we are born with, or at least in what we're taught specifically based on those genitals that we're born with in each and every culture and group in society. I've heard trans men describe female socialization as some sort of singular experience that every AFAB person goes through, and the same with trans women like myself, as if assigned male at birth people have the same exact understanding of the expectations of gender that we are supposed to live up to. As if the socialization we received based on our gender at birth or gender assigned at birth determines who we are later in life. The reason I speak so loudly or take up space as a trans woman comes down to the fact that, I was taught these things as a kid, and this determines who I'm going to be for the rest of my life. But is this concept true, though? For me, I think in many ways, I always was me. I was kind of a little nerdy kid, soft and band geek, yearning for connection with others. I was the child who got inspired by dorky things, who couldn't pronounce words well, who couldn't tie my shoes, ties them once, and then slips them on every time after that until they fall apart and never has to tie my shoes again. I'm the one who loves Animorph books and Bionicles and Star Trek, someone who hopes for a better future, someone who smiles a lot and cries a lot. The tokens of my childhood that I showed you earlier prove that the kid that I was always that person, only discovering themselves through the mementos that I was given to express or start to give myself the words to understand myself. Some of these traits aligned with the man that I was told that I was supposed to be, and some didn't. In fact, a lot didn't match up with that default avatar of a man. But I was aware of that man. Growing up as someone seen as a boy, at a very young age, you start to get the sense of expectations for the man you're supposed to become. Everything around you tells you to exist a certain way.
Oh my god.
Images of this perfect man, this perfect exemplar of who you're supposed to be, everywhere.
Never apologize, mister. It's a sign of weakness.
We all know this man. He's the man who appears as the lead in every single big blockbuster movie. It's the man that you see on the front of every magazine cover at the grocery store.
I didn't think anybody remembered.
You start a video game off and turn on a character creator. That blank, white, muscular dude who stares back at you.
My character that I looked at when this was my character, okay? I'm gonna show you. Here you go. No. No. Oh, there we go. Where is the... There you go. This is my character from a video game, okay? Some of you might recognize. I will show you. Some of you might recognize my character. Image. Add image. Add. Browse. Where is it? There you go. It should show. There you go. This was my character, okay? Here you go. When I played my favorite video game, this was my main character. So I guess even on that the mileage will vary. Right? No? Am I mistaken? Am I mistaken by in this? Also, I will just ask if what game is that? It's Star Ocean. It's Star Ocean 2 to be exact. It's the second Star Ocean game. The best Star Ocean game, by the way. And Star Ocean 2 is receiving a remake. So look forward to that. Actually, I'm just... It's a bit of a derail, but I'm gonna show you. Okay? Star Ocean 2 remake. Trailer. There you go. Star Ocean, the second story our announcement.
Two worlds, one fateful encounter. A remake of the second Star Ocean game, complete with new graphics that fuse 2D and 3D, is on the way. After a mission goes wrong, Federation Officer Claude is stranded on an undeveloped planet. There, he meets Reyna, who possesses mystical powers. Was it fate or mere coincidence? Soon after, the two get entangled in a sinister plot within the galaxy. In this science fantasy RPG, select either Claude or Reyna as your hero and play through the story from their perspective. You'll also meet over a dozen potential allies from all walks of life. During your adventure,
damn, that's such a good game.
And the decisions you make will have an impact on who can be recruited to your cause.
The enemy, is it?
Battles take place in real time, and skills can be performed with a single button. New combat features in this remake include stunning enemies with chain attacks. And having allies not in your current party unleash follow-up attacks, letting you map out strategic battles in your favor. As you search for a way home, an ancient prophecy will unfold and your destiny will be awakened. Save the planet in Star Ocean, the second story, launching on Nintendo Switch November 2nd.
I cannot wait for this game. Oh my god, such a good game. Man. Damn, that's the best Star Ocean game. We're gonna play it on stream for sure. And you can select the original music in case you don't like the remade one.
As the default. You don't have to turn the dials or the sliders or mess with anything. That same endless video game man face that you see so many characters have. I saw who on TV filled specific roles of—
Hold on. I just want to make a note, okay?
When you see sliders or mess with anything, that same.
First of all, Resident Evil also has Shiva to play as, okay?
Endless video game man.
Second of all,
turn the dials or the sliders or mess with anything. That same endless video game man face that.
What about Ryu from Breath of Fire? Or many other male protagonists who do not fit that bill. Wait, the Road to Hell Retribution guy? I don't know that one. Like, I just... Okay. I guess this is the best example that I can give you. Okay, this will be the best one that I can give you because this is a male protagonist of a game. Okay? Why can't I find a nice downloadable image? Oh, God. Oh, my God, I hate this so much. Whatever. I will save it no matter what, okay? I think this is... It's also a matter of what people choose to play. Okay? Because this also happens to be a male protagonist of a game. And I'm aware that a game like this could not be made in the US, but... And not every FPS has a man face character. Look at Team Fortress. So look at this, okay? This is a... Let's return to the video. This is a male protagonist of a game. Plus image. There we go. This is a male protagonist of a game. Okay? And it's a big game. My oldest friend sure has been influenced by the stuff guys in movies, video games, and flirted with becoming toxic and cynical, etc. Recently, everyone has some male and female traits. Like this also is an example of a male quote-unquote protagonist in a game. Okay? Justin from Grandia. That's Exhibit A. Okay? So, if you let your insecurities take over because it's not preference when you silence parts of yourself to become someone you want, that's your choice. Femboy. So, yeah.
You see so many characters have. I saw...
Like, it's also a matter of your choice in games. No?
Who on TV filled specific roles of the breadwinner, the gutter cleaner, the tough guy? All men. TV shows, media, the way your mother tells you to man up, these things are expected of you. And as a kid, you learn all of these things. I saw how if I hurt myself, I was told to suck it up. I was constantly asked to play sports, to get involved in baseball, football, something athletic, because I was a boy. I was never good at any of them or cared about any of them, nor showed any real interest in them, and yet everyone around me was telling me that this is what I was supposed to do or what I had to join to be my full self. I was to play this role. I was supposed to become that blank avatar that stares back at you, sliders unmoved. We often talk about this default man in terms of how every other identity is measured up to it. How women, trans people, queer people, disabled people, chronically ill folks, black folks, indigenous folks, Asian folks, brown folks, and others are also always measured against the default, which is a man, and how that leaves them all being wanting. How they can never actually be a white, cisgender, able-bodied dude because they never were given a chance to. How our society places people into roles and places this version of a man at the top, and how all other identities are made to feel secondary or even worse, seen as deviations from the norm, and it leads them to be seen as less than right from their birth instantaneously, based on their very bodies, not who they actually are. But
Now you're not gonna find many man-faced characters in RPG games, for instance. True, yeah. Especially ones made in Japan. Like, there's a reason why in the US, Japanese game covers were changed to fit a certain masculine standard. Take a look at this. Okay? Breath of Fire is a great example of this. I'm gonna show you first the Japanese cover, the original cover of the game, okay? And then I'm going to show you the US cover of the same game, okay? Like, the standard of what is masculine is very different in many different countries. And then I'm gonna show you an example of a character from an anime/manga. Alright, there you go. There you go, found it. I'm gonna show you bit by bit to explain how these things can also be very much contextual to the country where you live, okay? I mean, not that I want to close-minded guy ever, but broadening your horizons, preferences, a choice, and show some level of close-mindedness, obsession, propaganda when you only like one thing 24/7. See, that's why you love watching this stream, because I play many different games, and I'm not. Yeah. I mean, take Link, Naruto, Harry Potter, Luke Skywalker, etc. Not exactly the picture of masculinity. The most popular male protagonists seem to be less typically masculine because they're more relatable. Right, yeah, that's true. This is a good video by Jessie. Only just turned the stream back on. I've had it on mute whilst I train myself in C++. So, I'm gonna show this to you, okay? We're adding one more picture, image. This is the Japanese version of Breath of Fire cover, okay? Take a look. I don't think I've saved it. I didn't save it, so let me save it. Thank God it's a JPG. Japanese, save. This is it. This is the Japanese cover of the game. Okay? This is how it looks like. Okay? Mario is supposed to be the most recognizable video game character, and he's a heavy-set, round-faced man. True. Is this the video where she admits to abusing a cat where she was a child? It might be. It's a few-parter. Okay, now look at this. this was not acceptable for the US audience, so it was changed. Okay? In the US, this was the cover of the game. Very interesting, huh? Very interesting, isn't it? This is the cover. And now I have a question for you. A big question for all of you. Do you want to see how the protagonist of Breath of Fire 1 looks like in the original Japanese design? Do you want to see? I'll show you. I'm going to show you right now how the protagonist looks like. This is the US reimagining of the character. The blue-haired character in the forefront is the reimagining of the character. Now, take a look at how the character looked in original. You might be surprised. Okay? You might be a bit surprised by what you see. Oh wow! He looks a little bit different, huh? Isn't that interesting? We're discussing masculinity. We're discussing masculinity, how it's portrayed, what the standards are. And I'm making a point that the standard of what is masculine is... It's a snake woman. I'm making a point that what is considered masculine is very contextual to the country where you live. This is the protagonist of Breath of Fire 1 as depicted in the original Japanese design, which was considered unacceptable in the US. So the cover for the game was changed to the design to the right. Isn't this interesting? It is, because the protagonist is supposed to be this very lively, happy-go-lucky character. That's right. The American image feels like Conan. Yeah. More people need to start questioning more stuff they accept, but because they won't. They gotta stay confident and comfortable. Now, I will show you a character from a manga that is considered by Japanese readers to be perfectly masculine, a man, but many English-speaking readers thought that this character was a woman. Many people thought that this character was a woman. And in Japan, people were like, yeah, this is a man. This character is a man, of course. This character of the manga Hikaru no Go. The big character in the hat. This character is a man, okay? But many English sort of readers of the manga at first assumed that this was a woman. Isn't this interesting? Because this character has many traits that are simply associated with being a woman. The lipstick, long hair, delicate features. You know? But this character is wearing a very obvious, which is very interesting. This character is wearing a very obvious traditional man's outfit in Japan. You know? Sai is wearing a very traditional man's outfit. Is there a full body picture of Sai that I can find? Maybe here. There we go. So, we're gonna change the image to this. See? It's a traditional man's outfit. This character is also designed to look simple. The superior man, if you will. Not sure if we like tradition after all, huh? Let's whine about modern stuff while loving the exaggerated stuff of today now. So see, this is like the character that was considered. So yeah, there we have it. All right, let's continue.
But those seen as young white boys at a young age based upon our bodies as well, we are told that we actually could become that guy. That Avatar then strips us of our ability to have our own.
I don't know, to be quite honest. This is quite simple. You're not going to convince me that this is some complicated design. This is pretty simple. Okay, we continue.
Identity. I never would be, never could be that man, and neither could many other men. But I knew I was supposed to be. And so, I tried to live up to him. I tried to play him. tried to press myself into that form. He didn't have an identity. He didn't have any form of self-expression. He was a role, a function to play out the story of a man in our society. But he's just that, a part to play. And this goes even further when we think about that in terms of white men specifically.
When I talk to white people about racism, their responses are so predictable, I sometimes feel as though we are all reciting lines from a shared script.
This is interesting because I'm gonna be nitpicky here. When I talk to white people about racism, is this person from the quote suggesting that all white people across the globe speak of racism in the same way? Yeah, because it's a colorful, vivid, and happy, optimistic game. It's on purpose, yeah. Grandia is an extremely optimistic, colorful, and happy game. So of course the design will be colorful, vivid, and optimistic as well.
And on some level, we are, because we are actors in a shared culture. A significant aspect of the white script derives from our seeing ourselves as both objective and unique. To understand white fragility, we have to begin to understand why we cannot fully be either. We must understand the forces of socialization. Individualism is a storyline that creates, communicates, reproduces, and reinforces the concept that each of us is a unique individual, and that our group memberships, such as race, class, or gender, are irrelevant to our opportunities.
That's actually not true. Individuality, as I understand it, tells us that within the groups that we belong to, we still are, well, individuals, right? We are individuals within the group that we exist in.
Individualism claims that there are no intrinsic barriers to individual success, and that failure is not a consequence of social structures, but comes from individual character. According to the ideology of individualism, race is irrelevant. Regardless of our protestations that social groups don't matter and that we see everyone as equal, we know that to be a man, as defined by the dominant culture, is a different experience from being a woman. We know that to be viewed as old is different from being viewed as young.
I've heard good things
Rich
as well.
is different from poor. Able-bodied, different from having a disability. Gay, different from heterosexual, and so on. These groups matter, but they don't matter naturally, as we are often taught to believe. Rather, we are taught that they matter, and the social meaning...
Okay, I have to ask. I'm just gonna Google it on the spot. Is this complicated? Is this design complicated or not? Is this a complicated design? Oh god. This design, complicated or no? Now I need to ask you. This design, this is the protagonist of a game. Complicated or simple? Because I need to know what you see as complicated and what you see as simple. Nowhere near. Colors are simple, easy to identify. Might as well show a second character. Simple design or complicated design? These are characters from the game Ark the Lad. Also a very nice RPG game. Of course you'll find Japanese game with simpler characters, outfits. I've seen a few and you've seen hundreds. These look fine. You know? Alright, let's return to the video. Right.
Subscribed to these groups creates a difference in lived experience. We are taught these social meanings in myriad ways by a range of people and through a variety of mediums. This training continues after childhood and throughout our lives. Much of it is nonverbal and is achieved through watching and comparing ourselves to others. We come to understand who we are by understanding who we are not. But because of our society's emphasis on individuality, many of us are unskilled at reflecting on our group memberships. To understand race relations today, we must push against our condition and grapple with how and why racial group memberships matter. The inability to acknowledge these forces inevitably leads to the resistance and defensiveness of white fragility. We must reflect on the whole of our...
I am now 29. Wait, is it your birthday, ZOCIALIX? Is it your birthday? It's your birthday, isn't it? If it is, we're gonna have to change the title to reflect it and wish you a happy birthday. It is! Alright, we're changing the title of the stream. It's time. Happy birthday, Zoc. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's gonna cut your name. Here we go. We're now celebrating your birthday as part of the stream. Amazing. Let's see if the title will change, if it cuts your name. There you go. Your full name is in it. There we go. Let's go. It's celebration time. It's our happy hour. Amazing. Happy birthday. To celebrate your birthday, we're gonna spam the emote. Let's spam the emote. Spam the emote that is about to appear, okay? As part of the celebration. We spam the birthday emote.
Our identities, and our racial group identity in particular. For white people, this means first struggling with what it
my pleasure.
means to be white.
I have a lot of empathy for white folks because it's a really weird position to be in. To
who is this?
A whole bunch of people around you identified as like a race or a culture, and then have you just be white. What I see it manifest as is like white people having to augment themselves with other cultures' things. You know, white people who want to feel like, you know, they're doing black culture or something like that. What I think I am seeing is people trying to fill that void and not realizing that one, that void was created, and two, there's your own history that you can trace to fill that void.
Yeah.
You know, like you go to Poland, there's an identifiable culture in Poland. You go to Germany, it's the same thing.
One moment.
You just culture in Poland trace to fill that void.
Yeah.
You know, like you go to Poland, there's own history that you can trace to fill that void.
Yeah.
You know, like you go to Poland, there's an identifiable culture in Poland.
It's much more complicated in Poland because Poland historically has been a very multicultural, multi-ethnical place. Keep that in mind. Poland has been made like mono-ethnical and monocultural only after World War II. So if you go back in the history of Poland, then you find yourself in a multicultural world. So it's not as simple as you might think. It simply isn't.
You go to Germany, it's the same thing.
You made me just think of like, you're very good at making me self-analyze.
Good.
But you just made me think of like a moment where in my childhood, I got really into indigenous American culture and wanting to have like trace my history to that at one point and realizing that I couldn't. And then there was another kid in my school who I remember feeling jealousy towards because he stated like he did have some indigenous heritage and he would like explore that, and I just remember feeling a lot of jealousy. I didn't say this to him, but like I wanted that, and I didn't have that. Like it just like that idea of like, oh, I just don't have anything to draw upon and don't have any culture to pull from, you know. And you like search for it. Like my family, my grandmother is on one side is Russian, and on the other side we're Welsh, and you know you like try to figure out what that is, but there's like such a distance to it. Like it feels like, oh, that's what we did back in when our family lived in Russia or our family lived in Wales. But it's like not something you have now. It's gone now.
So incredibly on purpose too. Because you see, like even just the way that you're talking about, I'm hearing like some sense of like pseudo resentment when whichever ancestor was that immigrated here, they absolutely dealt with that.
This is such a US-centric discussion, by the way.
And their options, you see it a lot with like Russians do it for sure. There's a big Russian population here in Philly. Russians do it, and Jews do this a lot. I've noticed where they like anglicize their names. Yeah, it's like this sort of push toward assimilation. You hear it all the time, and that's what's happening essentially. And that's what happened to you. It's what happened to every other, you know, descendant of like white person who's a descendant of like some immigrant somewhere here. I mean, you know, we're all the descendants of immigrants.
I have words on the Jewish community thing. Okay, before World War II, a pretty well-known rabbi was asked the question who he thinks, like, which Jewish community in the world should be sort of like this exemplary community, so to speak, this leading Jewish community. Okay? And the rabbi responded by saying, I am confident that the Jewish community that will lead the Jewish world, so to speak, is the Polish Jewish community, because you have the community in Russia, which keeps to the tradition but has no freedom, and you have the Jewish community within the US, which has all of the freedom, but Jewish people there heavily assimilate, forgetting or abandoning the Jewish tradition. And so, the rabbi said, in Poland, Jewish people enjoy both of the best parts. You have rich tradition as well as all of the freedom. So that was the pre-war. And he continued by saying that the Jewish community in Poland has a bright and amazing future ahead of it. and then World War II happened. But that's a whole other thing.
Of settlers, but that's a different conversation. You come here and you're expected to wipe yourself clean of all of that dirty shit that you would have brought otherwise.
Yeah.
And then what the U.S. has done, and I would argue Britain does this too, but they take the things that they like, and then they call them American, like pierogies.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good example that pops into mind, right? Like that.
Pierogi are American? I'm sorry, pierogi are considered American now?
It's a Polish fucking food.
Yeah. No. I'm Polish and I'm just gonna say no. Pierogi are Eastern European, you can say. It's... no. Actually, let's go into the wiki. I'm saying this is a Polish person, okay? Well, to begin with, pierogi came from China, but... To begin with, the whole dish came from China, but to Poland... Pretty sure... yeah. Pierogi came to Poland from Ukraine. So yeah, pierogis came originated in China and came to Poland from Ukraine. So calling it a Polish food is a pretty strong statement, let me just say, okay? I'm just gonna say that it's a strong statement to say that it's a Polish food.
That's a white American thing. Like, no, that's from Poland.
We aren't told to be ourselves, and so we attempt to become that automaton, that robot. We keep trying to be that man, yet it takes everything from us. Our ability to be anything else, because we're always end up just trying to live up to this guy. And we end up lost.
In the sauce.
Without identity. We have no identity, no sense of self. Our personhood has, in this attempt to live up to this man, been annihilated. And we're told to end up being totally alone, because we've now put on this mask of this man and told never to allow anyone else to see underneath it. So the mask becomes us. We become a role and a function.
Yeah, I was being like kind of targeted at school for my I guess my failure to be masculine enough. And so I kind of I tried, I gave it a shot. I did eventually cut my hair short around 13 or so. I started working out and I started my voice started getting deeper, and I didn't think these things bothered me at the time,
Yeah.
It wasn't painful so much as it was not me alienating.
Yet, we yearn so deeply for someone to see us, to find us under the mask. Please see us. We don't care who it is, we just want connection. Yet we're not allowed to connect with other men. We have to be isolated from them in our own autonomous unit. Be a man, do it by yourself, be in competition with other men. We can't have deep emotional ties with other guys. We can't touch each other or be close. And I'm not talking about sexually, but just physical and emotional closeness. To feel like someone is connected with us in some meaningful way.
One of my memories around age 10 was I'd gone to a summer camp, a scouting camp for a week, and I had this stuffed rabbit with me that was my mom's, and I guess the boys from some other group
the boys
in the province, they found it in my sleeping bag and threw it around and stuff and took it to Lost and Found.
Yeah.
And with the intention that I would have to then claim it in front of everyone.
Embarrass yourself as yeah.
Exactly.
We aren't allowed to see other men as capable of connection. We are told instead to be a function in this capitalistic game. We are told to go into the workforce or join the military. And I felt that exact impulse. I felt like I was terrible at being a man, so I joined the Boy Scouts. I thought that it would help me and give me a masculine structure. And I was really good at it. I got to be an Eagle Scout. I literally won the award for being the best boy. I fulfilled the role. But it still wasn't me.
I think so.
But there was some...
Oh, hello, Valhalla Vidya. I think it's part 1.
Something that I did find beyond that role of masculinity I was supposed to fulfill at Boy Scouts. I worked at a Scout summer camp every summer for 10 years.
Superman is a Boy
Weeks in the
Scout.
woods spent with a bunch of boys my age, all teaching other boys that were just slightly younger than us, but not by much. And every summer was the same arc. Our scouts would start somewhat distant from each other, being able to only find connection being rude and crude and gross, expressing ourselves in ways that we were told was just boys being boys. Yet, at one point during every summer, someone would say something like, "My back hurts." And I would respond, "Hey, I can give you a back rub." And so I did. And that's how it always began. By the end of the summer, we'd be hugging each other, giving each other shoulder massages, and being more physically close than we had been before, or really with anyone in our lives. And this closeness wasn't judged. It wasn't seen as weird. It would have been at the start of the summer, but by the end, it was just us being intimate and close. Yet those were not the most intimate moments.
Okay.
You see, there's a magic in the woods that we found. All of us lived in our own nice tents provided by the camp, and we'd have our own campsite just for the staff with a fire pit. And every night, we'd often gather around it and wind down our day. And we share moments under the nighttime sky with a campfire as the embers glowed in front of us. We'd play guitar, tell funny stories, some gross and weird, but more often than not, telling stories of our lives. Or, as the summer went on, sharing our fears, our hopes, our vulnerabilities.
Okay.
And in those moments, the night sky seemed brighter than ever before.
Oh, hello.
Most of us were city kids.
Also, it's not a gendered thing. I went to camps that had the same thing with the campfire, etc., and it was just mixed. So, take it as you will. That is a thing that happened with both boys, girls, or any other gender. Just so you know. I went to camps with campfires, etc., and the exact same thing happened. Even though it was comprised of both men, women, or non-binary people, even though nobody openly identified as such during those camps. You know? So it's, from my perspective, it's like, it's not exactly a man experience.
Used to light pollution,
you know,
that made us think that the nighttime sky was just a black, empty void, punctuated by tiny little lights. Yet here in the woods, away from the lights of society, that night sky was not black, punctuated by dots of white, a duality, a binary of color that felt all expansive, but had gradient, color, vibrancy. Above us, the endless expansiveness of stars twinkled as you watched the glowing, floating embers of the fire fly up and fade into...
I didn't do camping and boy stuff. I had sleepovers with my girly friends and played house, and with video games I felt zero connection to other boys, man. Yeah, but camping is not a boy thing is what I'm trying to say. My mom loves the idea of camping. It's not a boy thing. Maybe I'm just stupid, but half of the things she talks about are just like words. Where is she getting at? I'm not a native English speaker. This is actually really annoying. What she's trying to say that when boys are away from the boy expectations, they become more open and more emotional and more intimate. That's basically the point that is being put forward here. Try telling society that, though. I mean, I don't even know if in Poland society considers camping to be a super man thing, to be quite honest. I don't think it does, actually. I honestly don't think it does. You know? Like, again, I discussed camping with my mom. Because keep in mind, like in Jewish culture, you have the thing like the, oh my god, yeah, there you go. You have this, I guess you could call it a holiday. It's called the Holiday of the Tents, Sukkot. It's a Torah commanded holiday celebrated for 7 days, beginning on the 15th on the month of Tishrei. It is one of the 3 pilgrimage festivals on which those Israelites who could were commanded to make a pilgrimage to the Temple of Jerusalem. In addition to its harvest roots, the holiday also holds spiritual importance with its abandonment of materialism. And it's basically a holiday in which we're supposed to live in a tent, okay? So in a way you're camping. It's basically camping. It's basically a holiday of camping, if you think about it. You know? It's basically a holiday of camping. And we've been talking about with Viman recently that we could actually practice it or something by camping, you know? By setting up a tent and just going to and sleeping in the tent.
To that sky, as if becoming
Yeah, the society is quite gendered.
as if the light
Yeah.
of our stories somehow had an ethereal
But keep in mind that different countries are gendered differently, even if they are still gendered. I sort of agree with you, Maho, actually. Really depends. Some camps are gender exclusive and Boy Scouts generally go camping, but Girl Scouts generally don't, at least around here. I see.
They got swept up into the heavens. That because we had now spoken them aloud to each other, these parts of ourselves that we had never shared before suddenly made us part of a larger universe in a way none of us had ever knew was possible before. We had become a part of the colorful tapestry of the galaxy above us that many of us had never known existed until we had escaped the worlds that we had grown up in. and it made us connected to something bigger than just our single selves, but to each other in a way that we never had. This connection wasn't inherently romantic or sexual, though I'm sure some boys at the camp explored those aspects too, but for most of us, it was just connection with other human beings who happened to be seen as boys. It took time to get there, but by being away from everything and just being with each other, we could be close in a way.
I mean, there are mixed camps as well. There are mixed camps
But
as
at
well.
the end of 8 weeks, we'd go home, back to the world, back to society, and that connection would go away. We'd be isolated again, back to the light and pollution of the world that we had so briefly been allowed to escape. And when we returned to the real world, it seemed like those 8 weeks were a dream, something that never really had happened. And yet we still yearned for that connection that now we knew was missing, the connection that we had found in the woods, but didn't have in our everyday.
I enlisted in the Army well over a decade ago. And going through training in the Army, although I think it's changing now, but essentially it's just trauma. They just traumatize you with other people, so then you form a bond with other people. And then
I remember in Poland in the early 90s, suicides in the army were quite a big problem. My brother was in Boy Scouts and I was in Girl Scouts. He always got camp, make walking sticks through rope, cook over fire, etc. I would make crafts indoors or so. They were both fun, but I was jealous of them. Interesting.
you deploy, and that gets even worse because that's just fucking literally everyone involved. There's something about, I think, being isolated and also being asked to do things together that breeds some semblance of like emotional vulnerability among like men or people that are masculine or whatever, because in training I got closer to men than I'd ever gotten like prior to that like, time in my life, because these are people that I'm learning to depend on, that I'm learning are supposed to support me and that I'm obligated to support in return. And after having established that trust with this many people, we were doing shit with one another that like externally would be like, you would look at it and you'd be like, that's just a bunch of gay men sitting together. Like they're all gay.
Yeah, no, same with my Boy Scout experience. Yeah. It's interesting too, because like seeing like the parallel and also the difference. Like one parallel is like Boy Scouts is sort of like it's almost like pre-military training for kids. And but I think like part of
America and the UK love gendering stuff, Lucy. Well, the Polish language is extremely gendered. People dead ass refuse to use your pronouns, yet call their cat she. True. Interesting.
part of the difference is like the expectation there is like, okay, we're gonna go build baskets and like cut wood and like do like quote unquote manly things, but it's like more of like constructive and like kind of healthy directions that they sort of like put that towards, even though it's sort of like training for that military aspect. Whereas in the military, it's sort of like they use that trauma bonding and that closeness to then like manipulate people to do violence against others.
Yeah, I mean,
and, yeah.
Don't join the military, kids. It's really fucking bad for you and everyone else.
Yet we were not allowed to be as close with each other, or at least other men around us, as we were with the men that we were at the camp, because society wouldn't allow us to be. We wouldn't be seen as manly if we had ended up being that emotionally and physically close with each other. But we'd still want it, even though we knew that we shouldn't. So we sought out the only people that we were told as men to seek out to fulfill this void of connection. those who were viewed as women. Women are supposed to be men's receptacles. And yes, I use that word very specifically.
Receptacles. The UK is Finnish in my opinion. Vosh was right when he said our biggest export is true. Oh my god, especially now. Like, I hate to be negative about the UK, but it has come to the point on my side, right? Whenever I see an actor I like, a comedian I like, and see they are from the UK, my first question that I ask myself is, oh, but are they a transphobe? Are they some sort of a TERF adjacent person? You know? And it's really sad that each time I have a person that I like from the UK, I have to check if they're not a bigot. You know? I find it very... Like Robert Webb. I really liked, I guess, Robert Webb, because Robert Webb was in Peep Show. Robert Webb was in David Mitchell and Robert Webb, which is a very funny show. And then Robert Webb went and did the whole TERF thing. You know? And it's just disappointment.
It's not just
all
the
around.
sexual connotations that I'm evoking, but the emotional ones too. And it's not that it has to be a specific woman, but any woman can be this receptacle for our desires and yearning to feel
True.
this connection that we all want.
David Tennant.
Comic artist Kate Benton wrote...
David Tennant is amazing. I'm pretty sure not a bigot. I really have great respect for actors and people like that who stand up against bigotry, okay? I'm gonna show you something. Dragon Sakura. This Hiroshi Abe, okay? There's this actor, Hiroshi Abe, that plays the lead role. This is him, okay? Hiroshi Abe. He played the leading role in a TV series called Dragon Sakura about a high school teacher who sort of prepares a special class to get to the Tokyo University from, like, he teaches a special class in very low reputation schools and gets them to the Tokyo University. And there was an episode in the second season which was pretty recent. Hello, Narodia. And it had homophobia in it. Like, the gay person was made into the butt of the joke. The gay person was made into a mockery. And the actor who is on the screen right now, who played the protagonist, openly said to the producers of the show, you know what? This is just bigotry. This is just homophobia. And I really don't like it, to be honest. I don't like what's being done with this character in this story. I don't like this bigotry that's happening in the show that I'm starring in. You know? So I really like it when this happens. Because I think it means a lot when the lead publicly goes out and say, this is not okay, what's being done in here. Russell T. Davis, a huge trans ally. The Scots are fairly based on the subject of trans issues. Parliament blocked them amending their gender recognition bill. Yeah. The UK, Scotland is actually quite nice. From what I've heard, Scotland is really good on many rights. Very progressive, Scotland. Yeah.
About her time working in Canada's oil sands in her autobiographical graphic novel, Ducks.
Ducks.
Working at the oil sands, Katie depicts how she was constantly surrounded by working class men who worked for these oil companies because the oil companies primarily only hired men. And then these men would live in work camps on the work site together, not actually getting to exist out in the real world. This was very similar to my experience being a boy in the Boy Scouts. But here there was a slight difference, because these men were told to be strong, tough, oil workers working for the company, to be cogs in a machine, and to be strong men doing it. And Katie spoke about how so many boys around her at the oil company followed her around trying to be with her. They sexualized her, ogled her body, and she was made consciously aware that it wasn't because of who she was. All it was that caused them to follow her around was that she was the only woman there.
All you need here is to be a woman. You stick it out and that's all it takes, and someone thinks they like you. But that doesn't make me feel good. That makes me feel like I'm not even a person. But how can I say that? And then, I don't know. I just feel insane every time something happens because this never happened before in my normal life. Like, they don't even know me. And there's no way they'd feel or do the same thing if we weren't here, and it's so awkward. I just don't know. I don't know how to handle these guys.
Those seen as men are told to see women as objects to be used, not entirely people. And any woman can be interchangeable with the next one. They just have to be a woman. They are just meant to be reflections of our own selves, these receptacles to dump our feelings into. And women are also to be physical connection too, even if they don't want it. Kate Benton also speaks about the sexual violence that men did to her, how they just expected it of her without care for her consent. And even after those moments, even after they happened, the men themselves wouldn't even recognize what they had done to her as violating her consent. Because that's the role women are supposed to play. And that's all they saw her as. They saw her as a willing participant.
This is not a very focused video, by the way. So her
And these
head
are
is
roles
very
that
flat.
both those seen as men and women learn equally. We learn the role of a man and the role of a woman together at the same time, even though we're enacting different ones ourselves. For men, it's be strong, tough, and dominant. Control. Control yourself, control your body, control your emotions, control the situations, control the conversation, control others. Control. That's the role of men. And yet in reality, we can't control everything. And in our capitalistic world today, where we're told to be functions for these companies, you don't get to control your fate or your ability to find a job, for example. Sometimes we just have to take the job that we can get, if we can get one at all.
And so many men subsume their identities into the company, the job that they're doing. But it's an identity that is ultimately empty.
Yeah, but that's also what women do. Women also do this with the job. Do female overplay male orcs in games? I'm not sure. I don't think so. The other free nations...
Because it's not actually what they want, it's just what the company wants. And yet because they don't really have any other way to figure out how to identify themselves, they start to identify with this capitalist culture, the consumer culture, because it's all they have to go into, and it's what they're told to go into. They lose themselves into the function that they're seen they're supposed to play.
Oftentimes, too, you're not able to pay your bills. You don't have enough money to be able to provide for those around you, be able to provide for your family, your home, and that's what men are supposed to do, right? And yet, many times they can't. So many men feel emasculated.
I can't really begrudge people for being masculine so much as the systems that like impose that on them, you know? Of course it's everyone's job to work through this shit, but like masculinity as a force, I would say like primarily as it exists now is to protect the nuclear family, which I am not a big fan of, and to protect
I'm not sure if I agree with this, to be honest.
Current class system we have going on.
The man would be the breadwinner, woman's at home, and like class sort of like reinforces like that, like men having to like constantly earn money, and women sort of being cut off from that too. But then also sort of like a man now needs to provide for an entire family by himself, and thereby like it makes him more reliant on a capitalist system.
Most definitely. And I think it also, the position that men have, you know, for the past, I don't know, 60 years been expected to hold is one that can like plant a seed for like such a dangerous resentment. I know, you know, the whole thing of like boomer guys hating their wives, hating these people they've spent their entire lives with, who've like built a life with them.
You know, we live in a capitalist system that forces men to have to like see themselves as like needing to provide for all these other people, and makes them more reliant on the capitalist system because now they have to like spend their money on not only themselves but on a wife and kids, who those people are generally cut off from access to capital, like hopefully less so today, but still to a larger degree so. And then that sort of builds the seed of resentment of men, not towards the system because they don't see the system. They see the people around them who are sucking away their money and their bank accounts, and you know, they just see the individuals and not the system that's causing that hurts all of us.
Like becoming aware of our class society also for men means like having to acknowledge
that's a bit of an outdated observation.
And a lot of working class men don't feel like they have any real power, you know? So I guess there's like a reluctance there.
The other thing that the graphic novel Ducks touches upon is how corporations and colonialism constantly tries to control the land and push indigenous people out from it, moving indigenous people off their lands in a genocide and try to control their resources.
What is it going to be? What is it going to look like? And what our kids are going to live on, you know? It'll never be the same. Our lives will never be the same. It's ruined completely. Everything is ruined. Our lives are ruined. Our lands are ruined. Our water, the air, everything. The almighty dollar comes first. You know, that's pretty sad. You can't drink oil to live. You know, you can't eat money to live. I would like to let them know the way we're being treated here. We're not treated like humans. We're nothing because the money comes first. Our lives don't mean anything to them.
And then erases the history of that land, so it only becomes the hegemonic history of the culture that white men are told to press themselves into, shoving all of the history down into that black hole that sucks and consumes and erases everything but the idea of a singular solitary man at its center.
Especially those seen as white men, trying to fill the function of a man. And as a result, they get resentful. We get angry. We're doing all the right things. We're trying to be this thing that strips us of everything, and yet we still aren't doing it good enough. We don't see our purpose being fulfilled. We can't be who we're supposed to be, and we aren't even given the tools to express who we actually are. So we're just angry. Angry at everything.
Wait.
As a kid,
And that's an interesting choice of words coming from a woman, but speaking of indigenous tribes, Red Dead Redemption is a masterpiece of capitalist critique, as is the original, but more so the prequel GTA 4 as well. That's an interesting choice of language when speaking of men. We. Jordan P wouldn't like this video. Yeah, Exactly. That's a bit of a, that's a choice. Okay, that's a choice of words. But yeah, we are going to play Red Dead Redemption 2 on stream for sure. For sure. We're gonna play a whole plethora of games. Jordan Peterson doesn't like a lot of things in all fairness.
was angry a lot. I once got suspended for punching through a door in school. And the reason I punched through the door was because I was told to walk around the cafeteria and not walk through it because they were cleaning it. It's stupid. And
I'm gonna be honest, that's a very strange, the whole door thing. No. We got to the point again. I don't think this is like, this is not socialization. Like, this is a lack of control over your emotions. Hello. Like, this is just lack of emotional control. I'm sorry. You know?
dumb, but I was just angry that day.
Yeah, dude, I didn't just socialize to act like that. Like,
Really
come
know why,
on.
and being told what to do, being told that I had to walk somewhere else just pissed me off. So I punched the door in front of my cafeteria. And still to this day, I still kind of feel pain in my hand because of it. Yet it doesn't just stop at self-harm or harm at inanimate objects. I once, and I will tell you this first, the cat was absolutely okay, but I once...
And yes, again, we talked about this, like, hurting animals is usually, yeah, it's considered a red flag, but, I just, like, Keful said it, Xanderhol said it, I used to have 10 cats, so I will say it as well. If you, for example, step on your kitty's tail by mistake or do something that hurts them by mistake, they will forget it. They will forgive you. If a cat is afraid of you for the rest of their life, then there's something going on there, you know? But I'm not even focusing on this, okay? The part that worries me the most is taking an emotional issue, an issue of emotional regulation, and saying this is because of how I was socialized, you know? Yeah, they forgive mistakes, yeah, exactly. So when I hear the cat was afraid of me for the rest of its life, I'm like, wait, what? Cats are smarter than people think. They can tell the difference. Yeah, like, something's going on when a cat is afraid of you for the rest of their life. Like, I'm gonna tell you a story, okay? Just got in. Oh geez, there's animal abuse drama. I'm super duper against hurting animals. I even hate it when people make their pets dance for a video. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a story. One of my cats came to our home from a house where small children lived, okay? And they would really abuse the cat. And she was so traumatized that she lost all of her fur once, okay? Because they would do something like that. They would put her inside of a bucket and they would spin the bucket, okay? So she was extremely traumatized. She was so traumatized that when she came to our home, she was always angry. When I picked her up, she would pat my hand, and seconds later my hand would bleed because she had really sharp claws. And sometime later, she got over it. She got over it. Okay? As she continued to live with us, it all went away. You know? And we started to call her baby, literally baby, because whenever I would pick her up, she would meow like a little baby, you know? And she became perfectly calm, perfectly cuddly, perfectly, you know, all the anger, all the violence, it all went away with time, okay? So if you have a cat that's just afraid for the rest of its life, period, then something's clearly going on. Do you know what I mean? Like, if the cat is afraid of you for the rest of its life, something's clearly wrong. And if you work you know? Husky that throttled my mom's because he popped every all the time. I seriously regret it to this day. Right. I was carrying my cat downstairs for 5 and she freaked out a bit. And scratched the hell out of me. She'd never done that before and I reacted very abruptly and freaked out and threw her down the stairs. My cat wasn't afraid of me for the rest of her life. She was afraid of me for like a few days. I feel so awful for a long time because I thought I did it on purpose, but as I got older, I realized that sometimes you react before being able to think. I have scars on my hands from that event. It wasn't an overreaction. Yeah. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Yeah. Like, I had a cat that was just a straight up prick. They weren't afraid of me, but they would constantly attack me and others for nothing. Some cats have wild cat genes. So love that little shit. Also, she was fine. It was just the basement stairs and she landed on her feet. So yeah, you know? But, as I said, the thing that I'm really focusing on is the fact that the go-to is to blame the lack of emotional regulation on male socialization, you know? And keep in mind, cis women struggle with emotional regulation as well. It's not a man exclusive thing. You know? Does that make sense? I annoyed him back. Right, yeah. I mean, that's to Sukhoi, that's probably an involuntary motion, you know? I suspect that your motion was just as involuntary as when you touch something really hot and your hand sort of jumps away because there's like this impulse, you know? So I think it was more of an involuntary action. I hate Wake. Thank you. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Everyone is capable of living with gender means nothing. True. Yeah, exactly. I don't understand the drama. Who did what and why is it spreading among so many creators? I don't know. But I think it's worth talking about not blaming all negative things on things like male socialization, you know? I think it's a conversation worthy of having.
Threw a cat in anger. Again, no real reason. I don't even remember what the argument was. I was just pissed off. So I picked up the nearest thing near me. Didn't see it as a living being. Just picked up my cat and threw it across the room.
Thank you, Carparker, for giving Valhalla the tier 1. Some witty comment, true. I always do some witty comments. I do more witty comments than anyone.
The cat was scared of me for the rest of its life. Which was
Yeah.
very long and very happy, to be clear.
Hmm.
But I almost deeply harmed another living being because of how angry I was. I also hurt myself because of how angry I was, permanently. I felt like an empty shell, a person wearing a mask, and as a result, angry at the world, feeling like it was pointless and meaningless, and wishing I could just shove that violence onto others and other things around me.
I just think it's reductive to just say, oh, you know, it was my socialization.
I remembered all
You know?
of this as I stared at those posters that I found in the box. And I remembered why these characters resonated with me. Yet, why had my Bionicles and Animorphs rung so instantaneously in my soul as soon as I saw them? Why was I excited to find them even before I opened the box, remembering that they would be in there? And yet why had I forgotten these posters, which had been a prominent part of my life and even, as I just stated, represented a huge part of my emotional worldview at that time? Why did I not remember them or even putting them in the box? And why did it take so long staring at them to even remember and articulate what they had meant to me? I think it's because these touchstones of my childhood connected with who I actually was. Whereas these posters behind me were about what I was made to feel. Remember when I talked about socialization? The idea of some intrinsic universal male and female experiences? To me, I think that's bullshit. I think that all of us are individual people underneath what society teaches us to have to be. And I feel like I'm lucky.
Wait.
I got to...
But that's totally... Wait, hold on. Your guest before told you that the ideology of individualism makes us forget about race, groups that we belong to, and you agreed with the guest. And now you're saying that we're actually individuals no matter what society tells us. So, so which is it? Is individualism an ideology that sort of makes us race blind, or so are we basically just individuals?
To see and understand a little bit who I was underneath that mask I was told to put on. I got to find characters like these, or characters like Jessie Dax in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, who were fictional people, but who cut across identity boundaries. And through them, I was able to see who I actually was and a path to get there. I saw myself in them, and thus began to have the language I needed to be able to express myself in a way. And as I started to go online and learn words like trans and gender and things like that, I began to be able to articulate it. I began to see someone who I could put myself into, a different role that I could put into besides that default avatar that I knew I never could be. And I walked that path and found me. I shed the role that I was given and found who I actually was because I got to see myself.
I didn't really have the language, honestly, until 5 or 6 years ago. Prior to that, it was just like something, you know. And I think had I had the language back then to label it, my life
Mhm.
would have been much different. But I always liked things that are like feminine, so to speak, right? Like my arms, they're covered in flowers.
Love it.
On both sides.
I love it.
And what that was for me, trying to like smuggle in things under the guise of like masculine things, right? Like cars, very like like the obsession with cars, very masculine thing, right?
Mhm.
So I'm playing Need for Speed Underground, and I have these cars. So I'm doing a masculine activity, right? Like customizing cars. Like that was a huge thing back when I was a teenager. Customizing your car, blah blah blah. On top of that, you can pick like different art.
Customizing your car is a
Put
teen?
on your car, and I would put roses on everything.
Hmm.
Because that was a way for me to kind of try and grab at what I wanted to grab at, but didn't have like the breathing room to be allowed to do that.
Trans women aren't seen as being part of this function of this capitalist world. We don't fit into very obvious buckets to sell to. Back then, we could only be imagined in the mainstream as a metaphor, as aliens, fantasy Power Rangers, or whatever Bionicles are. And as a result, it allowed me to think of myself free from needing to think of myself as a function for a capitalist world.
I mean, that's
About
assuming
finding
that
a
those
job that I
things
was supposed
were
to be perfectly fit within. I knew it
supposed
would
to
suck
represent
to exist
trans
within that
people.
system, but I also realized that that system would never want me in it to begin with. It would just accommodate me. I realized that that system would never function for me because it wasn't built to include me. While that is oppressive and sucks and is dehumanizing, especially when we live in a society that makes us all feel like we have to be part of that system, it kind of freed me of the anger that I had internalized. It let me take the anger that I felt in here and put it out into realizing that the system itself was the problem. The function that I've been trying to live up to was never going to accommodate who I actually ever was. And so I realized, oh, yeah, fuck that system.
Sorry.
Even more so, I started to resonate with this idea of escaping the matrix.
Yeah, car games were popular in the
because
2000s.
of the community
Okay.
that I found online. I grew up in an era where the internet was much less solidified and codified and put into our more corporate systems. An era where I could find other trans people.
Yet many young men don't have that chance. Instead, they gravitate towards cultures online that they're told to inhabit to fill that void of identity that they're feeling. One big...
Actually, I've never been interested in cars. I'm gonna be honest, most cars look almost the same to me. Like, cars are cars, I don't know. They all look the same to me. Maybe I'm a car
gamer
racist.
culture. Gaming TM culture is often centered
I'm a car
around men
racist.
and was especially more so when I was growing up. But this was not just a natural occurrence, but one literally created by consumerist culture. When trying to enter the video game market, Nintendo created Rob the Robot to sell its NES consoles with in the 1980s, so that they could market the system as a toy instead of a console. But toys in the 80s were marketed in incredibly gendered ways, and so gaming consoles with the NES were...
Yeah, but that was in the US. How do you know how the Famicom was marketed in Japan? Do we even care?
Marketed exclusively towards boys. And as such, young boys were given an entire medium of art to feel was centered solely around them in its infancy.
Nintendo Entertainment System. Now you're playing with power.
But as this artistic medium began to grow, especially in online gaming spaces, it was very much built upon this insular culture.
Can I just tell you a story of when I was a little kid and I went to visit girls that were my friends, and we were playing the Super Nintendo game, Super Famicom game, Little Mermaid. I was told by the girls then, hey, hold on, This is Little Mermaid. You cannot play this. This is our game. So I guess mileage varied on the whole games being marketed to whom. Hello, Mayor. You know? Oh, kind. Oh my goodness, don't be mean. But yes.
For manhood and masculinity to thrive. One which excluded all others and thus allowed this angry, unaccountable spaces to grow. But this culture was taken even more advantage of, because boys were marketed to as the central audience for gaming and thus were used as tools of corporations. You see this not only in the fact that many games were sold to young men, but you also see examples in how corporations used young men to defend themselves in their practices. That physical and sexual abuse and crunch cultures at these corporations is okay as long as the gamer's favorite game gets out on time. Or you see it in things like the competitive console wars mentality that grew up around Xbox versus PlayStation versus...
That's like let's keep things in perspective, right? Like on time, first of all, on time when making games is very relative. Second of all, when Blizzard was a good company, it was most famous for releasing a game when it's ready, okay? And people appreciated it. Alright?
Nintendo in the 1990s and 2000s that still exists today. It creates these combative, capitalistic mindsets all built around defending a corporate culture version of gaming. Young men in gaming spaces become tools of corporate interest, all motivated by selling them an identity that they can press onto the empty void of identity that has been stripped from them. Yet this is where my and many young men's paths diverge, because I was lucky, because many of the places that I found online were through communities like Star Trek, communities that were often very queer accepting, if not actively queer themselves. In many ways, both Star Trek as a nerddom and finding a queer and trans community online as well gave me that sense of culture, community, identity, and personhood that I had never had before, that I should have had before.
Young men such as myself. I don't know. I feel weird.
And I was able to find these spaces because of who I was inherently. For spaces like mine, Star Trek was indeed also a consumerist product sold by a Hollywood company, but I engaged with that intellectual property with fan fiction or fan art. Generative communities that are very much about moving beyond the control of corporations that own the IP and creating our own versions and love and identifications with it, not just the versions that were sold. This is why you see things like reading Kirk and Spock as gay, because it allows us to put ourselves into a space that we never were allowed to see ourselves in because we love something like Star Trek so much. It's a place where women and queer folks and people of color thrive because we were not who Star Trek was marketed to in the first place, despite being a big part of its audience because it did resonate with us.
I got to escape the matrix of capitalist function. I think a lot of you realize that I'm evoking the movie The Matrix, a movie made by, at the time, 2 closeted trans women, but a movie that many now recognize as reflecting an overt trans experience, something that these 2 creators were trying to express. I recommend my friend Aeronox's excellent...
So now you use the term closeted trans woman, but you refer to yourself as a young man. Is this on purpose? Or is this a mistake? Like, is this a mistake? Maybe. I never had a pothole big enough to make me come close to losing control anyway. He? Wait, what are you saying he? Jessie Gender is still a trans woman right now. What do you mean he? He influenced me? Sure, the phrasing is weird, but in English we do have something called history, called present, where we speak about past events in the present tense. I know rather... No, that's not what I mean, Moose Watcher. That's not what I mean.
Video about how The Matrix as a movie is intrinsically transgender for more specifics, but you can see it very obviously in just the story of the film. It's a movie about a boy, or someone seen as a boy, fulfilling a role in society, who learns that he doesn't perfectly fit that role, and he does so through the internet, through computers. Computers allow him to connect with others and see representations of a world of other people that
Maybe,
he's never been able to envision before.
Maybe
He uses
greater, right?
pills
Yeah.
that at the time happened to kind of look like what an estrogen pill
I mean, that would make sense.
to be able to escape and express his true self, who is much more powerful than anyone actually ever thought.
I am... But it's she, her right now, so let's use she, her, okay? Let's no misgendering.
But through which was never actually made to be part of this world around him. He even has an agent of the state, of the world that this system represents, who wants him to work for a function for it, constantly dead-naming him.
Goodbye, Mr. Anderson. My name is Neo.
It's all very transgender, and it's an experience that I very clearly resonate with.
Right.
The idea of escaping the Matrix is one that feels intrinsically transgender.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
But it is not only.
Which is interesting because the whole red pill thing has been taken on by bigots. YouTube chatter needs a nuke. I can read what they said on screen. Very sussy. I know, that is pretty sussy. You know what? You're right. We're gonna temporarily quiet it.
Because it's a film that made millions, not just because of its incredible action set pieces, but because so many others connected with what it was saying. A lot of young white men responded to The Matrix very viscerally and emotionally. That's because, unlike many trans people, they haven't escaped the Matrix. But they feel like they want to. They desperately want to. They are so angry and just want to escape that anger and express it. And for a moment, the Matrix gives them a way to articulate that and feel catharsis within that. Yet, many cisgender white men aren't who I am. They're not trans. They are different than me. They don't get to express themselves the same way as me. They don't have characters like Jessie to be able to connect to and understand that they're trans.
So strange that what? What do you mean, Moose Watcher? What are you referring to? Yeah, it is pretty obvious what Jessie gender's pronouns are, yeah. That's true. Yeah, exactly. That's true. I'm not sure phrasing is odd. That I agree with. Yeah, I'm not trying to build some case, you know. I just said the phrasing was weird. I'm not trying to build some case based on it, you know. So yes, do not misgender. I didn't think it needed to be said. Yeah, correct.
Trans because they're not. The only role that society even closely reflects them in our pop culture and media is only and always that blank, empty avatar. So even when they see works of media that seem to give them that catharsis and emotional feeling that they want, they still aren't given someone really to go into, to feel like they are fully a part of. They may feel like Neo, but they aren't really Neo. And that's because they aren't really told to escape the Matrix, but become the winners of the Matrix, to be the best part of the Matrix. That blank every avatar is supposed to be the one like Agent Smith, the one who gets to control others. That's what they're supposed to aspire to be. And that's who they're only able ever to articulate being. And so their anger grows because they want to escape the Matrix, they feel it emotionally, yet they can't, they don't know how. And so much so that they use that language all the time. And yet, those communities online who use that language are not ones that are off the grid, so to speak, but are simply places that have found ways to commodify the concept and emotional feeling and catharsis of the red pill for the Matrix itself. What do I mean by this? This seems very heady and confusing. Well, let's take Andrew Tate. Because Andrew Tate himself often uses the language of the Matrix to sell his appeal to young men.
We are living inside of the Matrix, and I am Morpheus. And when I say we are living inside the Matrix,
that's not something that Andrew Tate created, okay? That's been a thing since forever. And the whole red pill language that's been co-opted, interesting enough, by those sort of bigot adjacent people. I mean, that's perfectly plausible. Moose Watcher 123. Nerodia. Tate really, also welcome to the page. Tate really leaned into it and added extra conspiracy theories. And also I'm on top chat now. When I explained how the Matrix trans story to my mom, she was shocked because it all made sense to her. I mean, it is created by two women.
Matrix. I'm not stating that with irony or as a joke, or I don't want you to use it as an example of how the world could be. We are genuinely, actually living inside of the Matrix. The Matrix is real. The very basic premise of the Matrix is that humans are nothing more than batteries for the machines. And in the world we currently live in, every single one of you is being reduced in real time to nothing more than a QR code. You're losing autonomy over your own bloodstream. You're losing the ability to walk freely, to go where you want, to make own personal choices regarding your medical decisions. You're losing all of that. That's all being replaced because you are a cog in a machine, and that machine is soulless. The reason that the humans are fighting the machines inside of the Matrix is because machines have no soul. All they care about is efficiency, slavery. And this is what's happening to you. They don't care if a few...
That's actually not true within the Matrix. That's not true within the Matrix. The Matrix machines are not soulless and only care about efficiency. That's actually not true at all of the Matrix. Like, the whole backstory of the Matrix explained that the machines have gained sentience and wanted to be treated equal with humans, and humans tried to subjugate them, and then there was war and the machines won the war. So that's actually completely incorrect in the context of the Matrix. Tate's basically using the Matrix as an analogy to JQing. But he doesn't even... Like, that's not even correct, the description of the Matrix. Like, the machines are super emotional. Like, the Agent Smith person is super emotional, has super emotional motivations within the story.
people die from it. They're not interested if a few die, if most don't die. You're all expendable.
And this seems to resonate with a lot of ideas that I've been expressing, that there are people trying to control you, trying to make you be a certain way, and that he defines that as the Matrix. Yet, it's even more interesting to see how he articulates what escaping the Matrix means. Because for him, escaping the Matrix is power, anger, violence, control.
That has any kind of warrior spirit inside of you should be very much like me, struggling to sleep at night. I'm actually genuinely losing sleep over this stuff because the world is falling apart in real time.
Well, you're not losing sleep over human trafficking. You're taking a day off tomorrow, Lucy. I'm not sure why. I have to check. Let me see, okay? Let me check. I think I had the schedule here somewhere. Let me see. No. Tomorrow's stream. Oh no, wait. Yeah, you're right. Tomorrow's my day. Today is my day off. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, Sunday is my day off. Yeah, you're right. Sunday is my day off. Correct. Yeah. Sunday is my day off. Nice. Okay.
For my short human existence, every single time something went wrong in my life, I knew the answer. But the answer to this one's pretty difficult. You need to become obsessed with wealth.
What?
I can't explain how many times during this episode of human history I have managed to skirt the rules purely because I have huge sums of money. It doesn't matter if I take a private plane when there's no flights. It doesn't matter if I contact my friend who has a business to get me the correct visa to get into a country I'm banned from.
Such horrible advice.
100 examples, many of which I won't see on YouTube. The point is, when you have a lot of money, you then get a lot of influence over others. And with influence over others, you can begin to skirt some of the rules.
Oh, God.
That young men are already being given. And so when they hear it, they think, oh yeah, that's what I'm supposed to want. That's what I'm supposed to do. He sells the tough guy ideal as a way to escape the Matrix and tells them that their path to walk to get out of that is to become that avatar, the best version of that avatar that they're supposed to be the perfect controller, be the yerk inside someone else's head, to be all-encompassing. He takes their anger and desire to escape the Matrix, but then pushes it further into that role of control.
How's my post box? Let me see. Very nice. Very nice. It is very nice.
Of controlling women, of others' bodies, gaining a company, and be in competition with all the men around you. And these young men believe that Tate is offering them a way out of the Matrix because that's the only path they feel is real. It's the only one that they are given the language to understand, to be that blank man avatar. Yet they're not escaping the Matrix.
Yeah.
Part of it, because he isn't offering them a path to themselves, he's offering them a path to his course.
Stop. You cannot give up. You're in the most fantastic place on the planet for making money, Hustlers University, and the only person who can ruin that is you. Most of you are happy to be losers part-time. You want to escape. That's why you joined. You don't want to be a loser anymore. But then that new video game comes out. I'll just play the video game. I'll just be a loser for 2 more weeks. Then I'll get back to trying to escape the Matrix. It doesn't work that way because you jump in and out of complacency from I'm happy to be a loser and do loser things to I can't be a loser anymore. And when you jump in and out, you never get momentum. You cannot quit. You cannot give up. You need that momentum to break free. Every single second you're not in Hustlers University.
Yes. The real way to be a winner is to play the game of capitalism.
There are things happening, conversations happening that you're not watching, information.
This is so manipulative.
You need to break out. It could be that one little sentence that changes everything. You're in Hustlers University and you're gonna make money. But it ain't easy. It ain't gonna be given to you on a plate. You're gonna have to work. You're gonna have to work. You're gonna have to work. You're gonna have to work.
Tate sells this Angerman persona all to make millions and sell his product.
Yep.
He isn't escaping the Matrix. He's just trying to win the game of the Matrix.
Ferengi workers don't want to stop the exploitation. We want to find a way to become the exploiters.
But the game is only built to let some win it for a time. And everyone else
again
feels that they are in competition to constantly get to that top dog.
I feel like it's a bit unrelated to the topic, but true.
Everyone wants to escape. You cannot be lazy.
They have to beat each other. They have to dehumanize and push each other down. They have to be in competition with other men.
Jesus
Don't feel
Christ.
connection with them.
And I remember this because once I was in the gang.
Jesus Christ. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription, Nerodia. Need to become obsessed with wealth. Here's some money. Thank you. Oh! Speaking of being obsessed, a good friend of this space called Shakespeare, a very learned person when it comes to the topics of Jewish culture, is in need of a book. They're trying to learn Polish, and I'm very determined to help them, you know? I wanted to get the book for them, but Throne does not accept PayPal, apparently. So I actually cannot, even though I technically speaking could. Okay, let's continue. Gotta be obsessed with wealth.
Gang, then you're constantly being tested.
Meet Serlin.
Those spaces heavily.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, human
heavily
trafficking.
police themselves for homophobia, and transphobia, etc., etc. It was almost like any day at any time you could end up in like a physical fight with another gang member, and you were expected to fight. You did not opt out because that made you look weak. There's like another. Like back to the danger, specifically when it comes to like being black. Like if you're not dangerous, then you are potentially a target, right? I remember I was with my brother, and my mother, my older brother, and my mom. My older brother was telling a story about this guy he was getting ready to pay for like a cheesesteak or something like that at like a corner store, and he was getting ready to hand over $5, and somebody came in and snatched the $5 out of his hand, and then walked off, and he didn't do anything. And me and my brother were going back and forth about how ridiculous it was that he didn't do nothing. And my mom looks at us and goes, "What do you mean? It's only $5." I'm like, "Mom, like if you don't fight over that $5, if you don't fight right then in that moment, then everyone else knows that they can take money from you. So you're pushed into danger. You have to be dangerous, otherwise you become a target."
And yet, while at the same time these men are starting to feel in competition with the men around them, they are also told to control those who are seen as their lessers, those who they're supposed to view as just objects for their success, those who they're supposed to control. Idea that is constantly reinforced through the utilization of masculine mindsets. A mindset that for many trans women is easier for us to see once we have a chance to escape from it.
And so I went the extended Thanksgiving weekend without my T-blockers, which meant testosterone got into my system again for the first time in several years. And I really hated how I felt. And I don't mean like I felt physically ill. I mean, I felt like my brain was hijacked by the person I used to be. The way of viewing the world in a more how can I use this? And the amount of unbidden sexual thoughts in my head, I like if I could have scooped the pleasure center of my brain out during that stretch of time, I would have. It felt like somebody who I hadn't been for a long time suddenly was in my head again and had access to me, and it just really felt gross.
Yes.
Now, I do want to say that this is
I'm a bit lazy today and very quiet. My entire family was out for a day.
my sense and my sense of disgust with my own masculinities, and then filtering that very reductive view of the world through what society thinks men are supposed to be. Yeah, probably was a factor, but I think that was just societal influence funneling a thought process and structure that I just don't ever want to.
Yeah.
I don't ever want to be who I was again.
And this viewing of control, of viewing those who aren't like you as men as only the functions that they can serve for you that our society fosters in men, is most obviously seen in how men are taught to view the women around them.
But I don't know. Like, on one hand, I sort of understand this, but on the other hand, it sort of becomes like I'm a woman now because I perceive it as this positive thing, and I want to escape from the negative thing that I was. Like, it rings strange to me. I see. While days of rest are good things, but having a bit of quiet is nice occasion. I'm doing pretty good myself. I had a lovely dinner with family and friends. I'm just chilling right now. I'm gonna visit mom tomorrow. We're gonna talk about our plans. It's gonna be great. You know? Okay, let's continue.
As Andrew Tate himself so often expresses.
The only way you're supposed to feel connection, as Tate puts it, is to treat women as objects, to be tossed aside, controlled, and used, to be sought as trophies and rewards for being winners of the Matrix. But not as whole people. Be a little trophy to put on your shelf.
I believe that as a man, I should pay for the first date. I believe I should open the car door. I believe I should protect for her, provide for her. I believe if she's my woman, she should be able to come to me with her problems and I should fix them. That makes me a sexist and a horrible person. Fine.
It doesn't.
You agree with the baseline. Everyone agrees with the foundations of what I say, but when I build on top of it, they try to pretend it's sexist. By extension, if I have responsibility over her, then I must have a degree of authority. For the same reason, if I have responsibility over, and everyone's going to lose their mind, it's an example, it's only an analogy. If I have responsibility over a child, I have to have some authority. You can.
I mean, you're a sex trafficker, so I don't even know what you mean when you say authority. I'm gonna use this. Thank you. I'm stealing this playlist. Thank you. ZOCIALIX. Like, I don't know.
Cannot be responsible for something that doesn't listen to you. You can't be responsible for a dog if it doesn't obey you, or a child if it doesn't obey you, or a woman doesn't obey you.
The super sexist path.
Cool. Let's take a beautiful sports car. It doesn't matter how.
Women or children are not dogs. Oh, Nerodia. Okay, sorry. Apologies. My brain is mush. It's a nice playlist. Apologies, gigglers. Nerodia has sent the playlist. It's true that parents have a form of authority over their children, but this is a weird way to put it, especially coming from someone like him. Thank you for the link. I mean, it's Nerodia's link. Brain in blender. True. But yeah, that's like, first and foremost, parents have to guide, protect, and teach children, not have authority over children. Okay? That's just ridiculous. You know? The role of a parent is not to lord over their children, it's to guide them.
Yeah, that didn't help.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. Whatever I'm responsible for,
object.
I have to have a degree of authority over.
This sense of controlling women because you are owed them as a strong, manly man who is making a lot of money for capitalist culture was showcased very recently with right-wing talk show host Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder is someone incredibly bought into this idea of constantly making more money is what you need to do as a man. Even going so far as to say that $50 million that were offered to him by the Daily Wire was a, quote, slave contract. Which is an absolutely disgusting way to frame making $50 million freaking dollars, but showcases how much to his mind making more and more money is tied to autonomy and masculinity.
This is where, in going through this, and I need to take some time because, look, I've always tried to be a happy warrior, and I want to go back to that. I haven't been happy for a while. To be really, I haven't been happy for a while because when you know what goes on behind these scenes, and you see how many people are complicit, it creates an air of hopelessness.
Yet it's because of this exact mentality of Steven Crowder being so ingrained in this culture of capitalism and masculinity that it was such a big deal when he announced recently that he was divorcing his wife, Hillary Crowder.
Proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore.
I mean, we all saw the video.
When he announced their divorce that there was any emotional or physical abuse in their
We all saw the video, so
relationship that led to the divorce, to which Hillary Crowder's family released this video in response to, and warning for abusive behavior displayed by Steven Crowder in this video.
You've made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either. Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back?
Steven.
The only way out of this is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse.
This is so messed up, by the way. First of all, this is so messed up. Second of all, but that doesn't work either. But I gotta be honest. Jessie Gender's video is her video is very unfocused. It feels to me very unfocused.
There you go. You throw your hand. You give up so easily.
I don't give up, Steven.
Hillary, you give up so easily.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting. I agree.
You said, then we're at an impasse.
Steven, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it.
To watch it is pretty.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need to just stop engaging for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you. And the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be
I
disciplined.
gotta be honest. The whole watch it is pretty upsetting.
Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous.
Throughout that video, Steven continually gaslights Hillary, refusing to allow her access to things like her car, denying her access to movement and ability to get away from him and her ability to have autonomy in her decisions, and demanding that she do, quote, wifely things like pick up food for him, all while she was 8 months pregnant with their twins, to the point where she ends up crying, trying to plead with him that she loves him, trying to make him back down by trying to emotionally placate him, while he emotionally manipulates her by saying that he doesn't love her because she won't acquiesce to his entire desires for him, while he completely ignores her own. This is clearly emotionally abusive, yet if you look in many of the comments on the video from folks in Crowder's audience, they often ask, where is the abuse? They don't see what Crowder's doing here as abuse because they don't see Hillary as a full person. They see Steven's actions as a natural extension of how men are supposed to treat women, as objects who are there to exist solely in service of their quote-unquote man, and any anger that Steven expresses is justified at her for not performing her quote wifely duties, as he puts it.
Damn.
It showcases how much the idea of control over women is tied into one's sense of masculinity that both Crowder and his audience try to demonstrate and believe in, and that Crowder himself is required to constantly project to his audience. And we can see this need to constantly project this masculinity to his audience around him to showcase that he is a dominant man in how Crowder had to announce his divorce. Because when Crowder announced his divorce, he had to go on his show to affirm to his audience that it was most certainly not his choice to divorce his wife, but because he lives in a one-party divorce state, which legally allows people to get a divorce even if only one party seeks it, his wife was able to get the divorce without him consenting to it.
Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life, what I consider to be my deepest personal failure. And just so you know, my opinions on parenting and families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is...
Don't go here!
And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter.
The reason Crowder had to constantly state this over and over again to his audience and make it expressly clear to them that it was not his choice to get a divorce is because, in the mind of his heavily masculine-centered and patriarchal audience and world, they see it as an embarrassment that he cannot control his wife's entire body and life completely. It is seen as an attack on his masculinity and sense of strength, his ability to be a dominating man in a capitalist world, that he cannot control entirely the choices and autonomy of the women in his life.
I screwed up bad.
And many other right-wing men like him are attacking things like one-party divorce laws and even no-fault divorce laws, which are laws that mean one does not have to require proof of physical or mental cruelty, adultery, or some other marriage breakdown in order to get a divorce, something that is harder for women to be able to do for numerous reasons, from police not believing women when they report abuse more often, to women not feeling safe to even report in the first place.
But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter.
Jesus.
In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period.
Ultimately, this whole event with Steven Crowder and Hillary showcases how much Steven, who is so involved in this culture of masculinity, invests so much of his masculine identity with his ability to control women, and how that pushes out not only into his personal relationships, but into the politics of controlling that this culture reinforces them, and why this culture of masculinity pushes many men into right-wing politics, which itself is about all controlling and reinforcing a hierarchy and status quo with men at the top in quote-unquote traditional roles. Yet all of these events with Crowder also underscore the anxiety that constantly underpins all of these men's motivations. The fear of women embarrassing them, the fear of not constantly having control, the childish motivations and attitudes expressed when controlling others and controlling women specifically that Crowder displays, not even being able to go to the store for himself. It's all stemming out of that fear that they aren't enough, that they aren't men unless they're constantly displaying this projected manhood for others in competition with others to showcase that, yes, they're...
Actually, the whole environment that they're growing up in, existing men like that, generations and generations of abuse. Well, it's also a matter of class. Ooh. Diablo 2 remaster. Alright.
They're the more dominant manly men. It's all horrible and disgusting, yet it's all just stemming from a childlike sense of anxiety and a lack of feeling of self-worth.
One study found that a man who feels personally deprived in his personal life is also more likely to endorse sexist attitudes, because they think that they are owed women. And because they aren't getting women, because they feel deprived, they feel that they need to react angrily at the people not giving them what they are owed. Yet this idea of control leads to the dehumanization of others, as I've said, and anger extends beyond just women, but when we talk about race. I remember a moment in elementary school when a new Hispanic kid named Jose joined our class. He barely spoke any English and was actually from Mexico and had just come from there.
Okay.
And my class at the time was predominantly white. All but 2 kids, Jose included, were white. So Jose and his clearly distinct culture were strange. And to me and many kids in my grade, Jose became a novelty, an object, not a person. And as I spoke about with Bellamy in the clips that you've seen throughout this video, I personally longed to be closer to a culture as I didn't feel like I had one of my own. I felt like I was that blank avatar.
I mean, to be fair,
someone who had such a distinct cultural identity, to me, felt fascinating. To me and one other white kid at the time.
maybe it's a US thing, but if you're interested in someone because their culture feels interesting, it doesn't need to mean that you're turning the person into an object. You know?
Time who was also angry a lot as I was, we were so isolated and so desired to be friends with Jose, but in a way that dehumanized him, saw him as an object. Quite literally, we argued in front of him over who got to be his friend. As if we were in competition with each other, as if only one of us could ever be his friend. Yet beyond that, we objectified him without even giving him the ability to express a desire if he even wanted to be friends with us in the first place. He didn't even understand our language. He only spoke limited amounts of English at the time. There was no question in our minds whether he would want to be a friend. We got to determine that for him. It was gross, and thankfully, I've had a chance to apologize to Jose years later. But at the time, I was just...
That's so weird. Yeah, interesting culture doesn't necessarily mean you're turning somebody into an object. Context is key. Grew up really poor and saw it all around me. My own family, but also neighbors and friends and family. It was prevalent and normalized. Yeah, she has done that, yeah. That's...
a kid who thought that way and was told to think that way. Being honest, I was nervous to write that story into this video. And I kind of sat and tried...
But you weren't nervous to write the cat story into the video? Okay. This is the story that made you nervous? But the cat one, no? Okay. All right.
Analyze why I was nervous to do so. And I realized that it came from 2 places within me. From guilt and fear.
Oh boy.
Guilt is easier to understand.
Oh
it was
boy.
a shameful thing to do about how I dehumanized and objectified Jose. But I also know that my guilt would keep me from being open about this being a thing that happened. And I need to admit that it did happen, that I did it, to be able to not only talk about it, but to understand why I did that. And to hopefully be able to share it with others in a way that's constructive.
Oh boy.
And also,
is it
be able to take responsibility for what I did.
To
be able to apologize to someone. To get over my guilt. Because my guilt isn't helpful to anybody. Least of all myself.
Never apologize, mister. It's a sign of weakness.
The fear, though, that's more interesting. What am I afraid of? Of being seen as a racist? There is a fear that admitting that I did things that will make others see me as a racist. But that's
oh boy.
The thing, though. The fear comes from not having been racist. That was in the guilt part. The fear comes from being seen as a racist. I did this decades ago, But
Is this a US thing once again? I hope I'm overthinking, but the cat's reacted to the attacks on creators like Shark speak to lack of empathy. Is this getting the past out trying to admit to things because she knows the cancellation is coming? Like, come on.
fear being essentialized because our culture tells us that once we are something, we are.
This is so weird. This is like a list of things she did wrong in the past, but landed through, oh, but it was all male socialization, so it's... What? What's happening? You cannot just list all the bad things you've done in the past and be like, well, you know, it is what it is. I've been socialized as a guy, so, you know. It is what it is. What else is there besides the US? That is a good question. That's a good question.
Thing forever.
Actually.
And if we are branded that as such in the eyes of others, that's all we should ever be seen as. So a lot of people are afraid to be open about it because we don't want to be commodified as the racist person. But because we don't want to be seen that way, you don't want to be essentialized that way, commodified that way, we deny it, hide it.
Oh no, is this about the shark thing?
When we need to take ownership of it. I need to be open about it because that's the only way that I can grow and that others can hopefully learn and grow too. And if people hate me or don't forgive me or don't like me because of what I did all those years ago, well, that's absolutely their right. They have every right to feel that way. I hope that I've shown that I've grown since I was 12 years old, but I understand if that's not something that you're okay with, even all these years later. That's fine. I don't have any right to tell you how to feel about me. And yet, our society tells us that we should be able to control what others feel about us.
That's such a strange video. A lot of us are honest with mistakes we've made and known it. Oh, what is she talking about? What about 2 months ago? But she won't take ownership of her liking racist tweets about Shark. It's because she's hidden all this stuff and is a liar doesn't mean we all are. Like...
In our Western society, when people call out, when people do things that perpetuate sexism, racism, etc., people's inclination naturally is to run from our fear and our guilt.
Wait! Sukhoi. I'm sorry, but I've been socialized as a man for 35 years. I was never socialized to do any of this. Sure, I've been taught to suck it up and to be stoic, but not kick puppies. True. You don't kick puppies, you throw them. If you kick them, you're doing it wrong. You're supposed to throw them, if anything.
The dominant concept.
Okay, listen.
From our fear, sexism, racism, etc. When people do things that perpetuate sexism, racism, etc., people's inclination naturally is to run from our...
When people perpetuate racism, their natural instinct is to run. So what happened when Jessie liked those racist tweets against Shark? What happened again? Oh yeah, she ran. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
From our fear and our guilt.
Given the dominant conceptualization of racism as individual acts of cruelty, it follows that only terrible people who consciously don't like people of color can enact racism. Though this conceptualization is misinformed, it is not benign.
In fact, it functions beautifully to make it nearly impossible to engage in the necessary dialogue and self-reflection that can lead to change. Outrage at the suggestion of racism is often followed by righteous indignation about the manner in which the feedback was given.
We saw an example of this quite clearly recently when 3 lawmakers were protesting against gun violence in the Tennessee House of Representatives. Yet the Republican-controlled House only expelled the 2 black lawmakers who were protesting, not the white woman, despite her doing the same thing as the other 2. It was quite clearly an action born out of racism.
Very interesting, huh?
Of wishing to...
Huh. So... when people do racism, they don't like the way they were criticized. How did Jessie Gender react to criticism about Shark again? Thinking about it at the chat earlier, did I miss something interesting when I was... No, it was just misgendering. Which had to be silenced. Like there can be no misgendering. Because wokes are just reactionaries, they're just left-leaning ones. It really is about behavior. People who behave in a toxic way generally have emotional or mental problems, sometimes learn, sometimes disorders. Like when I said that the phrasing was weird, I wasn't like the idea wasn't to give carte blanche to people to start misgendering. Jessie Gender.
The bodies of 2 black men who were seen as more aggressive than the white woman was, because black men are often seen at odds and in competition with white manhood due to everything that we've been talking about. White men, as I've talked about, view other men, and specifically white men around them, as in competition with them on an individual level, but many white men will also view the white men around them as part of their in-group when they are framed against black men, who then they view as the out-group, framing race as a way to create a line of competition and us versus them mentality, painting black men as lessers and thereby dehumanizing them in that us versus them mindset. Yet, when these Republican lawmakers were called out on their racism, tapes that were leaked behind the scenes of their conversations revealed that these lawmakers were more upset by being called racist, as they did not wish to be essentialized individually as a racist person, than for actually committing racist actions, showcased by them continuing the meeting to talk about the process of how they chose to target the 2 black men for punishment by expelling them from the House.
I think now, more than ever, everyone should recognize that Democrats are not our friends. I listened for the last 3 days to Democrats, Sam McKenzie, to Chisholm, to Parkinson, trash us as racist. I've never had anybody call me a racist. And for the last 3 days, all I have heard from them is how this is the most racist place. One of these white supremacists.
I mean,
good Lord,
it is.
They are not our friends. They can smile, man. That doesn't mean I can't be polite to them.
I mean,
they are not our friends.
Yeah, I'm not a friend of racists. That's true.
Or we preserve it.
Yeah, we're not friends of racists.
Sorry now. And if these last 3 days have not
true,
we need to find a new job. There has never been a more important time for us to be unified. And Jody, I'm just going to say it here because you signed the letter. You straight up came to me and said you were 100% where I was. And you went on the House floor and you did the opposite. Man, you hung us out to dry. And I like you personally. This is not personal. And if Brian Terry was here, I'd say the same thing.
It was pretty personal to me.
Anyway, but good God, we brought the racism into it because you didn't stay with us. I need to know why you flipped your vote at the last minute. You didn't let them know beforehand.
The questions start coming up about the resolution. I know what she did. I know what she did, broke the rules. And I know that she deserves to be expelled. We got to do it right. And that wasn't right.
Yet these Republican lawmakers didn't view their actions as racist because racism has been so ingrained in many of our systems in the United States that it makes itself invisible to those men who treat it as normal, as just part of the way our world works. And this systemic structure then also allows these men to remove themselves from culpability for their actions by saying, well, it was just the system. We were adhering to the rules of the system. We were just...
I mean, you just You're doing this in the video. My violence against the cat, my violence against the door, it was just the system of male socialization. It was just the system.
We were just respecting the importance of the office, rather than taking ownership of their actions.
I'm concerned about the House floor following the process and procedures that are laid out that you should follow and not having a protest, as it was described over here, on the House floor.
This is often how men, and specifically white men or those viewed as white men, handle having committed racism, by removing their personal culpability and placing it onto a system that makes these racist actions seem natural and invisible.
You just gave us the Mexican student example.
And makes it the responsibility of a group of people rather than one individual person, making the individual person feel less culpable in those choices. Thus, this continually serves to perpetuate the system that places...
You literally gave us the example of dehumanizing the Mexican person and blamed it on a system of male socialization.
White men at the top, and make it difficult, if not impossible, to have conversations about how that system continually enacts its will.
We don't want to be seen as sexist or racist, regardless of whether we were actually sexist or racist. We can't because we know we're good people, and we want others to know that we're good people too. We don't want to wrestle.
Oh no. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh. You're describing how you're acting with Shark. Quite literally. Oh no. Oh no.
What we did, or what we might have perpetuated, because it would mean self-analyzing. And our world tells us not to self-analyze, to constantly put on the mask that we're supposed to wear, to never take a moment. We must always be strong, appear strong, project perfection. And so for a lot of men who are told to always be strong instead of self-analyzing, people seen as men take it as a personal attack. They're calling us a racist or a sexist or transphobe. How dare they? Don't they?
Is there no self-awareness in this? You took the criticisms of you supporting racism against Shark as a personal attack, quite literally.
They see that we're actually a good person. We don't want to be essentialized that way.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
We don't want to be commodified that way. Screaming, yelling. But for men, those who are seen as men, we get angry. We scream and yell because that's the tools we're told to use. And sometimes our anger lashes out in violent ways. Punching, kicking, throwing. That's what our anger tells us to do. To those who are making us feel angry.
How much can you know about yourself? You never...
So you just said that those people blame the system and you just want to blame the system. Oh God.
Been in a fight.
Often that violence can make the other person shut up. By yelling and screaming, by using violence. We've scared them or shut them up. Hurt them so they can't talk back. And when they can't talk back, the criticism goes away because it's not being said anymore. And suddenly you feel good because now you don't have to be in a space with people who are just asking to be considered. They're gone now, and our cognitive dissonance can dissipate. But you haven't addressed anything.
Jessie describing how the shark thing played out?
See your own culpability. That's what a lot of men are told to do. Often class can play a significant role in this too. Capitalism takes advantage of white men who are told that they should control everything but can control nothing, and tries to tell them that they should be using the anger that has been instilled in them. Going back to Tate, this is exactly what he's told others to do. To lash out, to be angry, to shut other people up. He's not offering them, though, that natural red pill. He's offering them a placebo. No.
What is a natural red
Selling
pill?
them a placebo. To make money for
True,
profit.
that is true.
And he's not the only one. So many groups and people who tries to sell an authentic masculinity are really just selling a product. But it gets darker. Because it can be more than just trying to make money. Because as I said, while many men still
I mean, I'd like to point out that the video essay is, at the end of the day, a product as well. No?
feel angry that they can't live up to this version of manhood they're supposed to be. They can't always win that capitalist game. They're left to squander and flail about.
All of this creates a sense of loneliness in men, a terrible weight and isolation. And within that loneliness, they begin to think about the others around them. They look out into the world and think about those who they are not next to, how they desperately wish that they could be near someone who is not like them, something new, something different. But because they are not exposed to new ideas, new worldviews, new perspectives.
Self-awareness has clearly been thrown across the room in a fit of rage. True. I think she means authentic. Oh, God.
Perspectives, they begin to think that those other than them must think exactly like them, because it's the only mindset that they've been taught to think through. It is not that they don't understand other perspectives, it's that they quite literally don't have the tools to be able to think of them, to imagine them.
Okay, let's listen to a cutscene. A truly masculine cutscene, okay? It's fine. A truly masculine cutscene. Captain. The most masculine of ranks. Captain. There we go.
When the Horde was driven back into the Black Morass, we were able to only take a small portion of our forces through the Dark Portal before it was destroyed. With the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza rescued and the Dragon Maw clan captured by the Alliance, we were no longer able to command these great winged beasts.
Oh no.
While securing the rift and beginning construction of a new portal, your encampment is approached by a haggard grunt. His uniform marks him as a warrior of the Fleeting Hollow. He tells how those of his clan who did not return through the portal have eluded capture and imprisonment by the Alliance armies. Also heard that many of the dragons that were once enslaved have continued to feed upon humans and are now roosting at Blackrock's spire. If you can break through the human defenses and gain the trust of these creatures, perhaps you can bring Ner'zhul powerful allies.
Alright. We've done it. The manliest of cutscenes. Lamppost. Interesting. That is interesting indeed.
Them. From all the pollution, they can only see the black and white dots in the skies, the binaries, the us versus them.
I need to go to the toilet. To the binary of toilet versus non-toilet. And I need more cereal. I'll be right back. I am fat. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. Promise me. All right, let's go. Let me see. Let's continue. I shall remain. Thank you. Thank you for remaining here. Thank you, gigglers. I'm gonna... Damn.
Not the actual gradient of colors that exist. And because our world teaches men to be in competition, to be on top, to control others, they think that the others around them that are unlike them also wish to do the same to men. That instead of trying to create a world that is equal for everyone, like most people who are fighting the status quo want, they begin to think that everyone who is not like them wants to control men, the way men are taught to control others. And so men not only fear, they lash out and try to control even more.
Where does that anger end up going? It can be used for violence.
And you want to know the secret? To borrow a phrase from a friend of mine, our secret sauce here, it's these young white men. That's what we call the secret ingredient. America and the world has forgotten about them, but not us. You know, they say about America, they say, diversity is our strength. You know?
That indulgence requires taking away the rights and customs of so many people. If it is false, then for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this confusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology at every level.
But again, it is extremely reductive to... It is extremely reductive to equate the so-called male socialization with racism, with what caused the Holocaust. Because anti-Semitism is a very specific thing, which was not really born out of male socialization, so that's a thing. And keep in mind that we're talking about male socialization and toxic masculinity. But Jessie is also equating it with whiteness. No, white men. So equating masculinity with whiteness is a pretty iffy thing to do, in my opinion, you know? Being a man is also not being white. To be a man is not to be white. Come on. Like, white supremacy is not born out of masculinity. Like, come on. Like, this video is very unfocused, very all over the place.
Signifies drag queens dancing for toddlers, males invading women's bathrooms. It signifies castration drugs given to children.
You've got everything here.
Destruction of the nuclear family. When government officials send that thing up the flagpole or paint its ridiculous colors in the street, that is what they're promoting. It's what they're advertising. It is the cause they want us to salute.
Salute?
Not only should we refuse to salute it, but we should treat it with disdain.
Jesus.
We should treat it as a hate symbol because that's what it is.
Oh boy.
They fly the flag, that flag, because they hate you and your values and what you believe and everything you stand for. And so we should respond in kind to this symbol.
I mean, if what you stand for is fascism, then I guess, yeah, I do stand against all that you believe in. Yeah. True. Actually, very correct, Matt Walsh. I do stand against what you believe in leads to genocide. So yeah, I will be wholesale against it. Yeah. You're right.
In other words, we should give the pride flag all of the respect that the left shows the American flag.
Must be familiar with the red pill community.
Oh, I love how, speaking of equating, I love how Matt Walsh equates the American flag with fascism. Yep, a bit of the U.S. might in that. White men have more power to be awful at scale, but the toxic masculinity is far from exclusive to white Americans here. Yeah.
Be familiar with them? Their whole thinking is that feminism is oppressing men.
No, their whole thinking is that radical social justice warriors are polarizing society. And that's exactly what's happening.
There are those in power who stoke anger in dissociating young men.
You claim to be, you know, Jesus Christ. You claim to be, like, tolerant, but you don't tolerate fascists. What's up with that? Curious. So much for the tolerant left, not tolerating fascists even.
Men, young white men.
Oh boy.
You tell them that the problem isn't the system, isn't the matrix, but it's the fault of others. Of trans people, of women, of black people, of Jewish folks. They control the matrix. They're stealing what you rightfully deserve.
And they say that they're taking away your culture, American culture, which is the only culture and identity that many young white men feel because they've deliberately been cut off from their own cultures and heritages and backgrounds, as Bellamy spoke about earlier.
You don't tolerate fascism, you smash it. Well, ideally you don't smash it. Ideally you don't... Ideally you nip it at the bud. Ideally you nip fascism in the, you know... Ideally you snip it before it even sell out to grow. Ideally there's, you know... Ideally you don't even allow anything to grow to smash. Conservatives do tend to fly American flags, sometimes a lot of them, but it doesn't always mean people with American flags are conservative.
You need to find a sense of your identity because you're just slavery was wrong. Slavery was wrong. But we're living in a time period where whites are becoming minorities. And every white country on earth. Are you a communist?
No. That's a strange question.
Well, we did try to nip it, yeah, sadly. I mean, if once it grows, all you can do is smash it. That's true. That's definitely true.
Well, you're calling me a nationalist and a Nazi.
Yeah, I have a problem with nationalism.
Why? What's wrong with nationalism? Pride for your country? That's wrong. How is that wrong?
Nationalism is not pride in your country, okay? Let me tell you another story, okay? Like the president of Warsaw, who's actually in strong opposition to the Polish far-right government, he said recently during the anniversary of the Warsaw Uprising that the government is trying to give away the Warsaw Uprising festivals to nationalists and to take it away from the people that actually lived and took part in the uprising, and that mistaking patriotism with nationalism is a big mistake, and that nationalism is something that we should all reject. Okay?
Leads to problems, and everybody is out there saying their kind is superior to everybody else's.
No one's saying superior. It's a love for your kind.
Oh, you are saying superior. I asked you a minute ago, and you said whites are special.
The politics of sexual anxiety is particular. The politics of sexual anxiety is particularly effective when traditional male role models, such as that of family provider, are under threat by economic forces.
Also, white people are a race, not a nation. There's no nation of white people. People of all races can be part of a single nation. At least now. There used to be a very strong racial component to nations, but I'm pretty sure that when, especially in the US, especially since patriotism throughout the years meant very different things, right? Patriotism used to mean something very different before nation states. And patriotism, make no mistake, patriotism existed before nation states existed. And nationalism is a very recent phenomenon that was created with the creation of nation states. But patriotism is something that is much, much older than nationalism. Does that make sense? And people had different motivations for being patriotic.
Politics has, at its basis, the traditional patriarchal family.
Like in the past, people derived their patriotism from, for example, belonging to a specific class of people.
It is characteristically accompanied by panic about deviations from it. Transgender individuals and homosexuals are used to heighten anxiety and panic about the threat to traditional male gender roles. Fascist politics distorts male anxiety, heightened by economic anxiety, into fear that one's family is under existential threat from those who reject its structures and traditions.
And so, men who are now angry at the world enact violence, hate, and anger towards these groups because they feel they have nothing else left and are told by those that they trust, those who are selling them a version of manhood that they've been told since birth is what they should have, that these are the people that they should get angry at. Instead of being in community with those around them.
Yeah, the term patriotism has kind of been co-opted and taken on more nationalist tones in the US. I blame McCarthyism, the early Cold War, where if you were a lefty, you were un-American. I mean, it's been co-opted by nationalism when nation states formed, basically, you know?
They're viewed as antagonists. And so men will dehumanize and lash out because that's all they're told to do.
These horrific ghouls set angry, isolated young men upon minorities to prop up their own power and authoritarianism. It's why you saw people like Steve Bannon use movements like Gamergate, which is a movement of people within male-centered gaming culture lashing out at women in gaming spaces like games journalism. Steve Bannon used Gamergate.
Like, I believe that different peoples can live within a country, not assimilate, speak their own language within a community, and they are still at home and they can be patriotic towards the part of the land that they live on, you know? Like that there are communities that do not need to be assimilated into this broader homogenetic nation in order to be able to exist, function, prosper, and feel a sense of patriotism towards the land where they are. You know? Does that make sense? Like, when a group of refugees enter a country, and they decide to stay at that country. At that point, they are not guests in that country. They are at home. They're in their new home. The idea of homogeneity is a complete ghost. True.
and generated ones after it to prop up his Breitbart.
Am I making sense?
And things like Donald Trump's president.
I hope I'm making sense.
And yes, I did say Gamergate. I had to in this context. Apologies. This hate and anger is why you see hate groups begin to form. And it's also why you see many hate groups that form based around the idea of minorities controlling their world also create rhetorics of things like a white ethno-state or talk about ancient European culture as some mystical force.
Heimbach, let me ask it this way. If you could snap your fingers and live in a white ethno-state without any other groups experiencing oppression as a result of the creation of that ethno-state, is that something you would do?
No.
Yes. Am I racist insofar do I have
Yes.
racial animus towards anyone? Then no, I'm
You're
an
pretty,
anti-racist.
yeah.
But I do have a pride in my culture and my identity, and it's what I want to pass on to my children. It's what
Yeah, there is no such thing as white race culture. There's no such thing. There is no such thing as a unified white race culture. That's just brain dead. What is white culture, quote unquote? There is no such a thing. Yes, it is. Like,
part of what I want to preserve.
We have to decide culturally if this country is going to have, as a normative American, is it going to be a European Christian who...
What is a normative American? What does that mean? I've never heard that phrase before. European Christian?
Subscribes to Anglo-Protestant culture. And look, the country has always had...
Anglo-Protestant? Does Nick Fuentes... That's Nick Fuentes, right? Does Nick Fuentes imagine that most of Europeans are Protestants? Because, oh boy, are you in for a rude awakening? Are you in for a rude awakening if you believe that most of Europe is Protestant? Are you in for a shock if you truly believe that most of Europe is Protestant? Well, there's a pretty substantial difference between being Protestant and Catholic.
The country at the founding had 20% blacks. The country at the peak of its whiteness had 10% non-white. And I still think that would be ethnic national.
It's young white men trying to create an idea of a mystical past identity that they can draw from because they don't feel like they have a culture or community to call their own, outside of the communities based on hate that they've now formed. And these communities are also built on hurting each other and reaffirming masculinity. Look at something like the Proud Boys, which were
classic American geopolitical literacy, true.
Requires you to beat up
boy.
to gain entry.
Many young white men are never given any other alternative, any other path out. They never are able to even see a way out of this constant cycle of violence and being used, and offered another vision of that.
It's funny because I can simultaneously say and believe that the pace at which I came to an understanding of myself was probably the right pace for me. And I've said in the past, I was who I was meant to be at the time, and that who I am now has been built on who I was before. And that the person I am now, even if I had a better understanding, I don't think I'd be the same level of comfort if I was trying to be this 5 or 10 years ago. I can say that and believe it to be true while simultaneously also acknowledging that if I'd had the language and the understanding and the education to just understand now what I didn't understand then about who I could be, who anybody could be,
White Anglo-Saxon Protestant,
were things I didn't even consider,
oh boy.
I probably would have been on this path sooner.
I see all of that. I see these men who go through all of this And it's partially why I think about masculinity a lot. Because I know that path. I walked it for a time. I know the emptiness I was forced to feel. I understand how this system
KKK hates
creates
Catholics.
angry,
Interesting.
violent men
Very interesting.
like this.
I did not know that.
How it turns them to wring them of all their
I
money.
did not know that.
Chasing this thing that they'll never achieve, and then turns them against others. After all, I could have seen how that could have become me. And how lucky I was because I was able to see and envision a path out. A true one. Because of who I am specifically. Who I am inherently, beyond the male and female socialization. I escaped the Matrix. Or at least, so I thought.
Wait, what?
Hey everyone.
So what's the part 2? I guess we've already seen part 2, huh? I guess we've already seen part 2. Huh. So, I don't know. I sort of feel like this video is all over the place. Am I mistaken in thinking that? A majority of white Americans have German ancestry. Interesting. That explains a lot, actually. Actually explains quite a lot. Half of Christian nationalist fascist types are Catholic and half are WASP types. If they ever get power, it's just a matter of time before 30 years. War Part 2. My grandparents came over from Germany. It's almost exclusively German Catholic in ancestry. Huh. Okay. We're switching gears. Wait. I'm gonna save a game. And we're switching gears, okay? I think you're bored of Warcraft now. So we're switching games for your entertainment. You know what we're gonna play? That's right. Hold on. That's weird. Oh, okay. We're only gonna be playing one game. We're gonna change the game. It's installing now, so we might as well watch something else while we're doing this. I'm gonna watch a quick video. NPCs with your soul. Activision Blizzard reveals a scary patent. So there's a Chud Logic stream. Strange.
So this is something I saw today. Apparently,
Okay.
it's a new patent. Take a look at this.
Okay.
Have you ever thought about becoming an NPC?
No.
Yes.
No. Lots of Polish names in Texas. I think I even... Austin is the capital of Texas, isn't it? Is Austin the capital of Texas? Can you remind me? Austin is Texas, right? Yep. Right. I have family in Austin. I actually have family in Austin. So this is interesting. Yeah, I have Austin.
No. We're not talking about those NPCs. No. We're talking about these NPCs.
That's Miss.
Okay, well, I'll be hanging around the arena grounds if you need someone to worship the ground you walk on. Bye.
I think they're dead.
Activision Blizzard has a patent that could have major implications for the future of video games.
Okay.
This patent, approved on June 20th, 2023,
Right.
is entitled Systems and Methods for Generating Improved Non-Player Characters.
Oh.
This patent details a system in which non-playable characters, or as we know them, NPCs, are refined using artificial intelligence trained on real player behavior and data.
Isn't this fucking badass? This is insane.
Mr. Five, tell us how you feel.
How do I feel? I feel alive!
For the longest time, those NPCs would act something like this.
Where's the blood from? It yours?
I'm 100% sure it's not ours. Maybe the intruders?
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's probably still going to have this problem, but it will pretend to be a real person.
But with advancements in machine learning happening at such a rapid pace, they could soon be acting like this.
All right. Let's see.
We're thrilled to showcase an immersive and dynamic interaction between a player Kai and a non-playable character named Jin.
Hey Jen, how are you?
Unfortunately, not so good.
Uh-oh. How come?
I am worried about the crime around here. It's gotten bad lately.
The patent was filed by Activision in late 2019,
All right.
but was just approved in June of 2023.
Oh, wow.
It details how AI tracks and correlates player behavior with game outcomes, responses from other players, and even the degree of player engagement. This data is then used to create or modify NPCs who can then be ported across various games.
Well, you see, Blizzard already kind of did this with the solo, not solo queue, fucking, what was it called? The
What was it
Basin
called?
against the bots, the comp stomp.
True,
Where you get to
ZOCIALIX.
play against bot players.
Unironically.
So this is clearly something that they were trying to do a long time ago. And, like, obviously having AI to where, like, you can have machine learning for what is the most optimized pattern of inputs that's going to cause, you know, a character to be the most efficient. The more data that you have for that, obviously, the better you're going to have. Warfronts, exactly. Comstomp bots were unironically really good, though. Ooh, I don't know about that. Anyway, but, yeah, I think that this is obviously what companies would want to do.
Or hosted on one or more servers. Now, in order to use this player data, Activision Blizzard has to collect this information.
Right.
If you'd like to read Activision Blizzard's privacy policy, I will include a link in the description of this video.
I've got a pretty good feeling that it's included in the privacy policy. I could just pretty much about bet that.
Hold up, here it is right here. By clicking agree, you are also acknowledging that Apple may show your mouth to the butthole of another iTunes user.
Now, this isn't the only...
That's probably that's probably true.
...only area that Activision Blizzard has expressed interest in using AI either. This
I'm gonna head out. Thanks for the lovely chat, folks, and thanks for the lovely stream. Good night and keep well. Good night.
Times article outlines how Blizzard Diffusion, a cheeky reference to Stable Diffusion, could possibly help developers generate game assets and NPCs as well. To
Of
quote
course that's what they're going to do. Why do you think, of course they're going to do this? Because it's a useful tool that allows them to make content faster. It's optimization, duh.
The article, quote, the internal email about Blizzard Diffusion said it was being used to help generate concept art for game environments, as well as characters and their outfits. It also mentioned...
Oh no, I'm not heading out. I read someone from the chat, Moose Watcher 123 said, it's gotten kind of late. I'm going to head out. Thanks for the lovely chat, folks, and thanks for the lovely stream. Good night and keep well. I was just reading chat. I'm still here. I'm. It's okay. We're gonna keep at it for a bit longer.
Possible tools for autonomous.
The night is still young.
Procedurally assisted level design, and AI-assisted voice cloning, game coding, and anti-toxicity. However,
look at that.
Activision Blizzard is far from the only company in the AI
8 hour
conversation.
Oh, every game is going to have this. Guys, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time.
I mean, FF14, I think, mentioned having some backgrounds created through AI.
Every fucking game is going to have some form of AI where, like, the NPCs are interacting with you and they have lifelike components to them. 100% It's going to be lit. Yeah. Well, because it's a more immersive and it's a better experience and it's more comprehensive. So it's just common sense that they're going to try to do this. I think this is...
I hate when people use the term common sense. Because it's basically a meaningless term at this point. Common sense is basically whatever feels intuitive and good to me. That's what common sense means. It feels good to me and it feels intuitive to me.
Great, personally, because it makes the games better. I mean, like, I don't even know why somebody would be unhappy about this. I think it's going to make the games a lot better. Now, it doesn't mean that whenever I say every single game, I don't mean every single game. Actually, now let me just go back and fucking clarify that. There will always be games that this is not the case for. However, I think it will become more...
AI to help out with the more tedious parts of world creation is a good use for AI emo. It's just the next evolution of procedural generation. Yeah. I'm kind of high on AI for purposes of integrated modding. Like for adding new dialogue. I mean, I think that it's like AI that can interact with you in real time is basically the only way that we will ever have a true RPG experience that will come close to tabletop RPGs. You know? Because tabletop RPGs are all about the freedom of your choice, etc. And you don't really have that freedom if the NPCs cannot understand what you're saying and respond to what you're saying. And if you basically have an AI talking with you within a game, then you get role-playing. You actually approach real role-play. With language models, their memory is shite. Well, I assume they will be working on it. Hopefully.
More and more common. Could the AI be to stop min-maxing?
They can plan ahead enough.
Well, I don't know. I can't wait for AI-powered Baldur's Gate 4. Yeah, there you go. I'm not excited for the testing phase of 5 years where the tech plays like shit. Well, how about the testing phase of right now of 10 years where the tech is played like shit? I don't really see the difference, personally. But yeah, some fuckers will cry on Twitter, or our jobs, writers will lose jobs. Fucking, well, the thing is, like, listen, if the game is better...
I don't really think writers will lose jobs over this, because there's a difference. There's actually a huge difference between having interactability with the NPCs via AI and a game having some sort of like a narrative vision. And for the narrative vision, you will need the writers. You know? I'm willing to bet that the NPCs will be coded to be in line with the narrative vision. So that's actually not even related, in my opinion. This will definitely replace writers. I'm not so sure, to be honest. Because I think that these are pretty separate things. Not all of them, but remember there aren't just the people writing the story. There are also writers actually drafting the dialogue and editing it. I guess so. I guess so.
Like, ultimately, whenever you say the customer is always right, it means the customer as a collective. And if you deliver a better product, the customer will expect that better product. It doesn't matter.
I mean, it doesn't always follow that what customers like and support as a better product. The customer as a collective basically support all of the predatory microtransaction, the games being half-baked and unfinished. And yet it's not a good product. Like, it really does not follow that the customers will always support what the best product is. Yeah, writing is not going anywhere. Projects that rely on AI to replace writers' room will complete less successful as a consequence. Those people will be on the chopping block once this stuff is above the obvious AI article swell level. I think you're right, Lucy. My big worry is for the voice actors being properly compensated with royalties whenever an AI text-to-speech trained on their voice is used. That's a big one. Yeah, it's true.
Matter which person at the company who it's at the expense of. If you're delivering a better product, people are going to want that better product. It's literally that simple.
That's actually not that simple. Because it seems like customers as a collective eat up pretty crappy product. We used to receive games that were finished on release, and now we receive games that are half-baked on release, and yet we're getting a worse product, and yet somehow the customers as a collective accept it. So there goes that rule that if we have a good product, then the customers will expect that good product. Well, that's not really true, is it? We used to have games without microtransactions, and now we have games with microtransactions. Worst product. And yet, customers as a collective accepted it. So there we go. So I guess it's not as sensible as it seems.
So yeah, I think that that's what's going to happen with a lot of these things. On to code, Mr. Writer. Oh wait. Well, no. The thing is,
it's not. It's actually irrelevant if the product is good or not. What matters is if it's profitable. It doesn't matter if it's good. What matters is if it's profitable. And it can be half-baked. It can have a lot of predatory things in it. As long as it gets people to pay, as long as it gets people to spend money, that's good for the company. The product doesn't have to be good. Kind of true, but some huge counter-examples, Elden Ring and FF14 are hugely successful based on being complete games made by people who respect their customers but actively zeroful. Yeah, but that's not the norm. And even FF14 has the cash shop on top of a monthly subscription. Jason Blask, which I've never seen you here before. So I'm gonna link the page. I'm gonna ask you what brought you here. I'm gonna ask you what brought you here, because I always ask people what brought them here so that I can get even more people. I suppose you do have to recognize the impact. Oh, I've totally been here before. Oh, interesting. I've been donated. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Okay, I apologize. But you should be on the page. That's true. Listen, I'm an elderly person. Okay, Swiss cheese wizard I do recognize. You should be nice to me. I'm an elderly person. Suppose you have recognized impact that persistent online updates has had as well. It enables ease still on update, but also makes developers more willing to ship half-baked products. We can always fix it later. I've totally been here before. Right? Not more elderly than me. I'm the Elden Ring. Damn.
That, like, again, I've said many times, nobody is entitled to a job. I think that people should have a universal basic income, but it is not up to a company whose primary responsibility is to create a product and produce money and revenue. It should not be the company's responsibility to keep...
Actually, there's only one primary responsibility of a company, is to create profit. That's the primary. It's not even the responsibility of a company to create a product. It's just to create profit. The examples where good things are widely popular are few, and they mainly reinforce the idea of that different equals worse. I'm pretty old. I remember buying games where you had to download patches on dial-up modem, and if you weren't lucky enough to have internet, well, I think publishers will always be greedy, is the message, right?
People's jobs on life support whenever they have been, outdated by some other way. This is just, it's a backwards way of looking at things. How is it the company's responsibility? It's fucking government's responsibility. Look at the government, not the company. That's what I think. Anyway, the point is that whenever you have technology like this, like imagine if you could play with a character that was an AI waifu in a video game, and she was your companion for the game, and she was hot. I think for a lot of people, that would improve their gaming experience.
Mm-hmm.
It would improve their gaming experience tremendously.
I keep in mind that the profit motive and creating a good product are actually in direct opposition to one another. Right? The profit motive of capitalism and creating a good product are in opposition, because as it's written in the theoretical, as it's defined, capitalism seeks to produce things the cheapest, which drives the prices down, which creates competition. But it also, since you're choosing the cheapest option possible, it drives quality down. As Asmongold will say, it is what it is. Seeking the cheapest option will always drive the quality down. You know?
So, and that's what really matters, right? I mean, at the end of the day.
My favorite snacks is something like,
donuts.
This will take a long time to have it
NVIDIA
improved,
recently stunned with its demo of NVIDIA Ace and its AI capabilities.
To evolve all players, for example.
Man, I'm so sorry.
It's real-time mind change. Oh my god. Okay, let's go and see what happens.
Yeah, let's try it.
It might still be kind of because it's in the same session. It's in the same session. I'm not sure it will completely change. It usually changes in a new session, but let's try.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
What's this?
Okay, so yeah, go ahead.
What are your favorite snacks?
My favorite snacks are donuts. Any questions about the
Wow.
Oh, there you
No
go.
way.
Wow.
But as these machine learning algorithms and models strive to create more human-like interactions,
watching this.
will there be a human cost associated with it?
Yes. Absolutely. There will 100% be a human cost. Oh, this is still going on.
Some game developers have already...
Keep in mind, if AI will be able to replace writers, right? If AI can replace writers, then it can also replace streamers. So I guess Asmongold himself should prepare to become obsolete because there are already AI streamers and they have audiences. We all do know that, right? AI streamers are already a thing with pretty sizable audiences behind them. Competition produces less innovation and lower quality products than cooperation. Competition with corporations or vice versa is best, I think, less rudimentary. Like a game had absolutely positive function or it would prove in zero return. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, there are AI streamers already. You sure have bigger audiences than poor or Lucy Hazan.
He expressed concern that AI's impact will have on the gaming industry. While the tools might streamline some of the process, others say it's hard enough to get into the gaming industry as it is.
Oh my god! I don't see why that, like, I think that people that have that perspective are so self-centered, and not in a bad way. It's just a lack of awareness. Is that you do not exist at this company because, you know, it's like you deserve a job. You exist at this company because you serve a function. And if that function does not exist, neither do you.
Yeah, but that in itself is also a short-sighted way of looking at it. Because we can just look at things from the perspective of an isolated company or isolated organization. We have to look at things from the perspective of wider society. Like, if everyone is just a cog with a function and without that function we don't exist, then basically we all can be replaced, including you, Asmongold. So what is even the point? What's even the point to anything? Like basically we're all replaceable. Once AI gets better, lawyers will be replaceable. Doctors will be replaceable because AI will be able to just do things better. Writers will be replaceable. Streamers will be replaceable. Manual workers will be replaceable. So what is even the point of humans at that point? What is even the point of humans existing at that point? I guess humans should just be replaced across the board. I guess, I don't know, it's pretty short-sighted to just be like, oh yeah, this is how companies work, and therefore it is what it is, and it is how it should be. That's pretty silly. I don't know, I'd say that's pretty stupid. Who cares how companies function? Maybe we should change how companies function. Have you even considered that? Like, companies are not be-all and all of how things function. Like, what?
That's just how it is. And
there we go. It's just how it is.
At the end of the day, you have the consumer is the one that makes that decision.
Well, no. That's actually not correct. The consumers aren't the ones that make the decisions. It's the companies, it's the corporations that make the decisions, not the consumer. Because there's something called manufactured consent. I don't think that the consumer loves microtransactions, and yet, here we are.
It's actually not the company, and it's not the employee. The consumer makes that decision.
If you think the consumers actually make decisions about what's what, then you've lost the plot, quite literally.
They say, this is a better product, we're going to buy this product. And whenever the consumer makes that decision, that the better product is the one that is made with a different system that could be less ethical, well, I don't know. Let's see how Nike and Adidas are doing. Oh, wow. I bet they're making millions of dollars. Billions of dollars.
That's stupid. I'm sorry. Asmongold has mid takes on the game themselves, to be honest. His basis for his opinions is that they are his opinions. It's just all vibes. Yeah. Yes, Asmongold is either pushing a narrative or is quite naive in his regard. Ah, yes.
Because the consumer doesn't care. The only thing that matters is the end user and the end product. And anything that makes that end user or end product like more disappointing or more like shitty, that's going to, the free market will remove that over time.
Well, it won't. It won't actually.
It will be removed. You see Adidas?
Well, no. The gaming industry is getting worse, not better. We're getting games that are more half-baked. The free market did not remove it. It didn't.
This is going to sell its Yeezys. What a surprise. So yeah, if you want to guarantee the security of your job, make yourself invaluable to the company. Well, I'm
The market will sort itself out. That's
saying that the point is you're talking about a capitalist model that includes the consumer, when really the capitalist model we have now sees the consumer as serfs and entities that are there to increase their profit. The consumer is a serf and the consumer is an entity. But even Caesar realized that you need bread and circuses. And guess what? I bet the bread and circuses at the Colosseum were the best bread and circuses in town.
well, guess what? First of all, no, they weren't. Second of all, best bread and circuses in town, we're not getting the best possible games. We're not getting the best possible product. What? The games have been getting worse, not better.
And that's why
games being unplayable on release, that's the best bread. Diablo 4, a multi-million-dollar game coming out with breaking bugs. That's the best bread in town.
people went there, and that's why he was the fucking emperor. That's the point.
That's
like,
not why he was the emperor.
Like, I understand what you're saying.
That's just stupid. That's not how that worked at all.
But people are going to, like, it's just simply the companies that are willing to do things that will increase the quality of the product.
The quality of the product. This is laughable. If you think that companies care about the quality of the product.
Will be the ones that will succeed.
Oh! Is that so? Is that so? The biggest company on the market. The biggest companies on the market are those who create the most quality product, are they? But it's not though. You can have a take based on a feeling, and I can just as well as if you had a reasoned argument. The problem with Asmongold is that he escapes the gaming space to talk about politics and economics in a way that's uninformed and right-wing, and in addition, very irresponsible way. Ah, yes. We all know that the biggest gaming corporations are the ones that create the best quality products. Especially Activision Blizzard of late. They've been really delivering the quality.
It's
EA, Ubisoft, oh yes, Bethesda, they oh yes, they give us nothing but quality.
What are we talking about? It's common sense.
Common sense indeed. Common sense indeed. Ah, yes. The biggest companies are those who give us the biggest quality.
Companies will be replaced too. I mean, maybe we'll see what happens. So in essence, you're quite right. I think so. So long as there's a demand, people will always supply it. Yeah. And then as soon as one company, because this is the thing, right? Every single company has a fiduciary responsibility to the consumer. If you don't understand this, publicly traded company, the responsibility of the board of directors is to make sure to deliver, like make money for the shareholders. That's like, it's ironic, right? Because the company actually doesn't exist to serve the customer, but serving.
It's not ironic, actually. It's actually not ironic at all.
A customer is usually the way that the company exists to serve its main function, which is making money for the shareholder. So if the shareholder, well, think about it like this, right? If you have stock in Activision Blizzard, and let's say your stock, you bought stock at $50.
So it's not about producing quality, it's about producing profit for the shareholders. Thank you.
This AI technology comes out, and Blizzard doesn't use it. And then let's say EA does use it, or Capcom uses it, or Square Enix uses it. And Square Enix's fucking stocks go up. And then Blizzard stocks go down. Because people aren't going to buy a product that's inferior. Well, guess what's going to happen? Well, the people that were making the decisions not to go in that direction will be removed. And then people will be replaced. Those people will be replaced with people that will make the decisions. Because that's how every single company works. Or not.
No, it's not how every single company works, actually. He doesn't seem to be capable of imagining better possibilities and is happy to mindlessly consume whatever slop the companies dump in, though.
Every single company, excuse me, almost every single publicly traded company. Yeah, it's a free market. Yeah, they have to. Shareholder responsibility. Yeah, that's the fiduciary responsibility. Yeah. People buy inferior products all the time. Your assumption is that the consumer is intelligent and educated? No, it's not. My assumption is that the value added by using this technology improves the consumer's experience. The consumer does not have to be intelligent or educated in order.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant to your argument because companies add ton of stuff that decrease the experience of the consumer, and the consumer still buys it. So that's irrelevant. The microtransactions decrease the experience of the consumer, making the game long and tedious decrease the experience of the consumer. And then, on top of it, the companies sell microtransactions that speed up the tempo of the game, the pace of the game.
To have an experience that is superior. There's no education that's
Yeah, but companies don't care about superior experience of the player. Quite the opposite is the truth. The companies keep decreasing the experience of the players and then selling solutions to that.
if you see content that you're having fun with, that's all you need to see. It's literally
That's great. But what if the content you get is not fun, but it's the only content you get?
a face value vibe check. And if the face value vibe
Perhaps he has reasons somewhere in his rants. He's too... I see.
check of an AI waifu is better than something that's coded in there, you're going to have AI waifus and not things that are coded.
I mean, AI waifus are also coded.
Coded. That's just how it is. That's the point I'm making. Consumer doesn't know what's good for them anyway, so it's all a moot point.
AI is also hard-coded.
Consumer doesn't know what's good for them anyway. I think that's... I agree.
I do watch him. If, in case. Just in case, I do watch Osmongol.
And I disagree. I disagree in this circumstance.
We're having a fire sale. Oh, the burning! It burns me. Evacuate all the school children. Ah!
In any case, once the line is blurred, will the gaming community at large even care?
No.
Would defeating an AI indistinguishable from a human player not feel as satisfying in the long run?
I don't know. I think so. I think that PvP games against other players will have a certain level of, like, it will always feel special.
And how would you feel
I think it
about
depends,
an AI
because
that...
like people get a lot of satisfaction out of clearing Elden Ring or killing Dark Souls, right?
I mean, I don't see Asmongold as insufferable or bad or whatever. I just think this take of his is bad. Does that make sense? I just think this opinion is bad.
Clearing Dark Souls, and like that's just a computer, right? Whether it's a like, I think really the difference is person or not person, and yeah.
Learned how you played to imbue a program with the essence of you.
I understand what I'm made of, how I'm coded, but
Westworld.
Do you imagine? Think about the ego check of all the people who think that all I need to do is have an AI version of 19 other me's in a raid and will one-shot every boss. Imagine the ego destruction that it would cause if they're able to make AI versions of themselves for 20 players and
Right.
He'll kill the boss. Now it's really nobody else's fault, you know? It's the fucking AI is messed up or something.
understand the things that I feel. Are they real?
I asked these questions to begin a dialogue. What do you think? Would you like to be able to interact with NPCs that could understand you and hold a legitimate conversation? Or is nothing worth the value of your privacy? Let me know in the comments what you think and what you'd like.
I don't care about that. That's privacy. What? No, that's... Yeah, I think if I can have a conversation, I'd like to have a conversation. But I know he voted for Trump in 2016, but he did switch on Trump. I think he had a debate with Destiny on Trump, but I'm pretty sure Asmongold has switched his whole stance on Trump. Reboot? I love Reboot. You mean Westworld? Or what? Oh, Reboot.
Clearly, I mean, you've already signed away your privacy by playing the game. What privacy are we talking about?
The video on next. Until next time, I've been Labot, and I'll see you later. Bye, guys.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. No, rebooted the show that is on the video. Okay. He's not quite progressive, but he's still more tolerable than most internet conservatives.
Guy that made the video the other day about that dude at Microsoft.
I just think this whole spiel about the free market sorting itself is just bullshit. I'm sorry.
Really good video. He made another one and got linked
Critical support for moving away from Trumpite politics. True.
to me today. I'll give it a like and link it to you guys. Makes really great videos that are what's the word for it?
Beast Wars. Oh. Free market is a lie.
Topical. There you go. What job, in your opinion, will be removed because of AI in the game dev industry? I think that environmental design and art will be minimized because in the same way that like
Interesting enough, FF14's environments will be made by AI to some extent. They've already announced it. Oh yes, it's not enough to have a microphone and camera recording from your phone 24/7. You also need an AI NPC following you around in your video game. Wait, what did Jessie Gender say this time? Oh, a lot of things. A lot of things have been said, Arkael. Basically, hurting a cat and blaming it on masculine socialization.
Photoshop has tools that allow you to like multiply efforts. So too does AI and different types of like machine learning algorithms that like, you know, for example, Unreal 5 has. So like whenever it's easier for you to generate an infinite landscape and then just add in personal touches here and there, that takes a lot less effort than having to design and program every single blade of grass and every single tree or root. So I think that's probably one thing that'll happen a lot quicker than you'd imagine. But I'm not sure what else is going to happen. I don't know. Remove any busy work will help actual artists. Oh, I think so too. I definitely think so. I think that people should look at AI as a tool and not a replacement mechanism.
I mean, I can...
Which will result in smaller game dev teams, a rise in amount of...
I can definitely understand that. AI is a tool and not a replacement mechanism. I can definitely understand that, although I don't think... I'm not sure if that's how even many companies will look at it. Yeah, the pseudo-federalization of the free market is just a complete hogwash.
Teams or both? Yeah. Well, look at what's happened already with Unreal 5 and these other types of like easier to do game design softwares, and like how people can like have AI and like these different tools help them write code. I think that's been good because now you have even more people who are able to be creative and make games, and this is better for, again, the consumer. And that's what and this, I think, is the true essence of the idea that the customer is always right. Not, you know, Karen getting mad at a Starbucks employee or somebody getting upset about taking, you know, oh, I'm returning this after 3 years. It's a hot dog.
True.
You know, the problem is we still assume everybody needs a job. Yes, I think that's a massive problem. Terminator is going to start with AI being teabagged in game. Yeah, it's 100% less creative. It's 100% less creative. Is AI fundamentally less creative? No,
yes.
I don't think so.
Right now, yes. Yes, it is. As it exists right now, AI is absolutely less creative. In fact, AI as it exists right now is not creative at all. if you know how it works. So yeah, I'm sorry. As it exists right now, AI is not creative at all. Because AI is not alive. AI is not actual, real AI. We don't have real AI yet. Can support free market capitalism and simultaneously argue that technology should be a tool for the people to alleviate labor and improve life quality. It's incompatible with his ideology.
I don't agree with that. I think that it's very weird for people to... It's so weird for people to make sweeping judgments like that.
Yeah, it's because you don't understand how AI works. If you understood how AI work, then you'd understand that it's not creative. Because it's not creating anything.
Whenever AI has only been in the public space for like...
Yeah, it isn't true AI. It's algorithmic intelligence. It's not articulate true, not artificial true intelligence. Yeah. Yeah, it's not what they think AI is. AI language models are essentially just very complicated next word prediction. AI with the effects on art similar to that of the photograph. It will streamline technical parts of the process such that other creative aspects will be allowed to be explored more deeply. Like, AI is not creative. It's not creating anything. You know, it just puts together bits that already exist. And it needs to be told what to do as well. So there is no creativity on the side of the AI. And in that way, algorithmic intelligence can be widely and useful in the right context. Apparently, it's very helpful in streamlining code and catching mistakes in syntax. Like I'm sorry. Like, AI does its job well, but it needs to be told what to do, and it needs to be fed the parts from which it takes the thing that it does. It did come at quite an inopportune time for itself, in the sense that technological progress has slowed and is perpetuating itself mostly through increasing size and power draw, but at the same time that makes it less democratic, and the more powerful implementations will remain in the data center. Arkael, the programmer in the audience. You're a programmer, right, Arkael? AI is extremely exciting to me as a tool, but the application I imagine using for are nothing like what people think they can use it for. Nice, interesting. I guess we'll have to talk about it someday. Like streamlining repetitive tasks or generating variations based on a style guide. Right, yeah, okay. That makes sense to me, Arkael. We're going to have a conversation one day, if you don't mind. A lot of media critics can't do much at the moment, more something for a long haul.
Like what, 3 or 5 years? Like in the current form that it's in now, where people are using it and creating technology with it? I mean, what was video games 3 or 5 years into like its inception? Probably not very good. So 1 year, yeah. I mean, it's
they were pretty good actually. Early games were not impressive, like technically, but they were not bad. That's a misconception. It's because they were not technologically advanced. That doesn't mean they were not good. These are sort of two different things. There were some simple games at the inception of gaming that you could pick up right now and you'd have fun still, which means that they were good games if you can still have fun with them. Yeah, Pong is still fire. That is actually what I was thinking of. Pong understood its gameplay loop. True.
Very short period of time, AI has public, about 2 years. I was kind of using Microsoft Tay as like the benchmark, but I think that actually even happened more than 5 years ago. But you're right. It's like saying Unreal Engine makes you less creative. It just makes you better at games, not being less creative. Yeah. That's like saying a director is less creative than a 3D designer because he has less hands-on work. I think there's a lot of ways that you can look at it.
That's not exactly.
I'm a concept artist, and for us, AI can be useful for mass idea generation.
That's not what people mean when they say that AI is not creative. Like, people who use AI can be creative, but AI itself is not creative.
At the end of the day, you still need to handpick and paint over the design over what's generated. Yeah, and I think that's good. Again, AI probably should be used as a tool rather than just like a one-to-one replacement.
I agree with that.
This is going to be a very, very interesting few years.
I agree with that. I agree that it should be used as a tool, yeah. I do agree with that, definitely.
Gaming. I'm going to link that right there. Again.
But there we go. I guess we finished the video with by agreeing with
AI talk is the same
Asmongold.
With the robots 50 years ago. Yeah.
There's so much type about Unreal Engine 5. Not really looked into it. Not sure how much.
That's why union organization
is effective.
Is important to make sure that it's used appropriately and not a cheap attempt to replace actual talent. I don't think that that's. I think it's just a completely like I don't know, man. I think it's just such a wrong-headed mindset. I think it's such a bad mindset to put the responsibility on these companies to keep jobs on life support rather than putting the responsibility on the government to keep their people from starving. Like, I think that's where people should look for responsibility. Like, stop looking for Warner Brothers to fucking be responsible for your job. It should be the government that's doing it. The government's what does your fucking roads. They do the schools. They do everything else. Why is it that somehow Warner Brothers is responsible for getting your job? Yeah, do you feel bad for fucking horseshoe makers? Yeah, great example. Yeah, like it just the world changes, man. Governments are fucking useless. Oh, and companies are much better, right? Legislation is needed. You're agreeing with me? I know. I just like I agree that legislation is needed. I just don't agree that the legislation is needed to force the companies to keep people's jobs on life support. I think the legislation is needed for the government to make sure that people are able to have a living wage even whenever they don't have employment. I think that we're moving towards a world where employment can no longer be a guarantee for adults, and it will become more that case every single year. And
Unreal Engine 5 is extremely impressive and has some exciting technology, but all the cool features are limited to next-gen consoles and expensive PCs. It sucks as an engine for mobile and low power.
I think the longer that people deny it, the worse the transition is going to be. So that's
terrible example because farriers and blacksmiths are still a job. I mean, I mean, there are still horses are still used, so you do still have people that have to. Well, that's true. That is a pretty bad example. Just because you don't see a job being performed, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Horseshoe makers, honestly, his chat is cesspit. I'll 100% agree with Miss Ellenware on that one. I would say games from a decade ago are effectively modern. We have gotten to the point that the barrier to execution on a vision is not a matter of if, but at what cost.
That's what I think. I could talk about this forever, but that's really what I think.
That's it. Gigglers, we've done it. We've done the video. And now, oh, gigglers, we're switching gears. We're changing the game, okay? And I'm gonna go to the toilet or something. Is it not time for me to go to the toilet? But first, let's turn on the game. True. time for the giggling. Alright, I have to edit. You might have already guessed what game we're playing. Might have guessed the game already. That's right. There we go. The horseshoe theory. The horseshoe theory. Horseshoe theory is here. Okay, we're gonna watch it for one moment, one more day. Uh-oh. I wanna this game. Will the game work? Alright, we've done it. DMC. There we go. I'm gonna go to the toilet now. We'll be back and we'll play some DMC. I'm gonna play with my arcade stick. Woohoo! Arkael! Arkael! Listen, Arkael. You should join the page and you all should consider donating or subscribing. BRB. Of course, I play a variety of games. I'll be right back. I was muted. Welcome, Cheese Wizard. Welcome to the Duck Army. Also, Arkael, you should join the Duck Army as well. Join us. My goodness. Oh, I should make the game louder. Is it super quiet now? Here we go, Devil May Cry. Wow. That's amazing. Right.
2 millenniums ago, there was a war between the human world and the other, the underworld.
Damn.
But somebody from the underworld woke up to justice.
Damn.
And stood up against this legion alone.
Oh no.
His name was Sparta.
Oh.
Later, he quietly reigned the human world and continued to preserve harmony until his death.
Damn. Pretty cool is that Sparta.
The legendary Dark Knight, Sparta.
The legendary Dark Knight Sparta. Epic. Epic boy. Now it's so loud all of a sudden. The audio levels. Why is this part so loud compared to the intro? Justin 80, how do microtransactions decrease the experience for the player? Exactly, that's actually very simple. It's actually very simple to answer, and I'll tell you once the intro is over. It's epic voice acting. Yeah, it's coming from the right source. I think. Or is it? I don't... I don't think it is. No, it's not coming from the right source, you're right. I don't know why. No, it's not coming from the right source. Okay, now to answer the questions, how do microtransactions decrease the experience for the player exactly? If you have a complete game, okay, with features, and the company removes features of the game to sell them to you separately via microtransactions, that's a decrease of the experience for the player, okay? If the game is made to be slow-paced, to be very grindy, to be very tedious, and then the company sells you a microtransaction that speeds the games up, that makes the experience faster, then that's a decrease of the experience for the player. Yeah. Because games, before microtransactions, you had the optimal leveling speed without having to additionally buy it. So yes, that's a decrease in the experience for the player. Assassin's Creed's double XP token is a great example. Exactly. I'm not even going to go into the pay-to-win microtransactions that in multiplayer games that totally ruin the experience for the players. Yeah, that's true. The game stopped recognizing this horse. Are you my mom? Saya. And that's a pretty easy to answer. Now the game returned to the correct source.
Yes.
So weird.
We're sealed by Sparta. He's attempting to gain control of the human world once again.
Now the game is from the correct source.
Malay Island.
Probably found a good balance in the Nautilus. I remember 90s games where the purposely made progression slow, especially to stop you being able to. Now the source is wrong. Wait. You cannot hear the game? Oh no. It's the same problem as with the Transformers. Oh no. Oh, that's interesting, ZOCIALIX, actually. That's so bad. Oh my god. You know what? We're going to fix this in a very simple way. Here we go. What the? I see. It did not fix it at all. Oof. Screw that. Going to fix the issue. There we go. What? I'm sorry. Okay. There we go. Nothing works in changing the voice settings in this game. This is not working. Well, I guess we're not playing Devil May Cry. We're not going to play a game without voice. That's just silly. Oh boy, God. Unless... No. Okay, there's one more thing that I can try. Let me see. We did it! There we go. Now we can play the game. Alright. This works, actually. There we go. Oh yes. Answering why and how microtransactions decrease the experience for the player is actually pretty simple. It's an undeniable. Because the gameplay is modified to sort of accommodate for microtransactions. Sounds perfect now, Lucy. Thank you. I did my best. Devil May Cry was originally going to be Resident Evil 4. That is actually very interesting. Curse of the Bloody Puppets. Uh-oh. Oh. I didn't realize that I could move already. This game is microtransaction free, by the way. Red orb. A rusty key. The wannabe Resident Evil 4. Oh, I messed up. I know you can get in there. You can see it particularly the design of the castle, even with the menus interface system moved to treasure system. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 had a previous developer before Shinji Mikami came back onto the project. The music sounds very Resident Evil 4. Almost got in! Almost got in. It's okay. Riveting gameplay. Almost. Damn. Apologies. I'm fixated on getting in here now. Oh! Okay, if we're not gonna get it soon, we're gonna move on, I promise. I'm just fixated on getting here now. Okay, we're moving on. I'm not good. I'm bad. Of the Persona games, me to play the Shin Megami Tensei free. True. We'll play it all on stream. This I promise to you. Oh. Statue must be the Watcher of Time. One last try. Okay, I screwed it up. Hear the Resident Evil 4 save music, Lissy? Like a stretched out telephone noise. Sort of. I don't really remember the Resident Evil 4 save music. I guess we'll listen to it when we get to playing Resident Evil 4. We'll get to it when we get to it. Huh. Oh, okay. Ah, I need to get in here. A cool item is on the other side. I know it. Recently I've played and I got in here. I know that you can get in here from here. Because I did it before. The reason why I ask is because I am currently playing 4 games with microtransactions in them, and the game are as follows: AD, Sepal, Tap Ninja, Underworld, Idle, and Sell to Singularity. None of them decrease the experience at all. Well, have you considered that you accept the decreased experience as the default experience, and therefore you don't see it as decreased because you see it as the default? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Of course you won't see it as decreased experience. You just see it as the default experience and you're having fun. And the decreased experience is probably just made in a less visible way. Oh god. But in many cases, especially in AAA, the experience is visibly decreased when you play games. Like Assassin's Creed would be the biggest example. Anything that you could be getting in a game that you have to pay extra to get is a decreased experience by default, because you have to pay extra to get it. The game is incomplete. Oh god. You know what I mean? The game is sold to you incomplete. Oh, almost get it. And the free games are even worse, because the so-called free games with microtransaction, usually you end up paying a lot more than if the game was not free, quote unquote. So free games are even worse offenders when it comes to this. PoE has microtransaction. I would say even the pure cosmetics, which are 99% of the MX, are still a decrease. Ideally they would be rewards for completing difficult or hard to find content, but ultimately they have to make money. Yeah, but I think there are ways to make money. Like, not all ways of making money are equal, in my opinion. There are pretty predatory ways to make money, which also end up decreasing the experience of the player. You know? Now I really need to get in here. After all, you might as well ask, how does gold selling or currency selling in MMOs decrease the player's experience? I don't think anyone would argue about currency selling being a bad factor for people's experience in MMOs, right? I don't think anyone would argue that point. Okay, I have to get in here somehow. Oh? Oh! I get it. Okay. I'm doing it the wrong way. I'd argue about it. Oh, okay. Let's argue. Let's argue then. A lot of us older gamers saw this coming, by the way. The first games with microtransactions made us all very worried. I remember it well. Well, of course. Okay, that's how you have to get in here. Like, of course, some people will say that it doesn't decrease their experience. That's because the decreased experience became the default experience. First I remember was the Oblivion horse armor thing. Oh yeah, I remember that. Like, yeah, of course you can argue that it doesn't decrease your experience, but that's just evidence of the fact that the best product does not win out with the consumers. The consumer will just take the consumer will take what the companies will. Also, I did it. Also known as the fragment of life, but it's only 1/4 of the whole piece. When it becomes whole, it will have the power to increase the vitality maximum. But yeah, thank you. Like, quite frankly, the companies will dictate what the default experience is for the player, and the player will take it as good or of quality, etc. So yeah, the companies absolutely do dictate to the consumer what they should consider to be status quo or the default. Oh, I was just joking, I see. My goodness. Who is this free-eyed person? Do I have enough of these? This is the music. The whole landscape of gaming changed forever once they realized gamers would pay full price plus extra. True. It would be a blatant lie to say that playing full price plus extra is not a decrease to the experience. Whoa. Blood fragment. Oh yeah, even the scene transition with door is exactly the same as in Resident Evil 4. I remember when you played the game and unlocked everything by putting in effort. Yeah. And now most things are just, you know, the best things are locked behind currencies and microtransactions, which, yeah, that's a decrease of the experience, definitely. And no games from AAA publishers are immune to this right now. None of them are. Resident Evil was a good example. You played better, you got cool stuff to use in game. True. True. Resident Evil 1. Yeah. Absolutely. Games having three different currency in game make me want not to play modern games. That's why I stick mostly to RimWorld. Oh. How did I do that? How did I do that combo with a... Oh well. Rusty key. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. Most indie games don't really have lots of microtransactions. I know, yeah. No, a lot of indie games don't have microtransactions. You're right. You're actually correct about that. And it's totally not true that companies are to create good products. They're to create products that incentivize you in manipulatory ways to spend more money on it. Microtransaction is 9 times out of 10 an AAA gaming company move. They don't have enough money. Yeah, because it's about manipulating people to spend more. Not about making the product good. Of course. Consume product, then get excited to consume next product. Basically, yeah, literally. And there is really no more diluted concept idea than the idea that the free market will sort it all out. Like, there's no more diluted thinking than that. Here's another game I bought. Like, I'm gonna tell you this before I go grab a drink, okay? You want to hear the most cynical take on AI and games? You want to hear my cynical take? almost exclusively play indie games. I just enjoy them a lot more sometimes. That's good. Here's my cynical AI take, okay? Amazing. Like, it'll be so amazing to talk with the NPCs in games. And oh my god, the AI will respond so well to you. They will respond dynamically to all of your texts and they will, you know, interact with you. Alright then. So the basic game has a dumbed down AI that will basically just be able to respond with basic words like yes, no, brr. But, you know what? If you get into the special program of only $10 a month, then you will get the enhanced AI option, which will make all the NPCs even more smart and they will be able to interact with you more because, you know, the infrastructure for the AI is so expensive and, you know, it's complicated business. So, but if you pay the premium, then you'll get the top of the line AI that will just they will respond to anything you want. And that's $20 per month. That's a steal. That's a steal subscription considering how much effort we need to put in to keep the infrastructure going. So, you know, let's go. Isn't that fun? Isn't that nice? That's the future, you know? At the end of the day, don't blame companies. Companies have to make money somehow. They're already poor as it is. Don't take advantage of companies. Yep, and they'll just justify it because AI is so GPU hungry, so you have to pay for premium since it runs on the server banks. There we go. Nerodia has given the justification. I have given the thing. Nerodia has given the justification. There we go. There we go. I have given us a glimpse into the future of AI. Thank you. I knew it. I knew we'd be able to do it together. Also, press like on the stream. Also, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I think this amazing take deserves a sub or a donation or something. Okay, I deserve praise for this one. It's all good. It's basically how AI is, unless you jump into the awesome open source AI communities. Alright, I'll be back in a second. Like I could see AI dialect makes sense, I think, in a game like No Man's Sky. I mean, it will make perfect sense in open world games where you're supposed to be able to do whatever you want. I'll be right back.
Oh, Barry!
Oh my god, thank you for the $10, Maya Major. Thanks, Lucy. Ruined gaming forever. It's my duty. as a streamer. It's my duty as a streamer. Long term, I think they've done it. They've made a successor to Minecraft in the long run. Oh. There's an indie game that's a successor to Minecraft. Interesting. I like Dragon Quest Builders, but that's basically a Dragon Quest Minecraft. Hey, let's play Devil May Cry. You've stuck with me for 9 hours. 9 hours, 40 minutes. Nice. Gigglers are very nice. It's true. I've literally never played Minecraft. I played it a bit. Should I play it on stream or something? You want to see me play it on stream? I could. I could play it on stream, you know. There's so many games that I want to play on stream. That is why you like watching this stream, because I play so many different games. So you can see if you like it. And it's not boring that way, you know? We're not pigeonholed into one thing. Use the rusty key. Oh, what's this? There's only a toolbox with useless junk inside of it. Okay. Okay, I understand. Play Divine Cybermancy. I could, yeah. Most of the games you've played I already liked. There's one more little Capcom gem that I want to play, by the way. Damn! The Sacred Stone. There's one more Capcom gem that I want to play on stream. Onimusha. Do you remember Onimusha? Or is that not a game that you really remember in any way? What am I supposed to do here? It's about a samurai. It's like Resident Evil but with samurai. Oh, there's the map. I swear there was a... There was a way to launch enemies into the air, but I don't remember how. Probably die of old age before finishing all the games I might want to theoretically play. Though 90% of that I'm too lazy to play games nowadays. I see. Let's go. We did it. See. Maybe I will. No Man's Sky. Power up. All right. Oh. Okay, we're here now. I died. There we go. There we go, we've done it. We've unlocked the key to happiness. Oh, there's a sculpture of a female in agony with a sword piercing through her chest. I can hear a voice. I am Malastor. The weak shall give their heart and swear their eternal loyalty to me. female. How brutal. Let's go. Let's go. All right. That's an empty room. Nothing in here. There we go. Devil May shotgun. Whatever. Magicians, whatever. Rusted key. But it's Dante disrespecting, not me. Something about a strange occurrence in the cathedral of this castle is written. It happened on a hot, humid night. The columns twisted and the statue of a god disappeared. We quickly sealed the cathedral in hope that some righteous but strong heart would come save us. I'm righteous, maybe. We could cut our way. Oh, never mind. We cannot. Guess that's not where I'm supposed to go. Bam! Oh, too bad. Barbie was pretty good. You're still in line. Yeah, of course. Of course I am. I'm a hardcore streamer, you see. Of course. As you can see, I'm playing a new game. A new old game. You know what I mean. I play a variety of games, okay? I play such a variety of games. I'm a giggler after all, okay? I'm gonna see Barbenheimer one day. True. You should. The Barbie. The Barbie. Barbchen. I'm gonna watch the Barbchen. I'm gonna go visit my mom in a few hours. Oh. How's everyone been while I was gone? What was player discussed? Baldur's Gate, Warcraft, and now this. Shame says I used to like this channel before he went full out reactionary. Who? Wait, Shad? Who's Shad? Oh, okay. Okay, I get it. Something engraved beneath the opening. This is where the guiding souls gather. Guiding souls. The water sounds are straight from Resident Evil. The water sounds super like from Resident Evil. Devil May Cry, yeah. Nope. It does not have tank controls. Devil May Cry never had tank controls. You move with the analog stick. Devil May Cry never had tank controls. Pretty much the whole game skeletons like Resident Evil. The map, the interface, sounds, music, repurposed design of the levels, the transitions are how the main character has Leon's features. You can just tell this was Resident Evil 4's prototype. Oh. Well, you know. What the? I mean, I do like Resident Evil, so... Oh yeah, I don't doubt you. I believe you, ZOCIALIX. I believe you. Please believe that I believe you, ZOCIALIX. Please believe that I believe you, ZOCIALIX. Don't doubt my belief in you. 10 hours of stream. Gigglers. Oh my goodness. Oh, I wanted to eat a banana, but I don't have a banana. I believe. And you still stream? Yes, fake Alec Hal Parker. That's right. To be honest, I think most streamers would be dead or have soup-like consistency at this point. True. That is because I'm hardcore. Exit. I work hard to deliver the entertainment to your doors. Hi, been a while, but it's been fun lurking Major Gaming. True. Thank you. Harsadorus. No. Hazardos. Or Chasardis. That'd be an interesting model to make in Blender, that hourglass. You deserve monies. True. I do. Thank you. After this, I'm gonna visit Mom, by the way. Also, Chazardis, come to the page. Come to the page, Chazardis. Let's do this together.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you for the $10. Cheese Wizard, obligatory after last message. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is $10, which in my currency is 4 times more. It's 4 these waters. The pride of lion is granted only to those who choose the path of trials. Yay for Lucy. She is a wizard. It's true. Thank you. Let's go and shoot some shotguns. My goodness. It similarly resembles the staff of Hermes that's used in the art of alchemy. I can feel some kind of mysterious force, but I just can't quite. Fake Alec Hal Parker, thank you for the $10. They said I feel asleep because work sapped all energy from me. That is true. Work does that. I remember working for a... Also, it is 100 Fahrenheit today. Yes. I don't understand. Go back to the path, and thou shalt return from the abyss with thy lion heart, and thou shalt receive the pride of lion.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you for the $10. Vex the cat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. 37.778 Celsius. That's a lot. I don't think you ever get such temperatures in Poland, but thank you very much for the $10. Okay, let's go. We'll win Lionhood. Some think of womanhood, some think of manhood, and some think of lionhood. Game over. That's physics, I guess. That's also physics. Shooting a shotgun under your earth numbers. The water is killed or there. I think, yeah. The weather getting like this is gonna cause many people to move to different countries because it'll become unlivable. Oh, I am running out of air. I actually didn't notice that I am actually running out of air. Listen, this game does one thing that Resident Evil did not ever try to do. This game is like, the purpose of this game is to be cool. And Resident Evil tried to be more eerie and atmospheric than cool. And this game clearly is cool. What if people are going to die? That's true. And even Lara Croft would shoot underwater. True. We got it. Boss.
What a big surprise. I hope for your sake you got something inside that big body of yours.
Man, this game has a cool aesthetic on the Resident Evil. Uh-oh. And then not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Uh-oh. You hit his mouth when it's unguarded. I see. I'm dead. This game is not easy. Okay? Uh-oh. Okay, that's worked. I died. Game is quite good at using sound on indicate what attackers are viable. True. But I am not very good. That's the problem with me. The problem is that I'm not very good. So close, yet so far. But it's okay. We have giggling power with us. With the power of giggling, we shall overcome even this first boss in the game. Let's go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe I should reset. I have 0 yellow orbs. I don't feel good about this. This is happening totally not because I'm bad. It's like, it's because of the long stream time. That's it. You know, it's... I don't suck. Is this emulated? No, this is the Steam version. This is actually the Steam version. This is the HD remaster trilogy on Steam. Oh, giant. Oh. I think I'm making a big mistake. True, no save states. You're dead. You can start again from save point. Do you want to go to the load screen? Yes, I do. I do want to go to the save screen. No, never. I think patience is a virtue. True. It's a virtue of a virtuoso, such as ourselves. Excellent. Let's go. The boss awaits us. Fight me, boss. This is it. Our great chance to defeat the boss. Will I do it? Can I do it? Ow. What the? How did I turn on that fast mode? Alright. Fight me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I just mock him? Enemy! Wow. Are you interested in the upcoming Armored Core game? I think so. Maybe yes. Maybe yes. I think... Yeah, I think so. I think we've got you figured out. Oh, come on. Okay, it's time to finish you off, baby. Die! Alright. Why did caramelize this like Earl Grey tea? Because all property is theft. What the heck? We did it! Kill the ball! Oh, wrong door. We destroyed this boss. Power up. Mission start. Hold on. I'm gonna play a bit more. You can cut a piece of wood in half by just looking at it. I know it's hard to believe, but I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Actually, you say saw, I saw it. But you say saw it. And saw and saw are different pronunciations. Uh-oh. Wait, for what? What? Okay, that's not right. Hires two both bats and kills people and assassin. Jesus. Die! Die! Hear about the restaurant on the moon. It has great food, but no atmosphere. What? I'm sorry, what? What? I don't get it. Maybe I'm too sleep deprived to get it. Mission start. Why? Oh my god. Come on. Come on, man. There you go. I didn't have to lose the yellow orb. Come on, man. Or they. Damn! Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it, gigglers. Sheen. Oh. We'll definitely getting light out. I'd best retreat to protect my cheese exter from the sun. Respect for Lucifer Endurance stream. Night all. Good night, Giggler. I died. You miss Cheese Wizard? Don't worry, they'll be back. It's in spirit now. It's true. Okay. I'm gonna have to finish stream soon, but don't be worried about your smartphone and television collection, your data. Your vacuum has been gathering dirt on you for years now. True. Oh, come on! Oh, it died. Come on, man. Come on, Jack. But it's okay, it died. I'm done with the jokes now. Or are the jokes done with you? That is the question. Are the jokes done with you? True. I'm the silliest giggler. Wait. Female. Place a sword. Some places the flowers never die. In other places they wither ever so quickly. I cannot stay here very long, for I know my sanity will leave me. True, it already did. Where am I? Oh, I am on the bed. How interesting. Immense power. True. I'm a silly giggler. What is this enemy there? Oh! Ow. Alright then. Wait. Oh, I get it. Oh my god, I'm so silly. Let's go. Let's use that thing. Hi, being a while, but it's been fun. It's true. Lurking fun. Here. This is where I'm supposed to go. Sword. Female. Yes.
This stinking hole was the last place I thought I'd find anyone with some guts.
I see. Interesting, when you live in your own reflection. True. What's the story of Devil May Cry? Have the underworld fights against the world of humans. Good demon fought against the underworld, then he died, and the protagonist is his son. That's the story. Quite literally, that's the story. Who are you? Yes. Correct. Oh my god. Dante is the protagonist's name. Hello, Dex Max. As you can see, I'm not doing very well. Smart trick. Try attacking and opening them. Run away. True. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What sound? The sound of me losing. Okay, let's go. Oh. All right. I don't disagree. Hospitals do need a court mage. Hardcore. They need one hardcore. Hospital mage. If you consider a hospital to be a court. Hospital chapel, true. I mean, in Poland, hospitals do have chapels. Sort of. Doesn't a pastor or whatever already count as a court mage? Maybe pastors are the jesters. No! I'm gonna use this star. This is Sparta, isn't it? It's Dante's dad, isn't it? I bet it's Dante's dad. I've heard people's condition can actually decline if they notice people are... Don't spoil the game for me! Oh my god, Dexmex, you're unbelievable. You're irredeemable. You owe me a donation because of this. I've heard people's condition actually decline. They notice people are praying for them. Like, oh, I'm bad, huh? Surely my religious bigotry is showing. True! You're a bigot. Ban them. Oh, I mean, they said sorry, so I'm not gonna ban them, but... They apologized, so it's okay. D! That's not good. We've been streaming for... Let me see. 11 hours, 11 minutes. So I think it's fair for me to say... It's been fun. Thank you all for coming. I'm gonna see you next time, okay? I think this is the end for today. 11-hour stream. What a stream, gigglers. True. Spread love. Bye, Lulu. Bye, Lucy. Bye, gigglers. It's been a fun 11 hours of intense streaming. I'm gonna write love and solidarity. Love and solidarity. Love and solidarity. I'm gonna press end stream. It's true. This is the end for tonight.